Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
What's up, everybody? I put one in the chat. If you can't see and hear me, you'll magically appear right over there. I know I do some cool 3D stuff in here, don't I? Thanks for coming in and hanging out, everybody. It's time for some Satisfactory, one of my favorite games of all time, which is weirdly not scrolling behind me, but it will come up eventually over here. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out, everybody. What an epic weeks and months we've been having. Oh my gosh, what an amazing July. Just so much crazy stuff going on. So much crazy stuff going on in June as well. We can go ahead and see the sun rising in Satisfactory right now. I realized something too. I went in to try to get that sound bite for the choo-choo a command that you guys have now. And realized that I accidentally overrode the autosave because I was in there trying to get it. I didn't realize it overrode my autosave, and so it rolled me back a little bit. Luckily, I did save in there, but we got to do a little bit more turbo fuel. We got to redo our turbo fuel in there, but we know what to do. We go in there and get it going and get our compact coal going for our turbo fuel, but we're going to be working on that today. We're going to go turbo power today. Where basically this right here is going to replace our main fuel that we're using for all of our generators here. And you can see this massive line of generators, which is only going to get bigger, by the way. It's only going to get bigger today as we really scale up our turbo fuel. And that turbo fuel is going to allow us to scale up all of our production of all of our other resources. And that's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to go fuel, turbo fuel, and then really scale it up to the point in which we can just have as much power as we want. Normally, I only use around 3,000-4,000 power right now because I do have a bunch of resource backlog. But we do need to get those resources going again because they're not finite. They will eventually run out. So we really need to get cooking on all of that as well. But first, before we get into all of that, we're going to say hello to all of you. I see Dragon Wolf in there. Look, I started up real early. I have my machine ready very early right there. Thank you very much for coming in. There we go. We got Paul in there as well. What's Paul? We got Boss Hog in there as well. Rotisserie G bringing the love. What's up, Rotisserie G? Seth coming in with a double train car Kismet love train. Now look at that. That's a strong Kismet love train going on right there. PETA coming in, also bringing the hype. Thanks for bringing that pipe, love. I appreciate it. Blitz in the chat. What up, Blitz? Thanks for coming in and hanging out, man. Appreciate you. How have you been? Hopefully you've been well as well. Thanks for coming in and chilling out in the channel. Long time. Yeah, long time no see. I don't know how long it's been because I'm old, so I can't really tell the sense of time anymore. Could have been yesterday. Could have been 10 years ago. For me, I don't know. That's what happens when you get a bit older. You have no clue. There we go. Dragon Wolf bringing the ones. Blitz with the ones. PETA, Boss Hog, all let me know that the stream is working. There's 1,000 kids cats for the top peeps here for being here at the top of the stream. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. And then another 1,000 for letting me know everything is working. There we go. Yes, thumbs up there. Yes, that's how it goes. I am Death coming in also with the one. Thank you very much. Rocking that. Yeah, we're rocking it. Rocking out in here. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to get into some Satisfactory. We're going to dive right in, get our turbo fuel back up and running because somehow I lost my autosave when I was trying to do that soundbite. But you know what? We'll do it twice as fast the second time. Let's go. Wow, that timing before I even switch screens. Already, Kismet Love Train coming in. That was I Am Death right there with a 37 months of sub love. Bringing that love in, everybody. Make sure to show some love in the chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, I Am Death. With that love, I appreciate everybody coming in, showing the stream some love as well. Big time. How you like my little Vault-Tec van over there? But again, trying to do that Vault Van Life project. You want to know more about it? You can go ! Vault Van Life in there as well. You can check it out at kismet.gg on the website as well. All right, so we've got a massive amount of those going. We were working on this. Actually, I don't know where I was at when we stopped on this particular playthrough. We had this all up and running, but again, we had to roll back. Now, we needed some compacted coal to run here, so we want to get our coal in there and backlogged. And then get into here. It looks like we're over here building it out as well. Ooh, look at this cool layout I did here. Yeah, it's got the compacted coal. Looks like we were just about to work on power. We have another line. Looks like we were trying to run right there. I think that's what I was doing. I was running this line to there for the double inputs. Yes, okay, that's where I was right there. So we're doing double inputs on the side here. Yes, and we ran those underneath. That's right. We have to run that coal. We ran it underneath and across and then down. And then we have to get the sulfur and run the sulfur. Yes, we'll probably have to redo all that sulfur and stuff that we did over there. That's okay. We'll redo all what we need to do to get it done. Big time. So we'll go ahead and get this going. Here's my guy running there. There we go. So we'll do whatever we got to do to get it going here. So let's go ahead and take this out. Always hard to pick up where you left off sometimes, like especially when you know you had already done that thing. We had already done this once, but that's okay. We got to finish that coming in, and so we got our dual inputs. We got all of our inputs here. We've got this coming out, merging and going out the back. That's right. So it can be stored up there. So do we want to put a storage down? Did we put a storage down first? I think we had this at the bottom level, and then we had our storage on top, in which we ran out the back into the storage, and then we ran it back into our turbo fuel. Yes, I think that's all we had to do was connect that corner and then kind of fill this in and do our internal power over here. So let's just go ahead and get our foundations going. Turn our zooping mode on and get it going over here. Just like this. There we go. Now we're talking. We're getting into it now. Playing some Satisfactory, everybody. This game is awesome. Now, if you played 7 Days to Die like I was doing over the weekend and also yesterday, you really crave for some of the features of 7 Days to Die, or some of the features of Satisfactory in 7 Days to Die. One of those things is the way you build foundations and the way you build stuff. Their way of building is phenomenal in this game. It is really, really well done. And it really does help a lot when you can build stuff in the way that you could build it here. You know what? We're going to move this forward just a little bit here. Let's go ahead and put this here. There we go. And then we can connect that across there nicely. And we can get these other two in here. Like so. And then we can get this one as the fourth one. And then we just want to connect this power somewhere. Probably want to run this to the front. Run this to the front here. We're coming through. That's kind of in the way there. Run this to the front. Then we'll take this out. And we'll run this down. This seems familiar. Run this down here somewhere so that we can access it from the front and connect it to the front of the road. Right over there. And you can see we've already got our supports in from our previous build. And I think we're good. All right. Did we save this one? This is called constructors. No, that's not good. I wonder if the blueprint is still in there from the last time that we did it. Smelters. These are extractor, turbo fuel refineries. Storages. No, okay. So it didn't remember it from the previous time. So I know I saved this. These are extractors. Turbo fuels. 5 stackers to use Murphy belts. 8 turbo fuel. 8 turbo fuel refineries. I think it's right here. Huh. Well, smart thing to do is to save it and see what the deal is. All right, this is this is compacted coal assemblers. I just thought of something. We could just pull it a backup plan. Let's just call it that. Assemblers here. And then we're just going to save it. So just in case that's not it. Because this looked like it's... looks like what we already did. Because it would have saved it in that playthrough. It's got to look very similar. Yeah, you can see it's got an extra door here that we added. So we don't necessarily have to build it again since we already built it once. And this probably already has the power. Does it already have the power in here is the question. Yes, it does. Oh, and I'm running it to the back. Interesting. Yes. As you see, I read it. Very similar. I do have that connector. So, yeah. So, we already got the plan because we had done it last time, but we lost the save version of it. But that's okay. All right. Now, we know we got it. Okay. So, we'll go in here. That'll save us a little bit of time. Let's see. Compacted coal assemblers. We've got this as a compacted coal assembler. So we want to edit this. We want to delete this. Apply that. And then we've got these here. Okay, very nice. Now we want to go ahead and clear this out of here. Because we're going to move the blueprinter out of there. And we're going to put the blueprinter over here. Out of the way of where we're building, but we'll have it over here in case we need to utilize it. Try not to put it too close to my trains here. Let's go this way a little bit, bring it in here. That's good. Okay, and that's just in case we need to revise it. I don't remember if I revised a whole bunch of it or not. Honestly, don't remember. Okay, now we need to take out our blueprints here. And leave a little bit of room there. Okay, yes. Now we'll put our assemblers down because the assembler has the foundations in it. So you'll want to take the foundations out so they don't end up in there. All right, there we go. So again, that saves a little bit of time. We had done some other modifications to it. Smarter to use the one that we know works because we did have it working last time. All right, we'll run foundations around the back there just to make that easier. Actually, we don't need to do that. We could just do... We could take that out. Let's do it right. Hold on. We'll just do it right. We'll go ahead and get our foundations. We'll snap them to the blueprints. There we go. We'll just do something like this instead. Because we're going to run a bunch more factories down the line here. And we'll just put a whole bunch of these down. Because we're going to run these down. Honestly, forget how many we're supposed to make now. Kind of funny, we did all the math last time. All right, we got this, and we're going to go ahead and run this to our road power. Again, we have this yellow part here. This is my road. Oh, a little too long. Can we go to this side? Oh, we go this side and then just bridge the gap. Very nice. So I've run that out to the central power, which runs down the road. So we got that going. And now what we want to do is we want to bring the coal and the sulfur in. And so what we're going to do is create little side roads here, and then we're going to color those in as side roads right here. That allows us to also see this from underneath. We had run a bunch of lines and whatnot in here as well. We're going to have to redo all of that, but again, we'll get it done. Just go right to it. That's not to think about it too much, everybody. Just, you're like, oh, man, I lost all that stuff I did. Don't worry about it. Just get in there and redo it, get it going on. That's what you do. Worrying about it doesn't bring it back. You got to get in there, you got to get it going. All right, so we're going to go 2 down. And then we're going to go ahead, run a bunch of those under there. And then that will allow us to work under here. Like this a bit. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and run those in. Run those in. Now, we're going to also need to put in the rest of these things because they're going to work as the thing. Okay, now how many of these did I need? Hopefully I wrote this down somewhere. Let's see. Where would I have written that down? That's a good question. This is a very, very good question. Yeah, we'll just redo the calculation. All right, over here. So we are, we need 15 compacted coal times 8. All right, so 15 times 8, 120 coal for this. And this is producing 25 per. So it's 25 times 5. So 25 times 5. 125. Okay, so this one of these is one of those. All right, I'm going to take out a bunch of this stuff out of the spreadsheet. Turbo fuel. Need 120. Producing 125. All right, so we're producing a little extra. And this is 8 binaries. And this is 5 stemblers. All right. There we go. Write that down a little bit so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so each one of these equals one set of 8 over there. So the input of this needs to be 25 times 5. So again, 25 times 5 is 125. So 125 of this. So each one of these is around 300. Or really, it's actually cut in half right now, and eventually it'll be 300. But right now, it's like 150. So each one of those is 150. So each one of those, one line of those would equal one line of these. But we can actually take the things and get it going. Now, the other question is, how much fuel are we producing and how many of these do we need to make? I think it was 1,200 if I remember correctly. I think we made a sign over here. Oh, 1,000. Yeah, I made a sign over here. Yay me. Yay me. All right, so we're making 1,000 fuel. And usually I try to reduce the amount of fuel that each one is using, so you have a little bit extra over here. So this is, in theory, producing 40 times 5. So this is 40 times 5, which is 200. Okay, so each fuel refinery set of 5 producing 200 fuel. Okay, so each set of 5 is producing 200 fuel over here. And so we'll want to take that 200 fuel and refine it. And so over here, damaging fixed property. I probably reduced it down to 180 would be the smart thing to do. Oh, look out, Kevin Lovetrade coming in. TM with the 38 months of sub love. Show some love in the chat, everybody. Hey, TM, how you doing, man? Hope you've been well. I hope you've been thriving and surviving. You know how it goes. Let's show some love in the chat, everybody. I already forgot. Oh, I got distracted. 22.5. All right, so need 22.5 fuel. And this is, actually we should move these over. Producing coal. And this needs compacted coal. This is compacted coal. Needs 22.5 fuel. So if we take 22.5 times 8, 180. Wow. Okay. Wow. Look, I am good at what I do. All right. So let's move this around. All right. This goes down here. And this is producing 180, or using 180 fuel. Turbo fuel production. Okay, so it needs 120 and it needs 180. So I'm producing 200. So that leaves me extra, so I can keep those pipes nice and full. I can also package that fuel as well. So it's going to give me extra for packaging and all of that. Oh yeah, I remember I switched all my fuel around too. So it's using 180. So we just run the fuel over here and we'll be fine. That's already good to go. And then each one of these will do this. But if I have so many of them, each one would reach one set of this. Okay, so each set of 5 equals one set of 8 turbo fuel over there. So, and the turbo fuel really scales up your power, everybody. It's pretty crazy. Actually, let's look at our power right now. We are using, right now we're producing 8,500. Now, 8,500. So we'll make a note of how much we're producing now, and then we'll just turn one of these on and see how much it does. And then we'll, of course, scale it all the way up. So yeah, so I perfectly balanced this. Wow, that's actually a really smart thing I did. I balanced this in such a way that 5 of these equals 8 of those. Those 5 equals next 8, and so on and so forth. So how many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. So a total of 5 set up there. And of course, I'm not using all of the oil as well. I'm using a reduced amount of the oil so that we also have extra oil. So those pipes never slosh around. They're never empty. And yeah, that's right. We have 2 of these equals 1 of those. So this will need to run down the way to hit the next set. That's right. That's what we did. Okay, so what we need is 5. Because we have 5 of these, and we need 5 of those, which means we need 5 things of compacted coal. That's the whole math I'm trying to figure out. 5 factories of compacted coal right over here. Okay, so we need 5 factories of compacted coal. Yeah, so you write this stuff down because this there's a lot of calculations you typically have to do. Well, look at me go. All right, so now we know. We put 5 down, we're good. All right, let's do it. Let's get them back down there, and then we will run all of our resources and so on. All right, so we got this one. We're going to hit H. We're going to nudge this over into position. There we go. Luckily, it at least did save the blueprint, so that's good. And then same thing here. We'll do this, and then we'll make a nice road out of it. Color all that in. So that kind of reaches toward the road. And then that's number 2. I seriously doubt we got this much in the dimensional depot. Yeah, no, we got to definitely get more. So we need to do 3 of these. So let's go to our blueprints. We'll say 1, 2, 3. Oh, I should probably cleared it first. 1, 2, 3. And we need a lot of stuff. All right, let's go get it. This way. Slide jump. I'm the king of slide jump, everybody. It's like my favorite thing to do, slide jump. It's old school, and it works really well. Over here at the plates. All right, let's stock up on some plates. Good, good. Some concrete. And again, this is just some extra stuff that we had from before that we had sorted into the boxes, which we are using. Now, again, we're going to run out of some of these resources eventually, especially like these encased industrial beams we're using over here as well. Okay, now we can make 3 more of them. And then it's just a matter of running the lines and then starting her up, and then we're going to have our turbo fuel going here. I don't think we built out the rest of it. I think we just built out, I think, probably a couple of them. But really, you got to get your compacted coal going first anyway. Let's turn the blueprint mode off. There we go. Hit H. Now, they've made this, by the way, where you can nudge this as far as you want. I got to rotate it correctly first. You can nudge this as far as you want. You don't have to worry about the nudging anymore, so you can just hit H and just nudge it into position, which is awesome, everybody. Again, if you haven't played 1.1 yet, suggest you fire up a new playthrough and enjoy the magic that is the endless nudging. It is awesome. I don't know why they put a limit on it in the first place. I'm sure they had some sort of mental reason, but I'm so glad they took it away, though. Because that sucks. Because it's always like one, you need to nudge one more. And you can't seem to nudge one more, so you have to stop and then redo it again. Over and over and over again. Yeah, it sucks. But again, luckily they listened to feedback and they added it back in. So very cool. Alright, again, we'll put some more out here. For ourselves lots of room there. We'll grab this one. A little bit across that way. Looks like we need some more over here as well. Front side here. Just run that way out there. All right, what are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 more to go. All right, let's do this. Ran out of concrete. It's okay. I can just wait for it, by the way, because you see it's at 295 now. I can just wait for it because I'm going in at 5 of the dimensional depots, putting them in there. So I could just wait it out, or let's see if I can get there before it finishes doing its thing here. Ooh, I'm out of fuel. Got 1 fuel left. I've got plenty in the dimensional depot. I can just go here and say fuel, because it's always pumping the fuel in there, so I can just pull it out and utilize it. Yeah, see? Oh, sorry. Trying to mute it. Basically, it put it in the dimensional depot before I got back to get some more of it as well. I don't know what it's about streaming that makes me sneeze every single time. How do you mass build like that? That's called blueprinting. Blueprinting is awesome. They have the big blueprinter here that you can make stuff, and then you can save the blueprint, and then you can build stuff out. Now, I build in very modular style, and of course, I'm just building in square style right now. I really don't think until the kind of later parts of the game should you really even bother, because you don't even have all the pieces unlocked and whatnot. I typically do what I call mega building in the later part of the game. But all you need to do is, of course, start to make a bunch of resources, backlog those resources, then make it in the blueprinter, save that blueprint, and then you can recall the blueprints up here. And then you can just kind of put them down like this. And then you can see I have the arrow pointing the wrong way right now. I have the arrow pointing toward me because this is the front. And then I can just nudge it using the arrow keys right into position like that. And then, bam, as long as you have the resources on you or in the dimensional depot, it will just allow you to mass build just like that. And we need 5 of these, and we're going to have these all processed together. Now, we got to be a little careful because our belts only go so fast, so we can't combine these. But over the long run, we'll be able to actually combine a lot of these lines because we'll have the faster belt speeds. And as we get those faster belt speeds, we'll upgrade over time. But right now, we just want the power, and that's the most important thing. So we're going to go over here and check our train right here. Now, we've got a very long train over here doing its job. Which is to go collect a bunch of coal because we took out our coal power and just brought the coal over here instead because we're using our fuel power to run it over here. So as we go ahead and grab our coal here, we're going to take our coal and we're going to run it over to the other side. Now I can run it up above, but also another great way of doing this is to just run it underneath out of the way of the train itself. So we can go ahead and just do this, and we can just say, make sure we got the right lifter. Hit R to make it go into there and go down and under. So we're going to kind of look at where this is at. Let's say this one here. We need another of our road tiles here. More road tiles in. Again, this is how I can build. Is again, I made a blueprint of my road tiles here. Hopefully they're on the same side. No, they are not. They are... Man, I swear this game, it just spends a lot of its time trying to counter whatever you're doing. It's always trying to counter whatever you're doing. All right, now we got to figure out which way is the way. Is it toward me? Yes, toward me. Okay. Which way is the way that has the thing on the correct side, right? The power thing. So it's the arrow's got to point toward me. Like that. So they're all on the same side. They all match up the same. Again, this is just a big road here where I can put like hyper tubes and things of that nature on. Or I can just drive down the middle of it. And there we go. And while we're here, we might as well chain our power. Again, you see I have it built into the road itself because it makes it so much easier to build it into the road. And then you don't have to have wires running everywhere. Just like in real life, everybody. They do hide a lot of wires behind the wall, your walls. They hide them in what's known as conduits and whatnot to protect them from damage as well. We need to chain this to the next one, but we've got our thing in the way. All right, let's take that out of there for a minute. There we go. So that thing, doesn't matter where you put it, it always seems to be in the way. Oh no, we got this one. These are all reversed. Okay, this is the proper one. This one is reversed. Okay, all of these are reversed. So it's away from us. Okay, again, see, that's why you always double check. I thought it was away from us. I was right the first time. All right, see, I'm already chaining it here, so I've already got it established. That's actually on the right side. I couldn't remember. That was last week. That was last week we were doing that. It's okay. So arrow away from us. The great thing is, as you can see, I can take the blueprints out as well. So I can take the entire thing that I put in out really easy and then just replace it with the direction that I want it to go. Again, I suggest to just run your power right away. So when you do run something over here and you're like, wait, why is it not working? Well, now you know why. And best time to get something done, usually right away. All right, and then again, pick up those blueprints, aiming away from us, and we have it in blueprint mode, so it's snapping to the previous one. Just like that, very nice. And then running our power right down the middle of our primary road here. Very nice. Okay, we've got that all set up. Looking good, looking good. Let's go ahead and get out of blueprint mode. Pick up this here with the middle mouse button. Run this across here. Set these up. Again, I color code all my stuff. Yellow means road. Orange is production. If you see red, that would be trains. This is just to remind me that there's a road going down there. Now, again, over here, this one, you go back to orange. There we go. That just helps me out a bit with all of that. Then back here, we have this set up so we can chain this behind here. I remember why I did this now. We can just chain this all the way down. And then all of these will have power. And it's really cool because the door just auto opens for you. Really nice to help you chain all of these factors together. And then I can have a switch up here in the front, which we can turn them all off if I want to. And then that one, of course, is connecting to the main road one. Now all of these have power, just that easy. All right, and then we also want to go through and make sure that we add all of our stuff here so we can see this from underneath. Right, so underneath here, we are going to be running some lines, and we want to see where we're going to be running all these up eventually. Well, first we'll put all these down, and then we'll put our lifters in as well along this edge. And then we'll get our lifters, make sure they're going the right direction. There we go. And then go to the next one. Again, when you're doing the same one over and over, it actually remembers the direction in which you are doing. And then it sets the precedent of that is the direction for the one that's underneath. It's going to help tremendously in keeping your stuff going the right way. And I think this was the first one we already did. All right, nice. Now we're getting it done. Oh, and here comes that Kismet love train, unlocking a new sub badge. Look out, that 9-month sub love right there, everybody. Show Tab some love in the chat. Congrats on your new sub badge as well. Hello, Tab. Hello, welcome. Thanks for bringing that hype and bringing that love to the channel. Appreciate you big time, as always. Hope you're doing good tonight, Tab. Hope you're doing good, man. All right, let's go ahead and run our lines. All right, so now we had already kind of set up the first one to run this coal. So instead of using the coal for coal power, we're using the coal for compacted coal, which works with our turbo fuel. So we want to go right here and look at where it's going to go straight across here. So we're just going to dip down here and say right along here like this. All righty. And then we're just going to go zip. It does freak me out a little when I start walking before it actually does come in. It's a little freaky, but we do what we got to do. All right, now here comes our coal here. Now, how are we going to run our coal here? We're going to run it as a single line. One of my favorite things are these conveyor walls. I think they're pretty awesome. They do a great job when they feel like going in. There we go. These conveyor walls will kind of straighten this out a little bit. We'll go ahead and just straighten out along the wall. And then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Max distance for our belts. Keep your belts and your pipes at max distances because they're easier to upgrade later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Let's get it done over here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, don't need to. We're turning the corner here. Now, over here, though, we're going to need a double. So we're going to go ahead and try to line this up off of this one this time. And we'll have our coal come in here for right now. And you can see that underneath here, there are 2 more of these that need some coal to go into there. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this first one we can have it go right into the second one down. But the first one we actually want to go around here into this other section. So what we can do is just basically take this one and put it like this. And instead of running it here, we can just run that one right like that. We'll do a nice little 90 there and run it there. So this one, when it comes down, can run there. And then we'll pick this up. And we want this one to kind of coordinate this one down here. Let's go back just a little bit. And then we'll have this one Nice and straight. Come right into there. And then right into there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of this out so we can just go whoop, right up here. There we go. And we should be able to see the coal running into there. Now, because it has power, it should automatically start to put the coal in there. So it's already going to be doing some of the work for us. Now, we already have a storage for our coal, both in the original area, and then over here we have double storage. We have the storage in the train station, and we have a box to have that storage in there. Oh, did we get the retweets done? Let's go see. Let's go check it out. It says 4 for me. Let's go see. Let me refresh. Yes, no, it's good. All right, let's give you guys a bunch of love right here. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps. I don't know why it doesn't refresh anymore, but screw Google Chrome for doing that. All right, we got that done. Congrats, everybody. Everybody got some Kiz caps there for working together. Again, you can go and get 10 retweets. I'll give you 10,000 caps for future giveaways. We're going to do some giveaways starting tomorrow. We're going to get back to those giveaways. I do appreciate everybody donating toward that Ball Van Life project. We're getting there, everybody. Look, that little bar is moving. We just got to get all the way to the end there, and we'll be off and running big time. So, yeah, thanks for coming in and showing that love, everybody. I appreciate it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and run that into there. That is working. That is going ahead and filling that up nicely. Now we need our sulfur. Now we're going to worry about the other factories later as we bring them online and need those. Right now we need some sulfur, and we did do a lot of work over here when we were running our sulfur clear across here as well. So we're just going to go ahead and zip our way over here. Yeah, we got to redo all of our sulfur stuff here. That's okay. We got this. I love this train coming through here. You can see I ran it through the canyon this time instead of just running it over. Very, very fun move there. All right, yes, we got to go up here and fix this up. Now, this is a pure sulfur node. There's so many pure nodes right here, everybody. It's pure node heaven right here. If you want to know where I'm at on the map, I'm right over here, which I call like the sideways bunny. Right over here. This part right here. These are all pure nodes, everybody. Check it out. This is a pure node here. It's an iron pure node, iron pure node, iron pure node. Over here, we've got a limestone pure node, another limestone pure node, and over here, another sulfur pure node. So yeah, we got a lot of pure nodes in one spot. It's my favorite spot to start in the game. And we can take this out while we're going up. You can see I've got a ladder here to help me go up and down and to get this sulfur going up here. We did, last time we had been revamping all of this, so we're going to go ahead and revamp it again. Right over here. Like so. Very nice, very nice. I like it, I like it. Okay, now what we're going to do is, I kind of like the position of that, is we're going to go ahead and align a blueprint to this. So the first thing we're going to do is use our metal beam, the one button alignment or one item alignment here, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4. Invented by yours truly. Do you ever see anybody do this, everybody? I did it first. You're welcome. So what you want to do is basically put that beam and have it go out by 4, right? So you have the yellow part, and then when you move it forward, it'll turn blue. And then you go 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you snap a foundation to it just simply by pulling the foundation out, roll your cursor over the bar. It'll snap right to it, which perfectly aligns. I mean, not that kind of junky alignment that everybody else does. I'm talking Kismet level perfection here. Look at this. Look how beautifully that lines up to that foundation, everybody. That is perfect, perfect foundation alignment. I tried about 500 things before I finally figured that out. It's pretty awesome. I do like to use the thicker foundations here when I am doing this. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. We're going to go ahead and see if we can go ahead and bring this up just a little bit. So we'll bring up by 1 foundation there. Then we'll use our thicker foundations. Get this out of here. There we go. Use our thicker foundations on this side. There we go. So that's sitting nicely on the ground. There we go. And we'll do this just to try to get the height level of what we want. Try to get it up so we're not seeing those resources under there, which I don't like to see. And then we're going to go to a nice Mark II miner. And that should line up very nicely. Just aim at the node, by the way, if you want to put it up real high like that. And just say that you went in and you cut out the foundation and you RP in your own stuff. Just do what you got to do. And there we go. So that's really nice. And so we're going to go ahead and also go back here and use our 1 meter foundations back here to align a blueprint to our actual extractor. I know it's going to be really cool, everybody. Oh, wait, hold on. We got something fun to do. Take it! Kismet's on the loose. Oh, God, who gave Kismet an explosive weapon? This is why you don't do it. Kismet's on a rampage. Look out. Oh, God. Take that, nature. Fix-It does not approve of nature if it's in the way of progress. Take that, bushes. There you go. All right. Problem solved. Just messing around, everybody. Just messing around. There we go. Bam. Got that done. I love the explosives. It's like my new favorite toy, everybody, in game. It's awesome. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and bring up our blueprint here, and we are going to use our extractor, and we'll use our level 1 extractor over here. It doesn't mean the extractor is level 1. The blueprint is a Mark 1. And this is supposed to turn away from us. Yes, there we go. And we're going to turn this off blueprint mode to default mode. And we're going to try to get this to snap in here. Doing something weird. Is there a gap? Like that. It's very strange. Why is it doing a weird gap? I don't know. But we're just going to nudge it into position. Which way is the out way? This way. All right, very nice. Now, in this particular case, I'm actually going to take the foundations out because what I want to do, of course, is replace it with the larger foundations, just so it's not sitting, floating up in the air. There we go. And then we take that out. So what this is a bit of a blueprint that I made that goes right around the extractor that we can go ahead and have some of our stuff already pre-done for us, like our power up there. You can see that we can go ahead and just grab this and attach that right there to our power, which is great. And then our power runs along to the front here, and then we can go ahead and tie that into our primary power. But what we really want to do is replace that power with some industrial size power, right? Some big boy power right over here that we can go ahead and put way out over there. Something like that. And then we can go ahead and just run this straight over to there. Very nice. And then we'll go ahead and take out all of this power here. We no longer need those. We can go ahead and try to figure out... Oh, we ran this to a storage before. That's right. We had put a storage down here. I remember now. And so we'll go ahead, a couple more of these out here, and then we will build a storage here. We'll leave that connected. So we also have some blueprints for storages over here. Where's our storage? Right here. All right. So the problem with this is that you're going to need a the same size foundation of whatever you use for the blueprint, which in this case is 1 meter. So we're going to go ahead and use the 1 meter so it snaps properly. And then this is the output. So we'll want to aim the arrow away from us. Like this. And there's our input. Very nice. And then we'll try to get this aligned to this. There we go. And then we'll just widen this out a little bit here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take this out of here. We're going to run it right into the input there. Very nice. Okay, now you see we have a ton of storages in here. That's going to backlog a ton of sulfur over there. All right, let's go ahead and take this out. And we're going to rework this out here a bit by having some fun. I remember doing this last time, too. Just as fun the second time. A lot of times these trees are in your way, so you just kind of clear them out a bit. It's really fun every single time. All right. clear those out a bit. So we're going to go ahead and take these out. We're going to have to take this ladder out, too. We're going to rework all this ladder stuff. Take that down as far as we can from up here. And then we are going to bring this out. Maybe another one. Like that. And eventually we want our sulfur to go off this way. So we're going to go ahead and run it out there. No, maybe another one. Another one here. Take that, tree! And get that going. And then we want to slide jump so we can get our way up here. And then look at how our sulfur is going to run down. Ah, perfect. All right, awesome. All right, so that is going to do that. And then we will go ahead and run our power down to one of those up here. So we'll go ahead and get our power back in here. Stay here in the corner. And then we can run the power from up here way down to that over there, which is already connected into the power grid, which means now we have power up here. I kind of feel like we'll do two of these. And then we'll take this one, and we'll go ahead and just run it back. Let's say over here. Let's turn the power thing, or the stairs this way. And then we can go ahead, rerun this. Down to there. Oof, don't like that. Let's run it down here first. Then we'll run it over there. There we go. Like that. Alright, that's going to start up, and it's going to start backlogging a bunch of sulfur over here as well. Now, the thing about sulfur is it's 240 sulfur, so it's got a lot. In fact, I can just be lazy and just throw a whole bunch of stuff in there like this. Make it run it in there. Or I could be even more lazy and just run over here and say, I got a bunch of sulfur in my inventory. Just throw all that in those boxes. There we go. Alright, so that's going to run that out, backlog that sulfur while we're working on the rest of the process as well. So you want to get that started up, have some sort of storage, so it can backlog a bit of it while you're working. Alright, so this is going to come out of here, and we're just going to use the actual thing here. And we're going to move this here, and we're going to go 1, 2, back. Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah. And then we're going to 90 degree this by using the straight function. Right over here to the end. And we'll go ahead and go right in the center, I'd say. Let's do this first, and then we can run the line better. We just do this first, and then we can take this out, and then put our lifter here, going down. We hit the R key to switch to reverse. And then we can just perfectly make that all in one line. And now it's going to bring that sulfur out and run that down. Then we're going to go over here so we can see the under part of this. And then we're just going to run this straight down. Very nice. Like this. And then we're just going to switch back. Now you can make the stuff run an infinite distance. I kind of feel it's a little cheesy, and sometimes it causes the redraw to not work. So I kind of, I just do the switchback method, which is the old school way of doing it. And that's pretty much it for our sulfur. Sulfur's good to go. We can just let that run. Now we just kind of dip off the side here. Whee! Turbo! Use the jetpack. All right, and what we want to do is just let this run underneath our train line here. Just kind of let it run way over to there for now. So we want to bring this down underneath here like this, and then we'll jump down here. Hopefully no baddies try to get us while we're at it. And we'll go right here on the side, and we'll get our balls here. I don't know if we're going to run some more stuff under here or not. Just in case, we'll go ahead and do that. And then need to run to here, maybe. We'll run this to there. And we'll run this straight to there so that when we run the other ones can kind of get in there also. And then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And run that across there. And this into normal mode now. Then what we're going to do is bring this down and get ourselves some foundations. Run those foundations under there. And then we'll take this one out so we can get up on these foundations. Just do it from up here. Hide our weapon. Hello! What's up, Whist? What part of the map is all your main factories at? Wow, I was just talking about that, Vitaly. That was a Kismet moment. Right over here in the ultimate pure node area, right over here where I call it the bunny, little sideways bunny there, in the forest area. So you usually start over here in the forest area. You probably know the arch right here. That's that big arch that you see running around there, that real tall arch. You just go ahead and go west from there. Run along the water line. You're going to see the waterfalls over here. Here's where the waterfalls are right there. You just run past those waterfalls along the shoreline, up through the kind of mountainous area here, and then you'll end up over here where there's just an absolute ton of pure nodes. So I absolutely love it. Right now, actually only using 3 of them right now. Of course, using the one for our limestone at maximum efficiency. Right now, bringing out our sulfur as well. And then, of course, our iron ore. We're also bringing our coal nodes from over here, which I need to go get that dismantled crate. Our coal nodes, which is weirdly not... Oh, because the thing is not in that area yet. Yes, okay, yeah, that's why it's not showing. But we're grabbing our coal nodes here, and you can see we have our train station, which is picking up the coal and running the coal back to our primary base over here. Very nice. This is 5 times stuff. Oh, that's the zooming, the signal zoom. But you can see we got a couple radar towers there. We'll put some more radar towers in. Yeah, there it is. There's our coal train. And so that's going to run back, get us more coal, and just kind of keep bringing that over. But right now, we need to get our sulfur over there. So that's what we're doing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Go again. And we're just going to keep running this straight for now. And we're creating what's known as an underrun level or a sandwich level, a logistics level, whatever you want to call it. That's what we're creating underneath here so that it's not running up above, it's out of the way down here. Oh yeah, we need some more of those. Let's go ahead and dip on up. And we'll run over here to our base and pick up a whole bunch of these. We really need to get a lot of our resources back up and running, and that's why we're working on this power over here, so we can get those resources going. I should just probably take most of that like this. There we go. And you can see we're also running those in the dimensional depot. Slowly, but we're running them in there. We'll get that all upgraded and stuff like that as we go along. We want to kind of go back under here, keep this going, and just trying to get our compacted coal going. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we already did it. We just need the line. All right. Very nice. Are we getting there? Yes, we're almost there where we can go ahead and cut left, probably right here. So we'll go here, and then we'll do a nice straight one here. So it just, oh, okay, or not. Okay, it already got it. It already got it by default. Then we're going to cut across this way. Then we're going to cut across this way so that we don't interfere with those other lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How far you can build away, everybody. It's just so good, man. It's just so awesome the way that the building works, man. You can do it very precisely from really far away, which is really, really cool. Again, I wish, you know, 7 Days to Die would take some notes, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I wish they'd take some notes from Satisfactory, man, on how their building works, man. And every game should. Because once you do this, once you've done it the way that Satisfactory does building and foundations and whatnot, then you just expect every other game to do it as well. You know, to be that good in the way that you build. Where if I want to build something underneath, I just aim at the middle. If I want it to go off to the side, I aim at the edge. If I want to go at the side of that one, I aim at that edge or this edge or that edge or at the bottom of this over here. I can put one way the heck over there underneath the thing. Or on top of it. If I wanted to, I just aim it toward the top. Look at that. Look how genius that is, everybody. That's really so subtle. But believe me, it really makes a huge difference when you're building. So you don't have to get up on top every time when you're building, or you have to get underneath, or you have to get at some weird angle. Really just having that precision in the way that your blocks work is just so good. Again, you just expect it from everybody now. It'd be nice if they did get that going on. That is for sure. All right. Wow, I actually lined that up perfectly. Wow, that was wild. Okay, so we got to turn this corner here. I'm just going to go ahead and put some of these in for now. We'll probably readjust that later. All right, so this is going to come down, and this is going to turn like this. So again, we want to have this come down. We'll go straight mode, so it gives enough room for any other lines that I might want to run down here as well. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We should save it, because I did this last time, by the way. I did a lot of this stuff last time. But it was in an auto-save, and I went back to get a sound. Exclamation choo-choo in the chat, subs. Give it a try. Turbo fix-up. But if you don't save it like this, it replaces your auto-saves with ones that you might have loaded from before. And then it gets screwed up as well.
Due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
There you go. A whole bunch of you did it. All right, nice. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so now when we get here, we'll want to get to the double one. So yeah, that's Ada for you right there, telling you what's up. Telling you what's up, brother. All right, so we're going to go ahead and bring this in here, and we'll do the default run. Yes, here. And then we're just going to split it like this, and we're going to have really a lot of fun kind of running this around the other way. And again, we're going to do double now. So we'll do this, and then you can do these really cool things now, everybody. You can actually make it into a cool curve. So we can try to go a curve if it lets us. We can do default. Really, we can't do a curve? We could do a curve last time. Maybe I'm not far enough away. I can do straight, but curve doesn't work. Aw. Really wanted to do another curve. I think we had it a little closer or something. Now, I'm not going to connect that there yet, but we'll go ahead. Maybe we can do a curve here, and then do default. How about a straight? Yikes! What the heck is going on there? What is going on? Something funky there. Is this a splitter or a merger? Huh. Something funky with that splitter. Something funky going on. I don't like it. It does not want to do that. Alright, how about we do something like this? We'll go here, and then we'll say straight to the center of this. And then we'll make a curve. Yeah, there we go. Alright, whatever makes it work. All right, so we're running that sulfur around that way so we can keep it running down the line, because we're really just running it to the first one right now, and then we're going to come back and run all the rest of these later. But at this point, we want to go ahead and, you know, kind of set it up for success later on. And then again, I couldn't remember what we had done before. I'll just say straight there, and then curve it to the next one, which is way down here. Oh, and then when we have a curved one, we try to put a splitter on it. Yeah, there we go. And then this one is going to curve around again. Yeah, there we go. Now we got the big curve. This is all just for fun, everybody. Look at the big old curve that it does. Very cool. And then this is going to split here. This is all for later. Yeah, it's too much of a curve. Too much of a curve to split that one. All right, so I'll just put this as straight so that we can split it here. And then we'll see if it lets us do our curve. Huh, these conveyor mounts are kind of messing it up. I think I have it backwards. I have it backwards. Flowing in the wrong direction. That's what it's doing. And then this to here. And then this to the splitter. And this one goes around. Too long. Here. Yeah, that's so weird, the way that that curve kind of curves back on itself whenever you have it attached to the ceiling. All right. We'll just back this up a little bit to here. Yeah, there we go. That there. And then this is just going to go straight through and actually go into the machine. All right, there we go. Just having some fun with curves. And now we've got it in this first machine, and then this first machine should start up. Let's see. Oh, I hear it going already. All right, compacted coal underway. Now we got to go ahead and put in our stuff up above here. So we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to take a foundation, put it up here, and then we're going to run this foundation all the way down. We can do all of these at the same time. Again, this is compacted coal for turbo fuel. Kind of redoing it again, even though we had done it last week. It had auto-saved it, and I'd lost my auto-save when I was doing that sound bite, because I had pulled up a previous save, and I was trying to, you know, forward it so I could get the sound bite out of it. But, you know, that's how it goes. All right, we'll take out these middle ones. Here. What that does allows us to line up the other blueprint that we're going to put up on top, which is the storage of all of this. And you can see that I have them typically color-coded, and we need 5 of those, so we're probably going to need a bunch of resources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. More concrete, more iron plates, steel pipes, steel beams. All right, let's go get it. Luckily, we got a lot of that stored right over here. Let's do it. Again, eventually we'll run out of this stuff, but we have a lot of this stuff being produced, like concrete and plates and things of that nature. But it is a finite resource right now because we're not producing anymore. Oh boy, okay, we are not enough room because we've got all of this in the way, in case industrial beams. All right, we're going to have to put some of these back in here and take out what we need. Plus a little extra. There we go. And then steel pipes over here. All right. A lot of steel pipes. Oh boy, we're going to use up a lot of those. We need to get those going again too. We got lots of these. Okay, not enough room in the inventory for these. All right, get rid of the coal. Get rid of the sulfur. We have a bunch of plants and stuff. I know right where to put them. Right where to put them leaves. right over here in our biofuel production. So we got leaves here. We can just put those right in there, and those will go ahead and process, and then wood right in there. Very nice. And then we have a bunch of other random resources on us, which we could try to put in the dimensional depot. Nope, full there. How about here? Yeah, we can put those in the dimensional depot. This here. Nope, that's full too. Anything else? We can put this in there. How about some plastic? Plastic's full too. Okay. Good to know. And then over here, I have a box of this random stuff that won't go in the dimensional depot. Don't need my Nobilis right now. I can put those in there. Oh, and those are full now too. Okay. Good to know. And there we go. Now we got some room. Okay, real easy to clear that out when you got the dimensional depot and other places to store stuff. I think we all good. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and put our compact coal storage in. So we can start to backlog that compacted coal. I always like to have a backlog of fluids, of materials, whatever it is. Just have a backlog of it and have it running while you're building. So you can basically start up a bit faster, especially when you're using manifolds, which is basically an overflow technique where it fills the first one, then the second one, then the third one, as opposed to a balancer, which will put it evenly in each one. For your fuel, you should typically use balancers, but if you've done it right and you have extra, you don't have to do balancers, and that's just saves you a lot of time and effort. For sure. All right, so we're going to put that storage up there. Notice that it actually sits right on the supports, which is really cool. And you come under here and you can see these are all green. You can kind of quick look without having to go into the building itself to see if that stuff is all working. This one's yellow over here, which means it's probably full. Let's go see why that one is yellow. 97 and not 100. Considers that as full. I don't know. Let's run it out of here and see what happens. All right, so we're going to run this up to this top part here. And we're going to run it right into there as a straight function. There we go. See if it's at level. Yes, it is. Very nice. All right, now it's going to backlog 20 boxes deep of compacted coal out of there. And we're good to go. Now, on this side, we want to take the compacted coal from up here, and we want to run it down into that over there. So, pretty easy to do. We can just go ahead and just run that straight down there. We can go ahead and take off this, take off the curve, and we can just run that from in here, and it's going to go right into the machines, which we've already set up from before. And then these should actually start up here in just a bit. Once we get our fuel attached. Now, once we disengage our fuel here, our power is going to run for a little while, but then we will eventually run out of that fuel as well. And so we're going to go ahead and run that fuel right here, and then attach the fuel in the back over here, which we can just do now. Right here. And then just attach that right in there. I do not like the way that power line is going. I got to fix that last time too. I don't like it. The second I put that in, I knew I wouldn't like it. All right, and we can also upgrade our power pole here to a nice level 2. There we go. I'm going to attach that over there. Eesh. Don't like that either. All right. We'll find a good spot. How about over there? Much better. Okay. And then this is coming down. Looks like it's going across here and is attaching out here on the road. So let's run this across, attach it over there. All right. It's yellow now, which means it's working. So now it's going to go ahead and take that fuel and run this fuel across into here as well once we connect it from over here. So let's go ahead and disconnect these. And we're going to go ahead and set up, check our max distance first. Max distance right about right there. Okay. And we'll say right here. why this thing always wants to do 3 instead of 2, but we'll make it work. Not quite far enough there. We'll do this here, right here. Here. There to there. All right, so that's going to bring it from the high side over there, which is the fuel storage. It's going to run it down here, and it's going to start running. We're going to start to see this fuel flow into all of these. Notice that the fuel is up high, and it is flowing down into the machine. Keeps it from backlogging and sloshing around in there. You want this to always be full. It's going to take a little bit for it to completely fill up. Because I'm not using all of the fuel, all 200, over time, this will go ahead and fill this up. You can see it doing it already. It will actually fill this pipe all the way up, and then you'll have a nice solid fuel there, and the pipe will always be filled. It won't be sloshing around in there and messing up your overall run. That's for sure. Yeah, there it goes. All right, turbo fuel going. Now, we actually have turbo fuel on both sides, so we do need to combine these together. And then what we're going to do is we're going to leave one of these out. So we're actually going to run this to the center of what we're running. But in this case, if you think about how much this can run, everybody, it can actually run 2 sections of this. So we're going to try to run it actually to the center like we did before. So we're actually going to disconnect 2 of these like this, and then run this one into this one. And we'll try to put this just a little bit off the road. And this will be our final destination of our turbo fuel there. But we'll want to have a bit of storage for our turbo fuel. So we're going to use our fun little turbo fuel roundy things here that I really like to use. These are always really fun. Turn the zooping off. Oh, well, just decide to get rid of it then. Right there. Not how. Whoa, okay. Thank goodness for the jetpack. Whoa, okay, this is totally not going the way I want it to go. Okay, over here. Rotate. There we go. All right. Rotate. Awkward. There we go. Now it's snapping to the right rotation. All right, we're going to put that up kind of like we have these other ones over here, way up high, so that we can kind of run that up into this top part here. We're just going to hit H. Run that into that top part there, and you see it just sits on there perfectly. I love how it sits on there. All right, there we go. And now we want to get both sides of the turbo fuel running together, and so we'll go ahead and we'll just run this down the way here. Actually, we should probably run it across and up, so it's up over the road. Run this down the center. Stay too high. We're going to run this up. And obviously, you're going to need some pipes. And we'll run this here. Across the road. And then we'll have this swing back like that. Very nice. And we might want to do something more like this. Yes. And then just have it go up. Actually, it's too short. Hold on, we'll just do this. Make this nice and long. What I'm trying to do is get it to snap to this one, but it's not going to do it unless I do a little segment down here. Then I can snap this to this, but vertically. There we go. And then we'll take this out, take that out, take this out. And then we can run this down into there. That, or we could do something more like a little vertical here. There we go. All right, so again, that turbo fuel now flowing. Then on this side, we've also got some turbo fuel that we want to connect. And so we'll put this way out here. And just run this clear across this. Right over to there. And then we can go ahead and put these in on the outputs by holding down control. It'll snap to those. Okay, that was totally not what I was trying to do, but whatever. And control click. There we go. Now we don't need this part here. That was just for running the lines. And then we'll run our pipelines in. And now our turbo fuel will start to flow from this side. And then we'll go ahead. Nice straight run here. I don't think that's going to reach. Say. This is 1, 2, maybe here. This, and then we'll make a nice 90 there. All right. Now, also what we're going to need is we're going to need some power over here because we're going to want to definitely have this pump pushing it that way so it doesn't backlog over this way. Do that. We'll have our pump go down here. On this side, we'll also use a pump to push it this way. And we'll do this. We'll bring this one down. Connect this across to the other side. Like so. Look like we have some power in here as well. So we'll just go ahead and also chain this power to there. And that should get our stuff pumping. Yes, and there we go. So now it's going to pump it up. Even though it does already have the lift power to get up to about there, it's now going to start to run in here and backlog. Yes, it is. Okay. Now, over here, what we want to do... oh, yeah, I reworked all of these power poles. Let's take all those power poles out. I remember us reworking those last time. Those power poles suck. We'll take this out. We'll take this one out. Okay, and ultimately we wanted to run to all of these. But we want to just take out all the power poles for now. You'll see why here in a bit. All the way down. There we go. Now we still have all this power running from our fuel power, but we want to replace that with our turbo fuel. So that's what we're doing. So now in here, though, there's always a little bit of it left. So you want to go ahead and go full pipe network, and you want to flush that network. I like to do it a couple times because sometimes it doesn't go away. Like that. There we go. And then once you've flushed it, you can then go ahead and bring the turbo fuel down. That turbo fuel will go right into there, and you can see now it's starting to fill up. Now, the weird thing about these particular ones, you can hear them starting up. I don't know where it has power. How come it's starting up? Because it shouldn't start up because it shouldn't have any connection to its power. Oh, somewhere it does. Over here. Aha! A little sneaky connection in the back there. All right, you stop that. So what I don't want it to actually start up. I wanted to backlog the turbo fuel into the machine and into all of the machines. And then once it backlogs that turbo fuel, we can go ahead and get it going. So how much fuel are we producing? We have over here, we are producing 18.75 times 8. There we go. Turbo fuel production output for 8 is 18.75. Putting in my little spreadsheet over here, 18.75. So I have to do this again like I did last time. 18.5 times 8. I'm just going to have the spreadsheet do the work for me. Times 8 is 150. Okay, so 150 over here is what is outputting from both sides. And then over here, it is using 7.5. So we take 150 and then number of fuel gens. Number of fuel gens is is how much this is divided by. So we divide this 150. No, we do 7.5. 7.5. There we go. How much per? There we go. And then we divide 150 divided by 7.5 is 20. Okay, so we can do 20 of these, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it down because we're also going to be packaging some of this fuel. And that kind of tripped us up last time, but this time we're going to get it going on. So we're going to go ahead and switch the recipe to package turbo fuel. It's going to be 20 per minute. So if we take 20 and we divide it by 7.5, we're going to get rid of 3 of them. Well, let's just do 4 so we have extra. 7.5 extra. We could also do 5 from 20. So we're going to have about 15 of these running. So what we're going to do is just go ahead and put some of these back in now that we had taken out before. You can see we had it already pre-done there. And then this one over here. Like this. I can see all of those, yes, nicely. Again, that turbo fuel will catch up eventually. Again, we want to fill all the pipes, fill up all of the things. You can see that this one is full because it's extended out there. You can see that turbo fuel is filled up. And again, as we produce more, as we get enough, we get it ramped up to speed. All of these should be filled up. Pull that back in. Yeah, this is still flowing. Getting its flow on right now. Yeah, it's going to take a while because it's trying to fill up all these machines at the same time. But we put it in the center so it splits it one way and the other. So over there we have 9. And this is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right there. So we want to go ahead and take these ones at the end out. So we end up with 15. Okay, and we can take out these things here because that's just taking up extra fuel. Like that. Yeah, we'll just do 15. Again, that gives us extra, allows us to backlog and package it. And we don't need to put it in the rest of that thing. We want to just come here to the end. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. And again, this should eventually make its way all the way to the end here. I never trust this fuel because it always does weird stuff. There's always some sort of weird thing going on with the fuel. And see, it's going real slow right now. It really gets up to speed when this thing is completely filled. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, when this thing's completely filled. We just got to make sure that these are all running over here at full capacity. Let's take a look. How we doing? All right, fuel looks good there. Fuel good. Compacted coal good. Over here, good. Good. All right. All the good so far. Good. Check every single one. Make sure it's all got fuel in it. Got plenty of compacted coal. Completely optimized. Yes. It's good. Okay. Those are all good. Again, our output at 18.75 times 8 is 150. And we are using 107.5 times 15. So 7.5 times 15. We're using 112. Okay, so using 112.5. And then again, our output is 17.5. Man, I forgot what it is. 18.75. 18.75 times 8. 150. 50 turbo fuel. Okay, plus we're also, there's an extra 20 in there. So we're using about 113, let's just round it up. And so we also need that additional 20. So that 20 is going to be 135 that we're going to use. And then we'll have that extra there as well. Now, I highly recommend, before you even start this up, everybody, if you have plenty of power like I do, to just let the thing backlog first. Just let it backlog into every machine. Every machine's at maximum. And then you'll start to see your turbo fuel fill up here. And I'd wait till this is about halfway and then turn it on. The fastest way to turn these off is just to take the power lines out. That's why I took the power lines out, to make that a lot easier. So I can keep those on and off as I wish. And you can see this one's going in here now. This one needs to have the power redone. I remember this. We had to redo this weird power that we had in here. Get that out of there. Where's the power connector to this? Over here on the side. All right. So run this down here. And this one here in the back. Run that down over there. Connect this one to that one, and then this over to there. And there we go. Very nice. Cover that back up. This. Get in there, you. Put that back up. There we go. All right, now we're going to have turbo fuel coming out of here, which is really cool how it just sloshes it around there. Nice. So now it's starting to package turbo fuel. We got a problem, though. All the way at the end of this, it's currently storing the packaged fuel. And so we want to go in here and readjust this. We did this last time too. We go ahead and make another box right next to it, like so. Actually, a third box. And what we're going to do is what's known as bleed the line. So we're just going to go ahead and just put a splitter in there, right here, and split this off into there. So what it's going to do is basically take all of the regular fuel and run it into this other box until we start seeing some turbo fuel coming down the line. When we see the turbo fuel coming down the line, then we'll put the turbo fuel in its own box. And now, instead of backlogging the fuel into the dimensional depot, we're going to backlog the turbo fuel into the dimensional depot with this last box right there. It's always trying to screw me over, this game, I tell you. It always turns it in such a weird way. There's the inputs right there. It should know which way to go. All right, now we can just take this part out. We'll have a little extra, we'll have some turbo fuel in this other box, but that's okay. And then we're going to go ahead and run that into there. And now we have the turbo fuel going there. Any turbo fuel from over here, move over to there. We can go ahead and throw our packaged fuel. Actually, I don't have to throw it away. I can just throw it in here. Hold down Control. It'll pull all of it out of my inventory. And then it's going to run that into the dimensional depot, which I can just go, say, turbo fuel here. And now we got, like, super fuel. Whee! Which is pretty awesome. So that's going to go ahead and package that away. And before I know it, I'm going to have a full stack of turbo fuel that I can use for whatever I need. All right, this is all looking good here. Again, you want to see those pipes fully separated. You want to see that pipe nice and full like that. Very nice. And then we want to see our container here getting up. There we go. Okay, again, wait till it's about half full. And then we will start that up. Okay, now while we're waiting for that, we can just go ahead and work on the next one. Again, we're going to do these in groups of, do this one in groups of 15. The next one's not going to have a packager, so that extra 20 that we have over there, we're going to use in the next one as well. So we're going to go over here and look at this cool little curved one that we did. Very fun. Well, we're not going to take that out yet because that's actually powering what we're doing. Yeah, we would just do that at the end. But it doesn't really matter, but I'm not using that much power. in the whole entire factory. You can see that I'm using, oh, it doesn't have any connection right now. You can see that I'm only using over here very little power. Oh, this one's disconnected because we disconnected the power over there. Oh, I forgot about that. That was another thing that we fixed previously. That's right. So we want to go run this down over here. I remember that now. And then we were running this over here. Instead of running that across, we can just run this down. And then this, we can try to connect in to our primary line run. Just not that way. Right here or right here. There. There we go. Now it's connected into the rest of the factory. Yeah, because I had it running from here into that next one and so on, but it's best to have it separate. Now we should be, yeah, there we go. Now we can see the rest of the factory. We can see that we're producing around 4,500 now. We went down from 8,500. And our overall consumption is 2,000. So we're not really consuming all that much because I don't have a lot of factories running right now while I'm working on my power. You can also see that it was using battery power to work there while I was working on my other stuff. So good to have that battery power so it didn't shut off. And then now we can see we've got a nice consistent line. Now, of course, this is going to boost our power right back up again once we are ready to start it. Again, I would definitely wait until it's ready. Definitely wait. All right, we're getting there, getting there. Letting that run. Oop. Ran out of turbo fuel. Now we got 50 in there. All right, what can I do? I can be running the power lines. Run those power lines to here. I know I'm not going to like that. Here's what we'll do. We'll do this. Divert this one. Here. Connect it in there. There we go. All right. So what we want to do is run our power lines down. I just run them down the line like this. We can still gap those across there. Like so. And then this is crooked. Don't like it. Gonna take it back out again. Get it somewhere in the center. There we go. And then just do that one by itself. Now, the trick to this is using your power line, not power pole. Your power line will let you sit this up on top of stuff like this, which is awesome. There we go. So now we got our power lines all ready to go. Once we get our turbo fuel backlog over here as well. Let's see how we're doing. That's close enough. All right, we're ready to start up. So we'll start from the very end here. And we'll get our turbo fuel back online. Like so. There. Power pole, so we have some more connections. All right, now look at that power jump. Ba-boom! All right, should jump back up to 8,500. That's what we want to see. 8,500. Should do that sometimes. This is a weird thing where it gets right to the edge and then it won't read beyond that edge. Strange. There it goes. All right. Yeah, actually a little less power because we took some out that we were doing for fuel before. But we definitely want to make sure that we do have that extra turbo fuel always in there so that we have a nice consistent power. All right, easy. Got that done. GG's. Now, if we don't have the stuff in there, again, we're outputting. Let's see, fuel output. If we don't have those in there, we have 150 fuel being output, and we can use 20 of them. And I would probably cut it down to 18 just so you have that, again, that extra turbo fuel. So now what we want to do is do that same thing again, but down here. So what we're going to do is just build another one right here since we have all the compacted coal and everything right here. We'll just go ahead and leave ourselves a little gap here, what I like to call a little road. Like that. I see you guys out there. Don't think I don't see you over there, you crazy monsters. Alright, and then more of our blueprint snapping. Right over here. Yeah, just so awesome to just be able to put down a bunch of foundations like that at the same time. Okay, same thing again over here. So I think we have a blueprint for this. We do, turbo fuel refineries. And we want it to go this way. We want to get out of blueprint mode. And the arrow should be going this way. And we'll get over here just so we have it nice and lined up. This. Yes, that's lined up there. And then we'll leave a little bit of room so we can run the pipe there, so we do that one, and then we got to nudge it. That's right, we got to nudge it over. So let's line it up first. How many nudges was it? I can't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4 nudges. Let's go read the blueprint. 3 nudges. See, 3 snap nudges. I wrote it in the blueprint. Look at me, how smart I was. Thank goodness. Because I didn't remember. Oh, blueprint. There we go. All right. So it's 3 bumps over to make room for the ones on the other side. You'll see why here in just a sec. Nudge this over. Now, if you notice that the 2 blueprints don't match up to each other in the white lines, that's because when you put one down, this is actually going now to the refinery and not to the actual pipe that's sticking out here. So that will trip you up, so keep that in mind. But you do want to put it up there, and then I'm going to nudge it 1, 2, 3 away from me, like that. And then cross connect is here. And again, this makes room for the ones on the other side that we'll just put down manually. And we'll go like this. Away from us. Hit H. Honestly, I can't remember how far this is. Let's go right here. 1, 2. So 2 beyond the thing. 1, 2. And we got to get the fuel 1 lined up with the fuel 1 here. Over here as well. 1, 2, 3. Again, line the fuel input. Let's see if that works. Nope, looks like 4. Gotta get the first one right, and then you're good. Actually, I could just line it up to the one that's over here. Even smarter idea. H. Okay, now it's lined up to this one, and then I just nudge it, because you can nudge really far now over there, and then we know that's lined up the way that that one was and has the same distance. Yeah, very nice. All right, then we just go here, and then we hit H, 1, 2, 3, right there. Again, because we had figured out all of this last time, exactly how to line these up. 3. do these really quickly. 2, 3. And then we'll run our stuff down here. And here. Get all these in. Then we want to line these up. That's what we want to do. Do this. And going that way. Thing here. Line all these up, hopefully. Man, I got a whole system for this here. Very nice. Okay. Now, what that allows us to do is to take our lifters and snap them right there. Take these out. That'll make it easier. Snap. Oh, okay, or not. There we go. There we go. That one did it. That one snapped. And snap. Alright, there we go. And then we get up here on top. Ooh, man, that turbo fuel. Makes you rock and roll there. And these across here. These ones on this side are already attached because of the blueprint. Now we're just running our lines here to get that compacted coal through there. Very nice. Now, the compacted coal that's being produced over here is just a little bit more than what's needed here. But we can combine both compacted coals so it's on the same line so we can chain it through eventually. But we'll need to do the next factory first, then combine the both lines, then we can run it across here. And then we can just chain the factories until we hit that maximum belt speed. And then also any extra will be able to flow into any of those. So you can just say 125 being produced divided by 480, which is the speed of our belt. We could do almost 3, so we'll just do 2 of them together. And then the next one we will run it under and have it come through the other side. So again, you can do this in clusters of 2. We do 2. And then 2 again, and then the last one will be by itself because there'll be 5 of these. Okay, so we got that working. We got those all connected. We got all of our pipes in. Looks good all the way down. All right, now we need to do our front pipes here. Same thing over here, except for this one's going to run across to here, and then run down to the next group way down here. So let's say that this is going to be where our pipes are going to run. Right here. We need to do another save again. Right here, second turbo fuel group. There we go. And we'll have this up by 2. And so we will also want to run our power too. Is our power running right here? Here, I think I remember I did it at an angle. So it wouldn't run into the pipe. Over here. Yes. And this one we can just chain back here. Now that one has fuel for power. That's there, and then we can do our power here. And these are all set up to just easily all chain together. There we go. Should all have power now. Oh, we need to connect these 2 together this way. There we go. And then we should see all the red lights go out. We should see yellow lights, which means it's waiting for resources over there. And we also want to run the fuel back this way. We have this one. This one we're going to run. Back here. Probably utilize this. Let that fuel go right into there. How I want to run that fuel, probably out here a little bit. Around this input. Yikes, nope. Yeah, we'll have a curve around. Oh, that's cool. Alright, like that. Alright, and then this go to there. Like that. Yeah, this pipe is definitely in the way. Here's what we should do. Yeah, much better. Much better. All right, there we go. Kind of rework that. That'll get that fuel starting to pump over here now. Into here. Yes, okay. So that's going there. And that's eventually going to turn this off, these two off. That fuel's going to go there. Then we want to run this over to here. Just going to take all this out. Let those run till they run out of fuel. Get all this stuff out over here. There we go. You do the inputs on both sides. I finished the Sledgehammer Saga series. Cool, Lord Winter. What's up? Yeah, it's really fun. I like doing the sledge. I usually use the sledge. This time I'm using the spear because I don't use it all that much. Every time I play, I try to play something a little different to see how it plays. Always a fun way of playing. Big time. Oh man, I'm crushing it in 7 Days to Die. Big time. Having a good playthrough. Really good playthrough. Alright, this one into there, into there. Here, into here. And we're gonna turn that as a straight. Onto there. Here's what we'll do here. We'll just do this ahead of time. Yeah, there we go. Do that ahead of time. Then we're gonna run this down here. Input both of these. Cross those. set here. Down the center. And we're going to get our foundations. I don't know. It seems to be rotating it in a weird way. So you start getting it going, and then all of a sudden it'll snap in and rotate the right way sometimes. Who knows? All right. Move on. Wow, really already? That was fast. Okay, so this is going to be our next one here. And this is going to come down into there, but we want to let that kind of run out of fuel. And our other turbo fuel now is providing the power. So we can then phase this out. We took out all of our fuel here, which was just running one section of these, right? So it's running one section, but our turbo fuel is running two sections of it. So basically we're 2-timesing our power for every fuel that we're coming out, which is great, because that's what you want. So we're doubling our power, then we're doubling it again, and doubling it again, and so on and so forth. You can see that this one is running all of these, all 15 of these, and then this one, which is running to that, is going to run the next 18 of the next ones. And then we're going to need a lot more of that eventually. Oh, almost died. Almost died from that deal there. Okay, so we've got to get the output of this all the way down the road. So we're going to go ahead, run this one up from, just run it up from here. There we go. Get our pumps in. When in doubt, add a pump. Just chain this one back to this one. We need a good time to save. Getting more done. Good time to save, because sometimes when you're doing these level 2 wall outlets, it doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. Alright, and then there we go. Alright, so now we got that power chained across there. We've got that plugged into there. Got this power chained as well. Put in our pump. Connect it down here. This one this time. Fill that back in. Okay, so our pumps should be good. Okay. We got our pumps going in there. We got our fuel going in there. We've got this going up. And we want this to come across and end up over here. I think we're going to be able to get a straight one into that. Straight across. Now we need to run this at max distance. Right about there. Again, just kind of redoing some of this. Can't remember how far we got last time, but we'll get it done. There we go, and then up into there. We can start to backlog that eventually. All right, now we need to get our compacted coal going. Do our little jump technique here, slide jump. Okay, so we need our second one of compacted coal. And we want to put our storages down. We didn't put all of our storages down at once. We should have done that. Got sidetracked. Storages. That's... Alright, need some more resources. I see it over there on the side. I tagged all the resources I needed for this, but then I didn't build them all out, so then I used the resources for other things. Alright, some more here. And then these. This. Oh yeah, we got problems. We got problems there. Just about out of those. We're going to try to get 2 of these up and running so that we can go ahead and basically just scaling up our power now. Eventually, by the way, this will package so many of those that I won't need it to package anymore, and it'll backlog, and then I'll get that extra fuel, which I can use for more generators, which I will do later on. I'll do that later on. Oh, storages. That's what we were doing this way. All right, let's finish out these storages. For all of these. Good. Again, we're running out of our steel items. We're going to need to get those back up and running. There we go. Okay, so now our next line, we want to run that one out. Here. Just keep this tidy. We will run it this way. Could have doubled this up, run multiple lines, but that's okay. Always change it later when we upgrade all of these belts, which we will do eventually. Okay, so now, which one are we doing? This is the first one. Then this would be the second one here. So this one, go directly. This one, and that will go directly into there. Okay, now the sulfur we're already running at a higher rate, so we can already go ahead and put the sulfur straight in there because we're running the sulfur out at a 240, and we only need 120. So, but we should go back and double check it. See how much sulfur we can squeeze out of that node, because our belts are going 480, so we should be able to squeeze out a lot of sulfur. Can't remember if I overclocked it or not. All right, we also got to fix our ladder over here. That was the other thing I was going to work on. Where's this other ladder? Right here. Take that out. Okay, now's the fun part. Should have done the ladder from up there, but we do what we gotta do. Okay, so we'll remake the ladder out here for a moment. Just get up there. And then we'll bring the ladder back down again so we can have it lined up. Ladder. Okay. We can put it right here without it. Without it interfering. Maybe we'll just push it out a little bit. Better idea. Alright, we'll push that out a little bit. We'll just do this. So we can stand out here. Run that ladder. Yeah, perfect. Take this ladder out. Way up here so we don't have to mess with it later. And ladder down. Always makes my stomach sink every time I do that. Every time I just jump off like that. But it's fun. This is why we have our jetpack going. Oh, perfect. Wow. That ended up quite well. Alright, take all that out. Again, better to fix our ladder first. Then once we have our ladder fixed, then we can go up here and figure out what's going on with our sulfur. There's always some other thing that you're working on each and every time. Oh, we forgot to do our supports out there either. We'll probably do that later or never. One of the two. It'll be later or never is how that will happen. We also got to take a break, too, coming up on a couple hours there. We already got it going on. Let's see. Already passed a couple hours. What is our current output of our sulfur? Current output is 240 per minute. I say we boosty it right over here with some power shots. Yeah. Extraction node maximize. Alright, 600 per minute. Probably more than the belt can do. But should have done that in the beginning. Then it would add a whole backlog of sulfur. Alright, so we're maxing that belt to 480 right now. I like that little curve there. That's cool. A little fun curve there. So again, yeah, our belts are 480. Just double checking. Yep. 480. So we've maxed that output so that we can make sure that we have enough that goes into both of those at the same time. And eventually, as we get the next one, that'll go up even higher, but we need the faster belts as well. So, all right. So now we get 2 of these going. Let's go see how we're doing inside here. All right, how we looking? Are we getting everything in? We got coal, we got sulfur. We've got to let it run out into the storage. Over here. Let's go ahead and put these in. So, let's just do this on all of these while we're thinking about it. This way, when we start these up later, they'll automatically go right into the storage. There we go. All right, 2 out of 5 running. I like it, I like it. And now what we can do is add a merger right here. Swap to a merger, which is going out that direction. All right. Now we can take this out, and we can just run this nicely. right down in there. And then we'll go ahead and merge these two together. Like this. Now we're getting... Oh, that's not straight. Like that. There we go. Now both of those are merging together, so you're getting 120, 120, you're getting 240. I'm actually producing 125. I only need 120. So that's basically 250 that's running down the line. But we also need to take some of that and run it to this side over here. And it just reduces the complication of everything you're doing. Now you can just chain it to the next one and the next one in a modular style. And it'll take a little while for that to get all that down to where it needs to go as it kind of backlogs a bunch of that. And you'll see it start up there. I'll help it out a little bit with the stuff I have on me. And now it's starting to produce that turbo fuel. That turbo fuel will then go ahead and run out of there, run up there, run all the way up there and start to backlog along all this piping, and then backlog over there, and then eventually we'll feed it into these and we'll start all those up. So that is good to go. All right, nothing else I need to do over there. Let's go down here and work this side. And we're going to go ahead, again, just do ourselves a favor by taking out all of these power lines. And you can do a power line dismantle. I don't think I've ever bothered to do that. That's cool. Oh, took it out. That's a cool way of doing that. You just hit G and you can just do power lines. I don't know what those two power lines are going to, but I'm taking them out. Probably some hypertube or something over there. Dismantle power line. Okay. Felt like that did something weird there. Those out. Okay, and again, the reason why we're dismantling the power lines is so that we can have it backlog all that turbo fuel. First, I'm letting it backlog into here. And again, it'll take a little while for the compacted coal to get started, but you can see it says turbo fuel now. We do want to flush this entire system of any fuel that was in here. We just kind of let it run out first, and then we just flush. I would do it multiple times, everybody. I've had this problem many times where I had to flush it multiple times, so now I just do it by default. And then we're going to have it fill up all of this with turbo fuel, each one of the machines here, and then we'll reconnect the power, and this should be good. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll go ahead and put a total of 10 on this side. Can we fit that one in there? No, because we have the thing there. Okay, that's okay. We'll leave that out. So we want to go down to 18, which we already are at 18. All right, awesome. Because this is 10 and 10. So this would be a total of, let's get up here on the top. Oh, okay, or we can miss it. Whatever you feel like doing, guy. Up on the top. Nope. Get up on the top of there. Stand up on the thing. There we go. This is 10 and 10, right? So again, making it easy to do the math. You can see I'm missing one there and missing one here, which is basically to reduce it so you're not using too much of the fuel. Again, reducing it a little bit makes it where you're not having that sloshing, you're not having that on and off, on and off, on and off all the time. You end up with a bunch of extra, and you have this backlog mentality. And that's the way I'm playing in this particular playthrough, where everything has a backlog and doesn't run at exactly 100% efficiency. It runs at slightly less, right? So that, again, you have that extra stuff for packaging turbo fuel or whatever it is you need to do. So there's a total of 18 there. So that should just start up, by the way. You shouldn't have to do anything else. That'll run all 18 of those. It'll actually run 20 of them. But we're going to run 18 and go from there. How's our turbo fuel? We get any turbo fuel in here yet? Nope. Still working on it. Still working on getting that coal in there. All right, come on, let's go. Let's get it going. Oh, actually, we could just leave that connection. Get the connection going over here. So that when we do get the turbo fuel, up to speed over there. It'll automatically just run that right there and then split it that way and this way at the same time. We'll see like an instant change in the turbo fuel here from what it said before, which was fuel. Again, we got a lot of these to do. A lot. All right, we're looking good there. These ones probably waiting on that. Oh, waiting on. Oh, that's right. We have to do our sub connections. I forgot to do our connections over here. Actually, this one can be taken out. I forgot to do our connection between our two different blueprints there. There we go. Glad we came back and checked it. Nice. All right, now we're talking. And looking for any of them that are yellow and not green. Like, why is this one green? Oh, I can see why. I can see why right there. Yep, that did not. Splitter did not go where it should have went. All right, let's go ahead and fix this. This out, this one out. I knew there was something funky about that one. Didn't snap very well when I went to snap it in the thing. Yeah, there we go. Now we'll run that in there again. Again, always good to come back, troubleshoot, make sure you got green lights all around. Puts a little bit of extra in there for that one. We should have green lights, green lights, green lights, green lights. All right, yes, okay. Turbo fuel is up and running. Again, it's going to take some time to get up to speed. Especially since we had to run the rest of that fuel and run the rest of that, fix that compacted coal there. But it's all good. And we're outputting at max capacity. Now is when I go through and I look at each one. Make sure that you're getting compacted coal and fuel. Kind of like you can walk away from it now kind of thing. Once you see both of those are filled up and that the bar is going across, I check every one every single time. This is how I find mistakes, errors, or omissions, which I did all of those things just now. It happens all the time. And you forget one connection, you forget one thing. But if you're really good, you're a great problem solver. So the second you see that it's not working, you know exactly what the problem is. Okay, wait, hold on. I forgot to do the pipe connection. I forgot to, when I put the thing in, it wasn't lined up properly. So now I got to fix the alignment. You usually know what it is right away. That's having good troubleshooting skills. And then that should maximize our output. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, our pipe's widening out now. Very good. Widening out that pipe. Pipe's filling up. Look at that, gonna max out. Ooh, mama, go baby. Love to see it. All right. And that is going there. And then we should start to see some of this turbo fuel make its way into the, oh yeah, okay, so yeah, now it's flowing in both directions, and that's a lot. It's got to fill up the pipes. Remember, the pipes are like storage, so it's got to fill up the pipes, and it's got to fill up all of the things at the same time. And I would definitely let this kind of pre-run first before you start it up, especially if you're not using... See, the problem is if you're using up all your power and then you start messing with your power, boom, your power goes off. So I try to, before I go in to build a bunch more factories, which are going to use up a lot more power, I scale up my power first. And it makes it easy for me to go ahead and add more. Now, if I do run out of resources, I'll just use the power that I have to make more of those resources and scale up my turbo fuel over and over again. Until I get to the point where I have an insane amount of turbo fuel. It'll be crazy, a crazy amount. And basically, we're just going to double our power, double it again, and double it again, right? Just keep doubling and doubling and doubling as we go along, which is pretty awesome. Kind of feel like we want to go ahead and divert. After this one, we'll want to divert all of these lines back that way. Look at this. We've got three of these not even doing anything. So we can do 3 more of those over there. Not sure we have the resources for it, but we could definitely try to get it going on. And this one's going to this one, and then we're going to need to probably take that out and move this up a bit. So that doesn't have to be really far away. So all we got to do is get these other factories in for the turbo fuel. That'll tell us how long that turbo fuel thing is going to be. And then go from there. So we need 3 more of these. So let's go to our blueprints. We'll say we need 3 of these. Oh, okay. Got enough to do it. All right, let's just go ahead and go all in now. Here we go. Run this along here, saying this is going to be our road area, and we'll leave a gap here. We're going to go to it. Oh, actually, I need more than 3 of those. We need times 2, so it's going to be 6 of those. Odor and copper sheets. All right, we can do this. We can do that. We got that over here. I think we actually have those going to the Dimensional Depot. Actually, if we use those, it'll run more of those in the Dimensional Depot for us. And in the end, we should end up with enough. We don't have to run all the way back. That's the whole point of the Dimensional Depot, is we have to keep running back and forth all the time. And that's what we're trying to eliminate by going and grabbing a bunch of immersive spheres. Eliminate that problem. This is also why you want to make a lot of plates and a lot of concrete, so that, you know, when you're expanding your base, expanding all the time, that it's just constantly putting that stuff back into the Dimensional Depot, which is what it's doing at 5 times the speed right now. It's putting it in 5 Dimensional Depots at the same time. All right, we'll get over here and line this up nicely. Looks good. No, maybe a little bit forward. There we go. And then a little bit of room for the pipe to run along the side. And then we know to put this over here. We're going to hit H. We're going to get here. Oh, did I do the connection across on the output? Oh, I just thought of that. 1, 2, 3. Right there. Can I do this connection here? I did. Look at me go. Way to go, me. All right. Best time to do that is right away. Otherwise, you'll forget that connection, too. So let's do this right away. Very nice. Okay. And again, I'm just lining it all up so it's a consistent distance, so that when I'm running belts and things, it'll line up. All right. Then this over here. Once again, we'll just snap this down. We'll hit H. We know that one's lined up to this one. We'll just go double check. Yes, it is. And, oh, we have it backwards. The game is always trying to troll me in one way or another. Always turned it the opposite direction of the direction I'm trying to run it. Always trying to troll you, chat. All right, right there. And then we know what to do here. 1, 2, 3. H, 1, 2, 3 with our arrow, left arrow. Hold down control, hit H, 1, 2, 3. Good to go. All right. Let's go ahead and get all of our. Actually, I wonder if we do our lift lines, be a little easier. Let's do our lift lines first. So we're gonna do this. And then this splitter's gonna go that way. Line up this time. Yep. Take these out. It does not line up. Let's bring this one down. There we go. Get that started a little better. We'll just leave this one here at the bottom to help us line up. One over here. Go. That's good. Take all those out. And it's kind of easier to do the lifters first, so that the pipes are not in the way while you're working those. Kind of tripping it up a bit. Oh, nothing there. Hope you don't mind if I speed up. Nice. Okay, got all that done. Now we'll do our pipes. And we'll remember this time to do our cross connection here. There we go. Then all of our pipes down there. It's crossing between the two different blueprints that I have. We have to do that cross connection. Blueprint is not big enough to have all of those in there with the offsets that we want. All right, that's all good. We can go ahead and do our power. Putting that there, connecting these across this way. That one to there. This one to here. Then coming down here. Running that one. Actually, just run that one to that one. There we go. Even easier. And then we'll want our fuel to come in. Like this. Right in there. We could probably just go straight out to here. Maybe piggyback on one of these. Where's our fuel? Our fuel is here. Run that in and piggyback onto that one. Sounds like a plan. We'll run that one across. Might be a bit far, but we'll see. Yep, not too far. Bringing the fuel and piggybacking off the top of the other one that we ran here. I mean, we're just running it 3 up, so now we're running this one back along the same kind of line, and this one is curving around going that way, and this one's coming in here, and this should start to basically flow that fuel in there. Absolutely. And now we need more compacted coal. So again, everybody see how we're scaling up, scaling up? It's awesome. Absolutely love it when it works smoothly. Now we just need to run another one of these straight across here. Take this one out. And we'll get that going down into there. And we'll dip around over here. Get this here. This up. See how awesome that is? You can do that from so far away. It's just so cool every time. It's cool every time. Yeah, we might want to combine these while we're at it. All right, let's combine it here. All right, time to combine some of these lines here. Might as well do it now so that we're not messing with our power later on with a triple run here. So this one is going to run to the left side, not a curve. This one should just be default. There. And this one is going to come out of there. That's going to combine there. And here. Into there. Okay. Took that one out. And then we're connecting here. We can use this one for reference, which is nice. Now this is actually going to cause my factory to go off if I'm not quick. So we want to be quick about it. And that one's going to go around into there. This one is going to come out of the middle one and go straight into that one. Very nice. And then this one is actually going to go back into this one here. Oh, nope. Screwed that up. This goes into there. This goes into there. That goes into there. Nope. That's also not right. This goes into there. There we go. Okay. Now, we got that. Looking good. And then we can, again, since we're running so much sulfur, go ahead and just run that sulfur right into there. And again, we need 25 times 5. So 25 times 5 is 125. 480 divided by 125 is 3.4. Okay, so good. We can fit that sulfur into 3 of those, right? So we can get 3 of those running right now without it running out of sulfur or any other resources. So this should be good. They're all good. All right, so there we go. 3 of them ready to rock and roll. Let's go. And by the way, while we were doing all this, it was packaging a crazy ton of fuel. Now we have 200 stack right here. Bam. Nice stack of 200. And again, it's still packaging. We'll have a whole box of it. It'll just keep throwing it in the dimensional depot. Now what we want to do is to think about the output of this down here. The output of this is 25 per minute. 25 per minute times 5 is 125. 125 times 3 is 375. All right, cool. So we can combine 3 of these together and chain that down the line. So we'll want to do another merger right here now. Hopefully we're doing all of our math correctly. Dish into there. That back into there. Then these 3 together. Yeah. There we go. Nice and straight. Okay, so all 3 of those compacted coals working perfectly. And again, I set this up so it's kind of modular. So one thing will connect into the next, so we don't have to do it. Now, the only thing you want to do separate is the fuel. But the compacted coal, because it's only going at 125 times 5, or 125 times 3, 375, which is less than our belt speed, which is 480. And so we can run it to all 3 things, run the item to all 3 things at the same time without it running out of compacted coal, which is awesome. But it's going to take a little bit for it to get it. Now, sometimes at the end, the ones at the ends are starving for resources. So you definitely want to let that kind of spin up and get it up into full spin mode right over there. And we're still waiting for our fuel to backlog. I think our fuel is probably done by now. Let's go take a look. And again, this now is the thing that's running the entire base. That one set of thing. Let's go see how our turbo fuel is looking in here. Oh, okay, we're getting there. Not quite halfway yet. Usually like to be around halfway. But it's certainly getting there. Yeah, see how we're busy doing other things. We're kind of letting that backlog. Oh, yeah, it's really making a move on it now. Letting that backlog for a little bit. That's probably good enough. Again, it has to be about halfway. I like to have a bit of backlog here before I start it up, because it acts as a buffer, but really more of a balancer. So it's kind of balancing that fluid. So if there's a little bit not enough or too much, it can go ahead and balance it. Now, because I have extra turbo fuel that my stuff's actually not going to use, it's actually going to eventually fill this all the way up. So if I do have to start it up again, I have 2,400 of it just backlogged in there. See, I'm always thinking about what if it cuts off the power, right? What if I put too much stuff on there, it cuts off the power, and then I have to start it up again? Well, if I have to start it up again, guess what? I got a huge backlog of it. A huge backlog of that, and a huge backlog of battery power if I need that as well. That's probably good enough. We'll go ahead and start this up. Good enough. And then we can go ahead and work on our power at the end here. All right, here we go. These are already pre-filled. Our stuff here, nice and full, which is what we want to see. Again, we can wait for it longer and let it backlog, but it will do it over time anyway, so we're okay to start up all of these right now. Matter of time and effort, like anything in life. Time and effort for the win. And there we go. Get our power jumping. Jumping. Yeah, I got all that power up good. Look how close it was on the line there, too. Still didn't need my batteries, though. Again, this is why I haven't added more things to the factory. Come on, show me where we're at. 8250 again. Nice. But using less fuel than we use. We're using 2 of the fuels we were using before for the same amount of power. Well, a little less than the same amount of power. We're using 2 instead of 5. So now we have 3 more to do this same thing. And so we're going to be doubling our power and then doubling it again. Or almost doubling it again. So very, very cool. And now that we have that power running, we can go ahead and take these ones out at the end eventually, because we're going to put these over on the next row for the next next couple that we're going to do. And again, this should be good to go here. I feel like that's good to go. Yeah. All right. Let's get over here and finish out these over here. And, oh, we got to combine this one. We still got work to do on this one. This one actually not doing anything right now. The turbo fuel it's producing, it's not running anywhere. This is the third one. So this one's going to be producing a bunch of fuel here in a moment. We've got to get it over here backlogging so we can get some use out of it. Because it's going to start up right now. It's already running. It needs to have somewhere to go. And you can hear it flowing through the pipes. Yeah, let's hear it flowing. Cool. Okie dokie. And this. And back into there. And once again, we'll have this just go straight up. Oh wait, we already got one here. Yeah, we'll do it over here. That's how we did last time. Straight up like that. Into there. And then, again, we want to move this one closer because we don't need it way out there, because eventually we will hit the barrier. There is a barrier out there. But what we want to do on these next ones is try to basically see how much more room we need over here for these. Let's put down some more of these turbo thingies. And we'll just get this going. This, and then each two. Connect this. This would be 1, 2, 3. This would be 4, and this is going to be the road there. This one, we already have a road. Alright, awesome. And then we need some more. A lot more of these. Our stuff here. Gives a little bit more room to build. Then we want to go over here and work on our road a little bit. Again, the arrow should be pointing this way. Our road a going. That one snapped properly. It did not. Just realized it wasn't on blueprint mode. And thus, it probably snapped weird. Sent me in outer space on that one. A little lag there. Probably a little save lag. Alright, get in blueprint mode. There we go. Trying to trip me up. It's just trying to trip me up again. I tell you, always trying to trip me up. Just stay here. Change this power back. That one to that one. Okay, we have one more of our turbo fuel here to do. We'll do the backside of this turbo fuel and all that stuff later. What are we missing? Steel pipes. All right. Well, we ran out. Can't do anymore. We took it as far as we could go. But now we got to work on our stuff. So whatever I run out of, that's the thing I'm going to make. Right? So in this case, I need to go make some more steel pipes and steel rods. Or steel beams. So we're going to run over here and we're going to work on that. Now, luckily, we've got a bunch of coal running over here, and we have some pure nodes that we haven't even tapped into. I mean, we used them at the beginning of the game, and we used them to make a whole bunch of resources, but now we're not using them at all. They're just sitting here, and we're going to tap into them and utilize them right over here. What are we using this coal for? Oh, for making some explosives. All right, we're going to use this one right here. And we're going to use that coal that's coming down that line there, which is coming from way over on that other side. Eventually, I'll send a train over there to grab it and whatnot. But for right now, we just need to make some resources. So I'm going to kind of build the factory right over the top of the node here. So this will be the center of it. And I'm going to build the factory in that direction as opposed to encroaching on this one, which we're going to build something different over there. So right now we want to go ahead and put a nice Mark II miner in there, but we can't do that because we don't have any steel pipes. Oh, life is like that, isn't it? It's like that, isn't it? All right, we're going to put a crafting bench down, and we're going to go make our own because we have a bunch of this in the dimensional depot, and we'll go ahead and get it going. All right, do we have enough now? No, we need 1A. So we need some coal. Oh, well, maybe we can already make some. Maybe we got some in the dimensional depot. Let's go see. Ingots. We sure do. Forward thinking. Again, I already have some coal in there, and thus I can go and use the coal and the iron that's already in there to make some more of those, and just squeeze by. With some of these. Now, again, probably waited a little too long. I could have used the steel pipes to make more steel pipes, which is basically what we want to do here. Okay. We're going to run that way for a minute while we look at it. We're also going to try to help it line up to the world grid by kind of doing something like that. There we go. So better we kind of rotate this a little bit more and line it somewhat to the world grid. It's not going to be exactly to the world grid, but it's going to be better than not trying to line it up. That's pretty good. That's the world grid grid there, and I'm going to align it to the extractors grid because that's cool. That's why. Because it's cool. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. That's all you need to do. And then take a foundation. It'll just snap right on there. You don't have to hold down control or nothing. I used to think you have to hold down control, but you don't have to do it. You can just do that. All right, now it's perfectly aligned to the grid of that. I don't like the way that that's sitting. I'm going to go ahead and bring it up by 1. And then I'm going to remove all of this. This is just to get it started. And then we're going to do 2 of those. I'm going to take this out. We're going to go ahead and put back in our miner. All right, like that. Looks good. And then we're going to take out the ones underneath. Oh, I did not want to do that. My bad. Just dawned on me. I didn't want to do that because I have to do the blueprints as well. But that's okay. We'll just redo it again real quick. Got ahead of myself there. It does happen. We're nice and straight. There we go. Bingo. Lock that in. Take this out, this out. We already know we want to go up by 1. So we can go ahead and go here. Take all these out. I have to put the extractor in first, otherwise the blueprint. Otherwise you can't put it in once you put the blueprint in. This is good. This is out. Then we'll just widen this out. Help with putting our blueprint in. And then we've got our blueprint here for our extractor. Turn it around the other way. Weirdly, it has this weird offset. But oh well. And then like this. You can see it goes right around our extractor, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. And then we're going to want to get our bigger foundation so it looks like it's sitting on the ground. Like this. And then this. Like that. Very nice. Alrighty. Oh, because there's power in the back. That's why. Power connector back there. Alright, now we need some power. So we're going to go ahead and grab some power from this one over here. And we'll just kind of turn it and set it over there. And we'll run that right there. And then we have our stuff pre-done in here, so we can just go ahead and connect that right there. And that's going to start up. Alright, like it, like it. Don't like the way this wire is going, though. Let's go ahead and take this wire, run it off the side here like we did before. Just kind of run it right through there like that. Keep that wire down just a bit. Okay, so we're going to run that out, and we're going to start to stack this. I'm probably going to end up moving that out of the way. I can sense it already. See how we have that stacked there, where we have this stacked up on top of it. Where we have the extractor and then all of the things that it's going to do up there. Like this. This one we have a thing. Which is this blueprint? Oh, we could have been using this blueprint. M2 extractor Mega Mini. Oh, we should be using our Mega Mini. You know what? Let's do it. Let's use our Mega Mini instead. Over here, and we'll take these foundations back out. I forgot we had done one of those. Extractor Mega Mini. Right here. Oh, okay. That's much nicer. I made the thing here, but I totally forgot I had done it. We used the other one up on the top there, too. We could have went and... replace that one too. Maybe we'll do it later, or maybe we'll do it never. We'll find out. And we'll take this one out. And we'll put our bigger foundation in there. That. Same thing here. Connect that up to there. Oh yeah, this one we have on the side for a priority switch. Exactly why that's there. When we get to those, and then we have to connect this into here. There we go. All right, now we're getting something. And yeah, and this one's set up so I can set it up on top. Yeah, those other ones are the generic ones, but that's okay. We'll leave that one up there. We'll go ahead and use this one for our nicer one here. And we want to go ahead and do a wall window, apparently. Use a window to try to get our foundations lined up. Where do we have this? We have this kind of not quite centered. Why I would not center that, I have no idea. Why would I have not centered that? Usually I have a reason for everything, but in this case, maybe it was just because of the way the foundations were. Yeah, something like that. Actually, there's a little bit of a gap there. Huh. I don't know what I was doing. Oh, I was screwing with the elevator. That's what I was doing. That's why that's like that. That's right. We were going to put an elevator here, and I didn't like the elevator. That's exactly why. Now we know. Now we know why. All right, let's go ahead and put a foundation in here so that we can go ahead and widen this out. Now we know where the center of this is. And 1, 2, and then this one back here is going to be the back of our storage. Tighten that one out a bit. There we go. Okay, now we don't need any of these. These were just for alignment. Whoop. Just foundations, please. Then take all those out. Then, if we did it right, whoop. If we did it right, then we should be able to take our storage here and put these right on top. We don't have any steel pipes to do the storage. All right, awesome. Awesome. I have a feeling we're going to be making a bunch of steel pipes. Now, we might have some laying around somewhere. Let's go see if we have any laying around that we could utilize. Also, I could just take out a bunch of pipes and then use it, use the steel pipes that way. But we do have some boxes here that we're using for sorting, so we can take those out now. Always add those back in later. Take all this back out. Like this. That'll give us a few of those. Clear this. We're going to say we're going to make storage. Oh yeah, we do not have enough for storage. We way don't have enough. All right, we might have to improvise a little bit here. Improvise a little bit until we have enough steel pipes. We should have done this before we did that second row, but that's okay. So first thing we're going to do is just go to the foundry here, and we're going to just run power to it right here. And we're going to snag this back. Run this. Come on, you. Get to the front of there. There we go. Right into there. All right, this one. Yikes. Okay. All right. We'll have this doing our job for us right here, making us some steel ingots real quick here. Right there. And then we're just going to, again, should have came over here and got this going a little bit earlier, but before we ran out. But we didn't, so we're going to have to do it like this. So we just get this thing a-cranking. Yeah, there we go. What's the input of this? 30. This is outputting 45. Well, guess what? How about we output 112? Even better. And then we'll do this. Split this over there. Another power cable up there. This is already going to be on steel pipes. Okay, now we're just going to make a mess. Making a mess so that we have enough to get our steel pipes. That's going to be a minute. That is definitely going to be a minute. This is 30, 60, 90, so we could be doing another one. Let's fix this. Don't like the way this is going. So, let's do something more like this. I'm gonna make a mess. At least we'll make a cleaner mess. This one goes there. We'll do another one. Gotta do what you gotta do. And this one go there. And we're gonna just make a box over here. We're gonna basically take all of the resources that we have. We're overclocking it right now. And then combining and making a big spaghetti mess. There we go. We're just taking this one, running all the resources into it because we have more than enough resources for overclocking the heck out of that thing. And then we're going to overclock that one, run it over here, and then run it all into this box so that we can make some steel pipes because we don't have enough steel pipes to build out the thing that makes the steel pipes. Which is what we will do. And so we'll get that going. Now we have a bunch of steel beams over here. We'll go get those while we're waiting. Oh, we disconnected our hypertube here. Ah, okay. Well, let's just put that right back in then. Stick that right down there. All right, let's go. Whee! Away we go. Boom. Up and over. Turn the corner. Whoa. Back her down. For the landing. All right, very nice. We're just going to grab a bunch of these out of here. We're going to need a bunch of those in a minute too. Put the small stack back. Looking good. Back over this way. Again, nothing wrong with making a little temporary production while you do stuff. In fact, we could probably make another one of these. We have a lot of coal coming in here. It's 112 per minute. I think this is going at 240. You know what we should do while we're waiting? We should run back and probably upgrade this coal line. Yeah. Do we have enough industrial beams? Probably not. Or maybe we should just do our train. All good questions. We have to train it all the way back to here. So say train up the center. So go up across here. See, now what you want to do is run your train in such a way where you can go ahead and dip into all of these resources too and run them along your train line. And then end up here and then cut across. So more like taking the train that way and then L-shaping it down. I can just go straight down and then I could grab the Caterium and bring the Caterium up. But I would probably go out first. I was going to do that. Go out to here and then go down. Yeah, or maybe we can go that way and then L shape around the thing here. So down, L shape out over here between these canyons and then go down. Because again, I'm going to be building much lower, so I'm going to be working around the terrain. And see, we have this arch here too. So kind of feel like that's what we want to do. I want to get that going. Yeah, how's our explosive ammo doing? Let's get some explosive ammo out of here. Yeah, let's go, baby. Wondering why I need explosive ammo. That's why. Get that nature out of my way. This never stops being fun. Every time. So cool. Get out of my hypertube. Get away from my hypertube, you crazy tree, you. So easy. Now again, I can collect it and use it for biofuel, but I don't need biofuel, so why collect it? Much easier to be precise with your explosions there, too. Okay. Kind of feel like while we're waiting, Gonna need a lot of these. So that's gonna take a minute. Might as well just get that train going. Might as well get our train going right through here. Absolutely, right there. Take this out. You know what? What we'll do is we'll dogleg around the end of this and then go left. That's an even better idea. Better idea. All right, train time. Again, sometimes you gotta switch gears. So we're gonna switch gears. We're gonna go get this coal and bring it back over here. What are we doing? Foundations, and we're gonna do a 3x5 right here. Actually, probably put it on 0. What do we got? 5x5s right now. All right, so put this on 0, and then turn on our blueprinters. Okay, no, not good. Get this going first. All right, get that lined up. Got a bit of a problem with our hypertube there. I'll deal with that later. So we're gonna go ahead and build this out. Go into blueprint mode so it snaps. We're gonna build a train that runs right through here. Oh wow, that is perfect. I just eyeballed that. Fix all this power and stuff later. Yeah. And we can bring that resource up from there onto the train. Then we can just go right through there. Dogleg on the low side. Straight out in the middle of all of that cluster. Right here. And straight down to that coal. And then all of this can be run into there, including our SAM ore that we're pulling from over there. Again, you can just run all of these lines over here, but I probably would create a secondary line that would go down the middle of that, because there's probably some more stuff. Well, there's nothing there. Wow, there's no resources there. A lot of stuff there, though. See, that'll go right across there, hit all of these, all the way to this oil over here. You can bring all that oil over, too. Make even more fuel power. Yeah. Now we're talking. I like it. I like it. All right. That's good stuff. Okay. Let's just do it. I want to bring it down, though, so it's kind of along the bottom of the terrain. So we want to think about how we're going to have our train here, though. This is a little kind of in the way here. Is this actually a extraction? I think this is an extraction. Yeah, that's an actual node. We don't want to mess with our nodes. Let's put that down. We don't want to get too close to our nodes here, because we're going to use those. Any other nodes that this is blocking? It would be blocking. Anything else? Nope. Doesn't look like it's blocking. All right, so we can bring this down into this lower area. Just kind of have it just above this part here. Now, again, normally I just put it all the way up above everything, and then I can just run my train straight. But again, we're going to be doing these at a lower side. So we're going to just use this as a level. And then when we go this way, we're going to have a level problem that way, too. Tree problem as well. I know I'm going to take them out eventually, so I might as well just take them out now. God, that's fun. I do that all night long. Blowing up trees. Wow, I missed a tree, everybody. You know, the tree's not moving. Somehow I missed him anyway. Oh, wow. Got that one way over there. All right. So, yeah, this is pretty high here. So we want to look at wherever the high side of our tracks are going to be, so it'll be flat most of the way. And I can always build supports underneath. And I might do a blueprint for it at some point, where we could just run this above here. Yeah, you know what? I think this is probably a good height. We might stay with this. Let's go see how it works out on this side. I always add the supports later. Kind of feeling like right through there. Missed the tree. Let's just go look. Oh, there's a thing up there we need to check out. Tap into our factory there too. Bring some of that back. We want to go out further. Yeah, we're going to go way out and then come across. Interesting questions that we want to do. We should probably make a marker. Let's make a marker. Coming across, going down. Let's say somewhere right there. And then we can highlight the marker. And then we can see where we're aiming. See, we're aiming over there. So we want to come across there and end up over there and then cut across that way. So that's what I was trying to figure out there. And so we want to end up going through all of this. Kind of like that. So we definitely would have to come back up again if we put this down lower. And it feels like the right height already. But again, I can bring it down so it's more down in the terrain, and then as you're going by, you're down further in the terrain than where I am. But then here you'd have to go up, or I could go around. I go around that way and then come around. Most likely I'd just go up and over. Really more an aesthetic thing than it is a functional thing. Because I could just run it like this and be fine. I'm thinking about the aesthetic of when you're riding the train. Again, I've been trying to do my trains down lower. So that they're part of, the train as you're going through the train. I kind of feel like this needs to go lower. I should make this just pull up right next to where the node is. This train should just end up right here, down here at this node level. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. All right, let's figure that out. We can take all the rest of that out later. Okay, so we want to get it aligned to here. course, all the stuff in the way. The stuff I just made is always in the way. All right, and we will just bring this down. Oh, got a bunch in there already. Nice. Bring this down. I think if we bring it down again, it's going to be in the ground. So we want to think about the elevation of how we want to elevate the thing. We want to try to line it up to what we've already got over here. We're going to run this out. So we can see where that's at. And then this. Zipping off this. Oh, wow. Okay. That actually lines up to that. Cool. Alright, we're going to take all... Now we got to take all this out. We'll have it backlogged into the machines for a minute while we get this figured out. Okay. Now, we don't want to use this grid. This grid is the grid of the extractor. We want to use the world grid so our trains all run on the same grid. But we want to, you know, at least align the level of where the train's going to be with the level of the extractor. And that's a pretty tricky thing to do, but you saw that it actually worked out pretty well, that actually aligns. Now, we can actually overlap these if we want to. A lot of times I could just go like that and just have it a little bit higher than the thing, and then you can see that the two of them go together. You can also use different textures, which makes it harder to see that they're inside each other. I'm not a big fan of that. I would actually probably go this way and push this out more like this, so it's away from where we're working. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start our train station right here. This is where we want our train to end up. And then if we want to, we can also take the train and move it upwards. So our train should align. Let's take this out. Our train should align along here. How does our blueprints go? Blueprints go out to there. This? Nope, one more back. Bummer. Bummer. It was a close one. Put that away before you put someone's eye out. Alright, one more back, so we'll say here. Use this as an alignment. Take this out. Take that out. Put our... Snap this in here. Like that. Then we'll look at this, and these two are aligned to each other vertically. I think. Let's go look over here. Yes, they're aligned to each other vertically. Nice. Alright, take that out. Take this out. And this is the start of our station. Okay, but the station needs to be 5 wide. So that we're going to need to solve. But we know that it's going to end here. So we can zoop this across 5 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. And then again, if we want the train to keep going, we can have the train go, and then it can go up like that. Now, if I was going to make it go up like that, I'd probably back this way up. If I do want these trains to connect to each other for whatever reason, we would want this to be at a longer slope. So something like that. nice slow slope across there. So let's keep going here until we reach the same level. It's okay if it goes through that stuff temporarily. We'll make it work. All right, and then this. So here. All right, so this is the angle we want to do it. So we're going to push back the station over here. We can still run it over here. I have plenty of room. But again, if we want the train to go up on the best slope, where it's a slow slope like that, we want a longer distance with a less slope so that it can go up and not lose so much speed. Because when you're doing it really straight up, which you can't really do, you have to do at least a little bit down, it'll lose speed, and you don't want to lose speed. You want to have a consistent speed going all the time. So again, good to factor that in as well. Showing you all my tricks, everybody. All my tricky tricks. Okay, so we're going to leave that there. Actually, no, we'll take it out for a minute, and then we'll do this. So this would be the right-hand side of that center track. So this would be 3 wide this way. So this would be 3 wide this way, and then this would be the 5th one widthwise. Close as that. Oh, that's gonna be perfect. Okay, awesome. Awesome. All right, we got a lot of stuff to take out here. All right, we're not gonna use this. I'm gonna take all of these out. No longer using this. Take all this stuff out of there. None of this now. Just gonna take that out too. There. All right, we've made enough of this now. Now, anyway. Get all this stuff out of our way here. Now we're doing the train, which brings the coal. We're going to bring the coal in, but we wanted to make some of these things while we're doing this. I'm going to clean up this mess that we made, because we're on to something here. All right, we're on to something sweet. Get our sweet trains running. Again, you see I'm bringing the train down again to bring down that lower level, and then we're going to make it work across the train itself. So this is going to end up going here. I have a feeling we're going to hit that edge on that side, but too bad. That's what we're going to do. And then we want our 5x5 here, because this is the station. 5x5 foundations for our trains. And this is going to be this width, like this. And we're going to take all this stuff out. Not that. Power pole out of the way. Take all these foundations out as we go. Yeah, I think that's going to need to go up just a little bit. But again, doing the train much lower, so we have that lower profile of our train here. All right, there we go. And then all this out. I don't keep extra foundations. I get rid of them. I get rid of them. Don't need them. And then again, nice ramp here. Come on, rotate. Really? You did one? You did one ramp? That was it? Out of the way, Hypertube. Got work to be done here. Alright, yeah, I like that. Alright, that's coming down. And then we'll have our station for this particular thing. Now the problem is that station is going to have an issue when I try to add more things to it. It's going to have a problem. Oh yeah. Yeah, so we got problems. We got problems with having the station right there because the station can't be that long because it's going to hit the terrain. So, while I like this to be at the same level as that, the smarter thing for me to do is to bring that up a level so that I have plenty of room for the station. So, we will take these out. We'll bring this up by... Actually, I want to go back by 1. Go ahead and run that there. This one out. That's like that. Then take this out. And then take those out of there. And then bring this up so it's up on this higher level. And hopefully we are up enough to avoid some of that. Why is this? Oh, because that's the wrong one. That's the wrong thingy thing. We need 5 by 5. There we go. All right, let's go see how that looks. Right there. Okay, can we get through here without the stupid bushes being in my way? Now you know why I love this thing. Get out of my foundation, bushes. Look at that. Foundation cleaner 1.0 right there. You too. I'm just going to do it here in a second anyway. That's going to go. That's going to be very close to that. But we can tie that in to our thing here and just go down to 3. We get going here. Got resources back for that. And then we got more stuff. No, missed it. I missed the ground, everybody. I missed it. Darn ground. Dodged. Last second. Alright. Now, 3 by 5. Right here in the center nicely. And that is where the train will come through without interfering with our stuff over there. And obviously we'll have to move our power connections here. This goes to several connections too. To that one, this one. Why do we have so many of these? This one area. Yeah, we could run this. Yeah, we'll take this. Take that out. Run this here. Run that over here. Oh, that's going to that over there. I see. I see. I know just what to do. I know just what to do with that. Stick it off to the side. So we'll take this one out of here. Probably end up moving all these anyway later, but I think that's out there just so I can zip line out to there. I think that's why that's there. All right, now we got plenty of room for a station here. And we just need the coal anyway, so it's not like we need a lot of stuff here right now, but just kind of thinking toward the future and the expansion of this particular area. So always good to think about that. Are you going to have enough room to expand later if you need to? Okay, so the input one is going to be this side. And then we're going to need to turn around. Well, let's put our turnaround in first. 5 wide turnaround with no foundations. Alrighty. Nudge it around a bit. And we can also have it go straight if we want to. Let's get that off of that edge there. And again, this is a blueprint that I made that helps me try to figure out my turnarounds. There we go. Very nice. And I could have it coming in on this side and turning around, going back that way. And typically like the right side in, left side out. Okay, and then putting our station right in here. Back that up just a little bit. Make sure it's going this way. Center it. Good stuff. And then we can take this part out and connect. Come on, there we go. Connect that into there. Okay, there's our station. Looking good. And we want to go ahead, probably run this out to the left, and then we can run it underneath, and then merge it with the extraction of that, which is what we want to do right now. Okay. What are we doing? We're doing number 4, which is a freight platform. That way. And this is going to be called coal drop-off 02. All right. Very nice. And we'll go ahead and tap into some of this power over here while we're at it. And then the electric lines themselves, the train tracks themselves will be conducting the power. We don't have to run these things all over the place if we don't want to. All right, coal drop-off number 2. So it's going to go get the coal. Now, I don't have to wait around for that coal to be over here because we've already run it in a line right down the middle of the whole entire forest over there. Guess we'll build it down here a little bit. Again, we're going to get that boundary. We're just going to make a bit of a mess here. Build ignits. Run that power from there. Let's just run it to a power pole. And then we're going to go ahead and get this back here. So instead of redoing all these lines and upgrading all of these lines all the way across there, which is kind of a dumb thing for me to do, it's going to take just as long for me to do that as to run this train. Probably less time to run the train, by the way. I'm just going to go ahead and make a little spaghetti here. Like this. And then we'll just do this right underneath here like we were doing it before. But much more organized. Alright, 1, 2, number 3. Go ahead and line that splitter up. Gotta back it away a little bit so I can go up like that. And here. And like this. And this onto a power pole. These all getting powered. This to that other power pole I just made. Then the output of this running to here. There we go. Look how nicely we cleaned that up. Nice. Like it. Alright, now we got to tell this what to do. Put that thing away before you take out a knife. Steel pipes. Copy. Over here. Pasta. Pasta. Alright, again, this is just temporary steel pipe production. And then over here, we'll do a merger. Putting this way. We're going to try to snap it in there somewhat. There we go. You go there. Nope. It's totally not where I was trying to send you, but we'll try it again. In the middle. And you over there. Alright, don't make me a bunch of pipes while I'm doing a bunch of other stuff here. Alright, again, when you run out of resources, you got to switch modes. Alright, oh, I know what to do. While we are waiting for that, we can take a break because it's been like 3.5 hours. I'm so bad at taking my breaks. I gotta really get into it. So what we're going to do is take a break. We're going to go ahead and bring up some fun for you guys, and we're just going to let that run. We're going to let that backlog a bunch of pipes for me and whatnot. Let's go ahead and bring up words on stream for you guys to play while you play it right there in the chat, everybody, while I'm working on all of that. As well, thanks for all coming in. Again, you got to go to twitch.tv/Kismet. I'm streaming to 6 different platforms at the same time: Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Trovo. What's the other ones? Facebook and Kick, all at the same time. I know, pretty hardcore, and at 1080 HD. So imagine that upload speed, everybody. It's like 35,000 upload speed, which is pretty crazy. But you guys are getting that love because I don't care where you watch stream. I appreciate you hanging out. But if you do want to play some words on stream, got to pop over to twitch.tv/Kismet. All right. So we're going to go ahead and start this up. Allow you got to de-scramble the words, earn some Kiss Caps. Why go ahead and take a quick break, and then I shall be back. Back, everybody. You guys were so good, you broke it. I just realized that it was broken. I come back and I was like, whoa, why is it not switching to another thing? It was broken. That's how good you guys are. All right, here's a bunch of caps for at least giving it a try. Sorry it was broken. Remember, I don't make the things, everybody. I just bring them here so you guys can play them. There we go. All right, let's get back to some Satisfactory. Keep it going. Now, one of the things I did, I realized it after I was just about to take a break, is I forgot to go down here and overclock this, so it was producing enough of this to crank out a bunch of those pipes over here. So we have it producing a bunch of pipes because we had run out. Now, we have got a bunch now, so we could basically make a storage for eventually our area in which we're going to make those pipes. Actually, we're going to make the steel beams and the pipes from here. Now, one of the things we'll also do, speaking of overclocking, is we're going to go down here and we're going to overclock this as well. Now, this actually is going to run at 600, but we don't have a belt that goes that fast, so we might as well just go down here and say 480 right there, because that's as fast as our current belts are going to go. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that out and we're going to run that into a storage up above here. So we needed a bunch of those resources so we can do that. So we'll go ahead and take a storage. Let's see, which way is this storage going to go? These are the outputs, and so we want the outputs this way. And we're going to go ahead and align this nicely. Just like that. And we'll probably have to take this out as always. All right. Take that out. Rerun another one. Let's say, ooh, that's actually a really good spot right there. Boom. That's a cool spot. Cool spot. Then we'll run this one over there. So all that stuff, whatever we got running down there, it keeps running. And then we'll kind of cross connect again from here, say over to there. Very nice. So that keeps running. Then we'll go ahead and connect this back down here so it keeps making us some pipes and stuff. There we go. Now what we want to do is bring this out and run this up here, but we're also using it this way right now. So we need to think about how we're going to do this. I say we go ahead and we do this first. That's going to need to come forward. Oh, I bet you that's why I offset that, is so that thing would be in the front instead of being in the center. So this wouldn't hit that. That's exactly why I did that. All right. Let's go ahead and do this instead. Let's go down like this. And then we'll take this out and we'll run this. That needs to go down just a little bit. Down just a little bit. Maybe better idea. Something like this. Center. Yeah, we got the door in the way. Door in the way. Figure this out. All right, we're going to run this over here, but there's a door here where it won't let us run it to the center of the door, because the door is in the way. So we're going to take the door out. We're just going to modify this a little bit. Like this, so this is in the center of this. And we're going to take this out, we're going to run this down, and this should end up, not quite, very close though. A little bit more back. Take that all out so it's all one piece. Before it was right here, and so we'll move it back by one. And so this will go down in, hopefully, center. I'm going to put it up a little bit. And then that will center in there. Very nice. And then that will run up there into that storage there. And temporarily, we will split this here as well. And run this willy-nilly all the way over there as well. So this will also start to backlog some of those resources up there. Okay, and we need to run this down. And connect it down there. So it has power. Yeah, there it goes. All right, so now we're going to start to backlog some of it. We're going to continue to make our still ignits over there while we're setting up our still ignits. I know, pretty cool. Okay, again, we're just making stackable modular stuff here. So what this is going to do is it's going to go in on this side, and it's going to backlog a bunch of that raw ore, and then that raw ore is going to end up over here. So the next thing we need to do, of course, is to smelt all that raw ore. And right now, we are getting 480. Yeah, 480 here. And then eventually, we'll bring about 480 on the train. So we'll kind of sync those up to 480. And then we want to sync up the rest of the factory so it's going at that speed too. So if we take 480, and what's the inputs over here? Let's get our inputs. Input value. I think I would have wrote these down already, so I don't have to keep writing them down every time, but that's kind of fun. All right, this is steel ignits. And this is going to be in, out. So in is 112.5 right now, but it's the standard 9% deal is 45. All right, so 45 and 45. This actually should go up here. Again, just typing stuff in my spreadsheet there. This is iron ore, and this is coal. 45 and out is 45. So if we divide that toward total input, total ore is 480 and 480. Let's take this over there. So yeah, our total coming in is 480. So that means if we take that and we divide the 480 divided by the 45, we need 10.6 of these. Yeah, 10.6, or if we use our rounding right here, 10.67, or 11 of these. So probably just get away with 10. So let's see if we can fit 5 of these in a blueprint. That's going to be fun. All right, now we need a place to put the blueprinter, which I see a spot right back here. I will use temporarily. All right, blueprinter. We need, get out the way. Get out the way, builder. Blueprinter. Yeah. Rotate it the right way. Blueprinter. This way. Good enough. Okay, now we need to take one of our previous things that we've done. Let's take the smelters. And then what we'll do is stop that. We'll take it. We'll take the foundations out of the top here, so we can work on the inside. There we go. And look at how nicely we have our smelters in there. Very nice. Not going to be that nice with the big boys. All right, then we'll just take all this out. Like that. And this jetpack really just launches me into outer space there. And then get all the belts. Get some of our resources back. Smelter's out of here. Gotta get as much of it as we can without taking out the foundations and the walls and everything. And a level belt is that one over there. A little out of the reach, that's what it is. And we'll take out all of this, and then we just have a nice empty thing. I probably should blueprint the empty shell. That's what we should do. We should just call it empty shell. MK2 empty shell building. Empty shell template. I like that. Alright, let's save it. This way we don't have to keep taking that out every time we want to put some other thing together. Alright, let's see how well this fits in here. So we're going to take our foundry, we're going to throw them in here. Okay. So we're going to have a double input and a single output. So we could go ahead and try something like a merger on this side. And this is our input here. We can always move our inputs. I'm a big fan of bringing the inputs in on the side. Yeah, we might move those inputs. Okay, so we need 5 of these in here, which actually is not that hard. I think we could get 5. So we'll just put this one, say, here. And there's 2. There's 3. And we'll call that 4. And 5, because then I could just do 5 and then 5 again. I could just do that again and again. So easier to count when you have them in groups of 5 or in 10s. When you need more, and if you need more, you can just add another thing and then just take the ones out you don't need as well. Alright, kind of feel like that's what I want to do. I want to run it down the center here with a double lift. That's what we'll do. So, does that work out left to right? Wow, that's actually pretty centered. Okay. Pretty centered on accident. Okay, so we got to make room for our lifters and all that stuff. So we're going to come in with our resources this way. Or we could turn it, bring the resources in from the back edge. We already have that as an input. Yeah, so we could just flip that around the other way, bring the input in from down below, and then that would feed all of that. All right, let's do it the other way. So we're going to take this and this. I'm going to have this come in, and it's going to feed right to here. So we'll have this somewhat like this. And then we'll do our boundaries this way. And then we'll want to figure out our offset. Something like that. Figuring out the offset of the lifter. Wrong way. Always trying to troll me this game. Alright. Back by 1. Alright, let's say that. Let's take this out. Take that out. We're using that one as a template for alignment. And then here. And then we did this. Definitely go into there. Okay, and then this up. This way. That into that. We could probably be closer. We could be one little snip closer. Take this out. One little nudge. Rotate the right way, please, and then hit H. Nudge it back by one. And then we could get it in like that. Ooh, so nice. So nice. Alright, then we'll bring a splitter through here. This. And then that one is not lined up. Up on top, easier to see. Lined up from up top. There we go. Like that. Okay, we'll take this out. Again, we're going to have an input here. So this top input goes there. Bottom input goes there. So we could really go the other way, would be nice. Nope. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like it. Let's just do it like this first. There we go. And this. There we go. Alright. And then these are going to back to back here. So we don't have to do that many inputs and outputs. That looks about 2 nudges back. 1. Yeah, let's do something like that. Oh yeah. Perfect. And then this can just go here. So you're feeding 2 of them at the same time, which is much more efficient than running double lines in there. But now the ones on the sides, though, you have to merge the output. But once you have them aligned, they're aligned for all of them, all the way down. I kind of feel like where is our inputs here, outputs on that side. So you could put the extra one on this side, since this is where the output is going to end up. Or do we want to do this? Then we're going to need our mergers. I always want to figure out all the logistics first, before you get too far into it. Make sure all this stuff's going to line up in the long run. And there's the output. This here. Another merger. Really need a merger on this one. Oh, merger in the wrong spot. Incorrect. There we go. That one squared away first, then this one. Okay, so that's all going to merge. It's going to go out over there. We're going to need another merger over here. So we can merge this other side. Put it back just a little bit. Let that go out. Over there. Alright, splitters. In there. This out. Run that there. Run that in there and in there. Lifters. What the heck are you doing, lifter? Over there. Huh. Nope. That's not right. That is not right. I didn't readjust where these ones were. I left that one where it was. Alright, no worries. Take this out. These closer. The output's still going to be in the same spot, but I don't like to leave the belts there. Just in case, and the inputs are going to be the same. Just, I could see that the lifter was not being really close to it. It was telling me that there was some sort of offset there. Alright, looking good. Bring this across. Same thing over here. Put her this way. We'll put up. Second one we'll have down here. Okay. Now we'll have a bunch of that. Now the problem is we're going to probably have multiple of these, which I guess we could just split. We could split the output on the outside here and have two of these stacked on top of each other like this, and then just split the inputs here and just run the inputs up here and at the bottom at the same time. And that should make a whole lot of that. Big time. And then the output being over there. We need our... Actually, I only need one merger here. Merger there. This one here. This way around over to there. Those all output on the same side. I could make this go out this side, go up to the next one, and circle back and forth. But it's easier just to split the inputs at the same time. That wall back in over there. Okay. Anything else we need to do? We need to tell it what it's going to be. That'd be real helpful. Still ignits. Copy. Okay. I think that's good. Now we'll just go ahead and put our foundations in so we can get our power squared away here. Okie dokie. How do we want to do this power? Good question. Good question. I'm going to say back one here. I'll get those. I'll get those. Which one's the one with the 3? This side's the one with the 3, so we'll grab this. We'll run it like that, so we have all of those connected. How do we want to run it to the actual power itself? Some room up here in the front. This side. Okay, well, I think that's good to go. That's going to make a whole lot of that. All right, so this is going to be steel, ignite, 10, still ignite, boundaries, 10. Oh, this is 5, actually. This is 5, not 10. 5. 5 foundry. Production of steel units. 4 steel beams. Pipes. All right. Foundry right here. And that's probably good. We'll leave it the same color. All right. Save. All right. Let's go see how that works. And we're going to go do it right over here. Okay, so I have this set up where I can just put the blueprints down right where this is. I can just align it to this. And we need to look at which way the inputs and outputs are. This is going to... Where's this outputting? Inputting on that side. It's going to output on the back. So we want to... Where's our input? Our input is in the part that's pointing toward us. So we want to have the arrow pointing away from us. Like that. So that the output of the storage will go to the input of the manufacturing. Like that. Alright, awesome. So this should output here. Go right into the input up there. And then we can take the power, which we have going over here, run that power down. There. All right. Man, that turbo fuel really does go way further. Way further than the other fuel does. All right, now we should see that this has power. Oh, okay, there it goes. Oh yeah, it's definitely doing its thing right now. It's doing its thing. All right. So this one has no power though. Those have power. This one not connected across. Oh, we gotta fix that blueprint. It's not cross-connected. One of these. There we go. We gotta go and fix that on the blueprint right away while we're thinking about it. Always good to fix that stuff right away. Okay, so this one needs to connect to the other one. This one. Alright, now it doesn't fix the one that you already have, but if you fix it right away, then if you make more of them later, you don't have to keep going, oh man, I gotta fix that thing. It'll then be permanently fixed on the next one, because we're gonna have 2 of them in a row. So we just want to make sure that this one is working first. Then we want to go ahead and... Oh, wait, no. Nope. Nope, that's not what we want to do. Nope. 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 Out it goes. You're like, Kismet, why'd you do that? I did that because I forgot that I need a second storage. And the second storage is for the second element, which is the coal. But we got that figured out, and when we put it back in, it'll have the proper power that time. So yeah, we need a second group of storages is what we need. And this one, we're going to face this way, right? No, we're going to have this one facing the back, too. This way we can have the output in double output in the back. Like this. There we go. Alright, now we can take away from this. Let's take this out now. And we'll rework this when we get our trains up and running. But for now, we're just going to run that across. We're going to run this right through there. And we're going to start to backlog the coal in there. Alright, very nice. And then up we go again. And up one more. And then across this way and across that way. That is not right. That is not right. There should be a gap there. This way. I leave a gap in between each building so that you can go ahead and access the top of the building in case I want to look in the storage or whatever. I do like to leave that up. That's why I have these supports here, which support the item that's up above. Okay, so now no problems. We'll just put this back in. Out of industrial beams. We're on it. Go get some more. More industrial beams. That's why we're doing all this, so that we can get all these productions up and running. We're maxing these productions too. I mean, they're going to make a lot of it. Alright, we can get rid of that, that's for sure. We can get rid of this coal. All these ignits. There we go. Just might as well take it all. Alright, let's go. Again, I never bothered to really do all this at this stage. Normally, I just go right through the faster belts. But that's usually on the server when I can just let it run. But this one, we're not doing that. Not doing that. Okay, I think that's backwards. That's got to go the other way. That's got to go the other way. Because the input is on the back for this. So this is going to be facing that way. Thank goodness for endless nudging. Alright, there we go. So now we've got the double outputs out here, which is what I was fixing there. So we're going to output the coal into the first one. That. Yes, very nice. And then you can bring this out a little bit. Take this one, run it past this one, and have it going in there. In that second one. And now it's got both resources. Okay. Then we're going to have to eventually split that, but for now we'll do that. Then reconnect our power line all the way down here. So. Okay, so we got that. Check and see if this is working. Oh yeah. Off it goes. Okay. Iron ore not going in there for some reason. What's going on with my iron ore belt here? Something funky happening right there. Okay, much better. Alright, now we're talking. Alright, let's check them all. Around the front here. It's all working. Working. Alright, we can see we got our output already going. And then over here. And there. Okay, so those are all going. That's good. So now we just need one more of those. No problemo. Back over here on this side where we're running our stuff up here. And we'll just throw another one on here. And we got to remember the direction of the arrow. Be facing away from us, which it is. Yes. Align that in, and then we're off and running with an obscene amount of this stuff that we're making. There we go. Now we'll take this out. Work with that in a bit, and then we need to split these here. But now, if you didn't know, everybody, they added something really cool. Vertical splitters. So now we can vertically split these and run these up here as well. Kind of a tricky thing to do when you're flying around. Let me make this easier on myself. There we go. Come on. Good thing already. There we go. Alright, then this one splitting into there. Very nice. Then we'll bring this one. Nope. Bring that up. That's a little close. That's a little close. That's not right. Hard to see. Hard to see. It's a little all up in my face kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna go up one more from where you think it's gonna go. Alright, there we go. Okay, both of those flowing in there. Then we're gonna work the power. And we'll just run this power down to the power we already got running right here. There we go. And all of these should start up. Those are already running. Yeah, that's starting up. You can see it's going in there. And again, just to double check. See that those are both getting both items. See, both items are feeding in. That's what we're looking at. Over here, both items. Very nice. This one good. That one good. All right, nice. Now it needs some place to go with all these ignits. And I know just where to put them. Right up here. All right, and then 3 up again. And then this. Then more of these storages. Okay, which way is the output? Inputs on this side. Yeah, outputs are on this side. Okay, outputs here, so we want our input over here for our storage. So we'll put our storage in here, and like so. And I have this so I can flip them back and forth based on which side I want the input and output on. Right there. Okay, then we want to go and that's an input. No, oh, because the top one's not doing anything. That's why. Threw me off. All right. This is going to go here, and then we will use a vertical merger to go ahead and run. Let's run it on the outside. this down. Again, this is new in 1.1, everybody. All these vertical mergers are awesome. Like that. Okay, so now both of those are merging together and going into the massive amount of storage that's going in there. I could actually run those separately, too. I could run them into one input and one into the other input if I really wanted to. But I do like the vertical mergers because that's cool. That's very, very cool. All right. Yep, there it goes. It's flowing through there. Look at it go. Sometimes the belts don't work. That sucks. Kind of sucks, but, you know, hopefully they'll fix it one day. Alright, we should see it coming out. The outputs, yep. Okay, that part of it done. We should probably save. Fixing up steel production. There we go. Save that so we got that for later. So let's go in there. We can take this out, which is in the way of our lifters. And now we want to do some more steel production. By the way, you can also do this in reverse. If you knew how many things you wanted to build, you could actually take the raw resources, run it to the top, and then have the resources going down to end up at the bottom of the final resources so you can grab it. Which is also another way of doing that. I do this. I kind of run it from the top down as opposed to running from the bottom up, which is what I'm doing right now. These are all bottom up ones. All right, where it starts at the bottom, works its way up, and you can see that one's got 5-dimensional depots running those, running that concrete in there at every single minute. Every single minute, if I need it, boom, it just fills it right back up again. Okay, so the next part of it is to convert it into our whatever we want to convert it into. So if we're doing 10 of these. So let's go down another one. We're doing 10 of these. The output is 45. Right? Yes. Okay. So 10 should be 450. So 450 going in, and we know that's actually below what we could do. We could actually run it at a higher amount if we want to. Let me get my cursor here. All right, 450 total steel ingots. There we go. And then we will run these into the constructors. So we'll get up here and we'll do the same thing we did before. Right here. And I have these all set up so I can just blueprint them and keep adding levels all I want. And I think the output is over here. Yes. So red output, green input. So we want the input to be on the back side of our constructors. So we'll go ahead and get our constructors here. And this looks like an output if I've ever seen it, with a big arrow pointing in my face. Nudge that over. Okay, now we got our constructors. Alright, open the door. There we go. And these constructors, we got to switch from iron rods to steel pipes. So that's going to be 30 per minute. So we take 450 divided by 30 is 15. Alright, so we need... How many of these are in here? Good question. These are 10. So we need this and another one. And then we'll just leave it because we have any extra. It'll just burn up the extra. And then some of them will be starved for resources, but that's okay. I'll just leave them in there. Eventually, I'm going to scale this up again when we get to the point of faster belts, and then also when we get to the high-speed extraction, which will be like 1,200 and 1,200 running in here at the same time. And then really going to be a big factory that does this thing. Okay, so now that we've done that, we want to do this again. Yeah, so 15 of these total. So 450 divided by 30 for steel pipes. And then the other thing is steel beams. How much does steel beams take? Steel pipes is 30. Steel beams is 60. Okay, so this is 60. This is double. So what we could do is we could take it and cut it in half. So half of it for steel pipes, half for steel beams, and then we're making both of them at the same time. And this is 15. So we put half into the first row, which is 10. And then half in the second row, which is 10. Yeah, we'll just cut it in half, run it into 2 rows, run it into 2 separate storages, and then we'll have that production back online. That's exactly what we'll do. All right, so we need to tell this one to be steel pipe. So we'll copy this, and we'll paste it. I suggest to hit E anyway, everybody. Make sure that that actually does paste in there. I've had it many times where I thought I pasted it, then I come back, I was like, oh god, it hasn't been running because it didn't paste in there for some reason. Normally you should be able just to aim at it and paste it, but I like to confirm that it actually did the thing on each and every one, and then I don't have to think about it. Not thinking about it is awesome. Knowing that it is working. Alright, so that is good. And then we will want another one of these here. Getting way up here now. Making a big old production tower. Like that. And then we'll put the constructors the same way with the output facing this way. We can input on the back. Wait, let's go see first before we put this one down. The output of this one is the input of that one. Yes. Yes, it is. We're using both side inputs? Oh, we're using both side inputs. So we can fit all these in here. Ah, good to know. So we want to input on, we want to split that and input it on both sides. Then split it again. So split it to put it to both factories, and then split it to do both inputs. Do we have double outputs? I don't even remember. No, single output. Yeah, we have the output in the center and the inputs on the side. So we can maximize how many of those we have in there. Alright, no worries. We got this. Constructors. And input going this way. Alright, nice. This. Let's figure out how I did this power. How did I run the power? Where's the power plug? Running across this way. Running down anywhere? Doesn't look like it is. Those two to each other. Come on, get in there. Connect that down there. Okay, so now this has got that going. Now we need to bring the output of this, split it across there. Split it twice. So we need to split it there, and then we need to split it up there. So we will do a maybe split it and vertical split it on both sides. Kind of feel like we want to do a splitter and then a vertical splitter, so we'll do this, where this is going this way. run this. Then we'll run that. Then we will split it on the side, and we will run this way up to here. And that into there. Take this out. And then we will run this there. Here. This again up to here. Ah. Nope. Try again. What is that? Not lined up for some reason. It's not centered, that's why. It's not centered. We're gonna do it. Let's do it right. Now it's centered. There we go. There was something off about that. Still not right. Figuring out those heights is tough. You can usually use the lines on the side, but that isn't always true because sometimes the offsets, it offsets a bit when you're doing the things there. Can't do a straight one? Okay, so now we are splitting the ignits here, and then we are vertical splitting them into both factories. And then these down here we're splitting across there. So basically in the very beginning it's doing a two-way split, 1/2 and 1/2, and then up here it's splitting it into 1/2 and 1/2 again. These ones up here need to know what they need to be doing. Steel beams, copy settings. Okay. All good, all good. Steel beams and steel pipes back up and running. Now we just need a little bit of this. Okay. And then storage. Okay. Already forgot which way we're going here. This is the output. So we need the input on this side. So input on this side. All right, nice. Check that it's lined up. Looks good. And then same thing up here. Oh, not enough beams. Luckily, we're making more. That's why we did the steel ones first before we went and did, like, you know, modular frames or anything like that. Everybody, you need the stuff that makes the storages. So that's why I do that first. I don't necessarily do it by order in which you learn it in the game. I do it to maximize whatever I'm doing. That's a much better way to go. Right over here is where we're going. And I do have a lot of these left, so I can definitely just pop over here and grab a bunch. That's why they're there. Use that momentum. Oh, yeah. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Get up there. Oh, that was close. Oops-a-daisy. Turbo fuel is awesome. Whee. Much better jetpacks. Much better with the jetpacks. Of course, we'll get even cooler stuff later on. Right now, we want to get our storages in, like so. And then we want to get all this into here. Okay, so the output of this is right here. So we'll want to bring this one down here. Connect that right into there. That will start to put those beams right in there. Very nice. And then the other one here, we will offset a bit. So we'll take this out. Go ahead and run this up. Good for our jetpack to refuel. Run this all the way up here. That and that one nicely right into there. We should see our pipes going in there. Yes, nice. Now this part here is just temporary, so take that out and down we go, and take this part out. All right, good enough, good enough. Okay, so now all those are going there. Now here's the trick, everybody. Because this is an endless production, now I can make an online backlog of resources that go directly into the Dimensional Depot. If I need the resources, I can also just run over here, because they're going to be in these boxes here, and they're going to be 20 boxes deep at some point. But you can see they're already going in here. In fact, I can just put the ones I have right in there. Or I can just go ahead and grab them out of there. Even smarter idea. Grab them all out of there. Go up here to the pipes. Do the same thing. Grab all the pipes out of there. And just run them back to my base. Or, even smarter, instead of them running out of my base like I have over here, into the Dimensional Depot, I will move the Dimensional Depot over there, because that's an endless supply, where over here this is just whatever I had extra laying around. So much smarter to take the Dimensional Depots that are currently running over here and just take those completely out like this, and put it completely what I call online production. And we can put these back in there, and we can put some of these in here for now, and then we'll go and use the Dimensional Depots on this. And basically what it will do is it have 20 boxes deep. Now, as we play through the game and we upgrade our dimensional... Flat. As we upgrade our Dimensional Depots, as we go, this will just get faster and faster and faster. Okay. And this is our output here, so we're going to go ahead and take our Dimensional Depot, plop it in here in between these, like that, and then awkwardly try to get our output here. All right, let's just do this. Flying around off the side there. And do something like that. Run this default into there. That should start running those in there. All right, so that's an endless supply of those. And in here, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to try to squeeze it under here. Nope, can't squeeze it under there. All right, we'll just put it up on the top now. We'll put it right up here. Very nice. And then again, we'll put this down here somewhere where we can just land on it. Okay, I want to offset this a bit. And then run this up to the top. Too tall. Seem to visualize the height of that sometimes. Okay. Now we have an endless supply of steel beams and steel pipes. Very nice. I don't know why I keep sliding off the side of the screen there. There we go. What's the fastest way to get coupons, especially early game? Quickwire. Quickwire is easy to find, cheap to make, only uses a constructor. Run that quickwire in there and never stop it running in there. Because it makes a crazy ton of quickwire, even for a low power. There's a whole bunch of other ways of doing it too. You can get animals and you convert stuff and do all of that. Quickwire is the easiest. You basically extract it, you smelt it, you convert it in the constructor, run it into the awesome safe. That's typically what I'm doing. In fact, I'm doing it right now. We could probably look off the side here and see it. Yep, you can see it right there. Right here. Taking this Caterium, converting it, smelting it, turning it into quickwire. And I'm not even doing it at that big of a pace right here. It's just a couple of them running in there. But it runs for so long that it adds up over time massively. So that's why I do that. That's why I do that in the beginning. And then it allows me to open up, especially the ladder, which is something I open up, the steel beam, which I can use for aligning things, and the ladder, of course, to get up to wherever I need to go. You can see we got another stackable thing out there, which is doing my plates right now. Very, very cool. And again, this one's doing steel beams and whatnot and pumping them right into the Dimensional Depot. Love it. Now that's just going to do that forever. We don't need to worry about it. And when it maxes it out, whoa, look at that. Boom. Grab all those. Now we're looking good. And a little bit of those. Huh. Seems like there should be more of those. But again, usually it does beams, steel pipes faster than it does beams. Because beams need 60, where that only needs 30. But this is going in right in the Dimensional Depot right now. Pumping it in there. Oh yeah, I'm making a stockpile. All right, stockpile that stuff for me. Now again, I just set it and forget it, everybody. Leave it running back there. It'll run in the Dimensional Depot. Look at all of our power out here. Very cool. It'll run that in the Dimensional Depot. I don't have to worry about it. Now I don't have to worry about the steel beams and the steel pipes anymore. I can also just wait for that to backlog and just grab a whole inventory's worth of those and just throw them over here by where I'm working. Or eventually, I won't need to do this at all. I don't even need these storages toward the end of the game. If you go through and you upgrade all of your Dimensional Depots, which is probably something we should get to at some point, at least one upgrade would be good. I usually do the cheap upgrades, what I call cheap upgrades, where if you go over here and you do the upgrades, the one you want to do right away is the one in your inventory right here. And that's totally worth 3 Mercer Spheres. Remember, there's only so many Mercer Spheres, about 200 plus Mercer Spheres in the game. It's totally worth it because when you're running around and your inventory gets full, you can just throw it in the Dimensional Depot instead of constantly having your inventory full everywhere you go. Also, there's one here that doubles the amount that it holds. That costs about 3 Mercer Spheres. And then this one here, which actually uploads faster. Now, if I get this one, which uploads faster, I can, again, just put 5 of them on there and let it run. The one that really starts to cost a lot is 7. What if I could put 7 resources in there slowly, or I could upgrade it and make it go faster. I think it's always better to, while you're doing your resources, is to have it where it's automatically running in there at any given time. But definitely the speed upgrade is good. Definitely these first 3 upgrades are definitely worth it. Now these get really crazy toward the end. My last playthrough, I did do it all the way to the end. But you got to think that was how much Mercer Spheres is 20. That's 36. 42 there, 42 here. So this is like 80 Mercer Spheres that you're putting into upgrades as opposed to being put it into all of your resources going in the Dimensional Depot. I feel like more Dimensional Depots would be more effective than upgrading your Dimensional Depots as well. Now, I'd probably go 7, which is 300% in here. Now, really, the benefit is when you're doing blueprints of your expansion is that you can have more in the Dimensional Depot, and then you can basically build bigger things easier because it has so much stuff in there. I'll probably end up doing it because you don't really need more than 100. So if you use 100 on expanding it and you use 100 for all of your various resources, then you'll probably be okay. You'll probably be okay in the long run. But I don't do it in the beginning. I feel like in the beginning it's much easier because it takes a lot of time to run around, grab all those Mercer Spheres. And later you get something that really helps you go get those Mercer Spheres and really helps you go get the summer sloops, right? You can run around, just collect whatever loot you want and have a massive advantage versus the earlier game where you're using your jetpack and all that other stuff. And we haven't got to that yet, so we're going to tell you about that when we get to it. Now, I've already finished the game multiple times, everybody. I've played through 50 times. I don't even know how many times it is now. It's many, many times. But again, I feel like these upgrades are not worth it unless you're just kind of keeping the smaller upgrades. But we are going to go ahead and go do some upgrade runs. Speaking of putting stuff in my thing, we can do this. Got any room for that in there? We do. All right. Let's just throw some stuff in there that we don't necessarily want to carry around. Let's put this one here and that one there. So it's putting my power shards back in there. Very nice. I can also go in and say, oh, hold on, we'll move this forward. Move these forward, and I can say, hey, put, where did it go? Right here. Put those ingots in there again, so later on when I run out of stuff again, and I need some ingots, they'll already be in the Dimensional Depot. I'm always throwing stuff in the Dimensional Depot just to let it backlog in there in case I need something later on. I always start with the lowest number first. As you can see, this one's 32, this one's 49, 80, and 100. So I do them in order because it starts from left to right. And just easier to throw it all in there and let it manage it in there. Very nice. Okay, now also we want to get some explosive rebar because that's going to be super fun. Maybe a little bit more right here. A little max that out. So one of the cool things is you don't have to actually pull that all the way out and get a full stack. You can just fill the stack that you already have on you, so you don't have to micromanage that smaller stack, which is great. We want to get our fuel out of here. Speaking of fuel, let's go ahead and fill that stack. Now let's go ahead and go back here and see how my turbo fuel is doing. Remember, we just started it today, and we're backlogging that turbo fuel over here. Yeah, that, everybody. That right there. And then, by the way, it's about to finish. When it fills that up and it fills up the Dimensional Depot, it's going to backlog all the way along here, and then it's no longer going to use that fuel. And then what I can do is I can go ahead and add another generator if I want to, or another couple generators, matter of fact, back into the thing. I'd probably just add one if I was going to add one, or two. But then this would run, 20 generators again versus it running a reduced amount. And that's where we got our packaging right over here. Okay, so we got that done, and we are on number 1, 2, 3. We're on number 4 here. We want to go ahead and get another one going. Let's see if we have enough resources to pull up another one down. We can go into blueprint mode, middle mouse button, and we don't even need to go look that up. We can just pick it up from that one. Right there. All right. I'm lining this up by just eyeballing it like this. Bring this actually out this way. This is the side one. Right there. Leave a little room for that pipe. And then, again, you have infinite nudge now, which is great. It is so good. Really nice. 1, 2. Done. Okay, now we know the distance at which we're going to have our turbo fuel, and that's it. That's going to be all of our turbo fuel there for now, until we scale it up again. But really, your oil is limited based on how much you're extracting, right? And the extractors don't have different mark levels. They don't have Mark 1s, Mark 2s, Mark 3s. So whatever you put down is the amount you're going to extract. The only way you can extract more oil is to overclock it. And that's why I instantly overclock the oil, everybody. I just, right away, bam. First time I put it down, overclock it straight away, leave it overclocked. It is producing more oil with the overclocking than it's costing to overclock it. Absolutely. And you can actually see it right over here. Right? So it's actually producing all of that at maximum amount, and you never have to touch that again. I never have to touch any of that oil again. It'll never make any more than it's making now. And then, of course, it's picking up via the train. You can see the train right here picking it up. And then it's going to run that back to the base. Now, this is a push-pull train. See how the light came on? That's because the train goes into the station that way, and then it pulls out this way because it has a train, an engine on the back. You can see all the cars and the engines as they go back, which is really cool, as they go back the other way. And again, that's just going to work endlessly. Now, the only thing we're going to do with this is actually add more oil to it eventually when we get to our geyser extraction, because there's an oil geyser over there that we can extract. We can put it onto the train, which we've already left room for it on the train. Then we're going to use that for scaling up our all of our other stuff that we're going to be doing, which is our rubber and plastic. So we're going to be scaling that up even more because we're going to need a lot more of that eventually as well. So that's why I am doing that. And I actually, probably my favorite is fuel production. Fuel production, very straightforward once you get it down, once you learn how to do the ratios of fuel. Like right now, we are using 2 turbo fuel factories to do what took us 5 fuel factories, right? So basically, we're going to double it like 2.5 times our overall production of this. So we need a lot more of these because we can basically double this up, double up again. So I wanted to make sure I can see how far this is going to go. And then we're going to take this turbo fuel here and run the actual, those things over here next to it. So we just be more efficient so we don't run into the barrier, which eventually you run into. Why is that weirdly offset? No. Add monkey. No. 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 There we go. There we go. Fix that. Nice. Oh, this one over here. Busted. Oh, busted. Come on. Snap. Snap properly. Very nice. All right. Let's go and put some roads in. I clarify roads as yellow. And then connect into my central road, which I have going here. And this is for the human factor of what I'm doing, and that's me. Running around and getting in between stuff and leaving room so I can get going doing what I'm doing. I got over here, I'm going to get going doing what I'm doing by taking this pipe and running it. Come on, pipe. And running it around this corner over here. You just set it straight. There we go. And we'll run this one in a little bit. Yeah, let's stay right there. And we need to put our things on this side and get all this turbo fuel up and going. Actually, I want to snap it to this one over here. hit H. There we go. See, this one's aligned to that one, so I know what the offset is. And then I just move this where this pipe is aligned to that, and we know those are aligned. And then 1, 2. 1, 2, or was it 3? 3? 3. It was 3. It was a 3 nudge. And over here, H, 1, 2, 3. And not enough pipes. But watch this. We just wait a minute. We just wait for it. It's auto putting those pipes into the thing, so we don't have to run back for the pipes all the time. Now, it's doing it really slowly right now, but again, as we upgrade, make it faster. Even one upgrade would be amazing. But that's why we're adding all this power, so we can add back in all of our various productions. And I add back in the productions that I need in the moment. I don't just go, hey, I'm going to go do 10,000 plates and 10,000 rods and 10,000 this, that. I don't need to. I already have a bunch of those resources. I don't need them right this second. But when I do need them, I add them back in. And I don't need my factory to be running every single thing every single minute when it's completely unnecessary. You know why we're being smart here. We should run back and get a bunch of pipes on us. Just so cool to soar over the top of everything with the jetpack. Right through the smoke. Just tapping. Tap, tap, tappy. Get a long ways if you just tap, tap, tappy, everybody. Boom. Easy. Alright, let's stop messing around here. Boom, get them all. Let's just get them all and use them all. Ain't doing us no good in that box. Let's go in here. This will take us way down over here on the other side. See, that hypertube doesn't have any power. We have a power connector right there. We sure do. Well, let's do something like this then. I think, and we got our road through there. We got a power connector. Run it in there. Okay, so we got that done. And let's get our... Oh, this one we haven't finished yet. This one we have that going in. Do we have our compacted coal in there? We sure do. Oh, okay. We got to finish this one before we keep going on those. We've got to get this one fueled up. So are we going to run that one all the way to the end, or do we feel like running that over here? We're going to need to do 2 more on this side, but we could offset them. So we have one here and one over there. This is a good question. This one here at the end is only 5, which is a separate group than those groups. So I need to do another group of 5 of these. Really, this is 9, by the way, because there's 1 missing. Another group of 9 here, and I need to run that fuel all the way down to here. And again, we will eventually hit the radiation barrier here. Well, I say we YOLO and see what happens. We'll see how close we are to that radiation barrier. Plenty of room. Plenty of room there. All right, let's just say we'll make a crossroad here. That's what the yellow represents. And then we'll just pick up some generators. Actually, we can just put it right there and then just hit H and nudgy, 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 nudge. Nudge that over. I like to leave a little bit of room so you can run pipes and stuff down the side. And there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 on that side. We drop this one out on the right side. Okay, so we'll do 5 on this side. Hold down control, by the way, makes it easier to snappy snap that right in there. And then I'd hit H on that one. Let's do it like this. Let's get this one. And then watch this, everybody. You can really nudge it a long way, which is so good. So good that they fixed that, because that sucked. That sucked when it you can only nudge it a little bit, and then you have to just keep nudging and nudging it again. Now you can see it aligns across. We know it aligns this way because we locked it in that way as well. Oh, encased industrial beams now. Power too. Power running along this road? Probably not, but we could get this around the corner like this. So if I want to stop back there, Upper Troop School. Boink! Smack my head right on that thing. Look, I got that helmet. Oh, okie dokie. We got problems. We are out of encased industrial beams. Alright, that's a problem. So, we're going to make some spaghetti. Let's do it. Encased industrial beams, steel beams, and concrete. Alright, well, guess what? We just happen to have steel beams and some concrete. We don't have enough encased industrial beams to run the belt from over there. So we're gonna go a level 3 belt, as it doesn't really matter. There we go. And then encased industrial beams. We're gonna need our power shards. As you know, we're gonna overclock this big time. Overclock that sucker. Give it some power. Any power nearby? Oh yeah, we do right here. Oh, don't have enough space. Not enough space on there. Let's use this one then. Okay. Making sure that's the right one. This one right here. Got to scale down because we're out of encased industrial beams. Again, I don't make it unless I need to make it. There we go. And again, that's going to overclock the heck out of that. What do we do with those things right here? Man, we must have a full box of that in there now. Yeah, we sure do. That's what I call offline production. And when you're really trying to optimize your production, you definitely want to use your summer sloops. Because it's going to double the production. It's going to make 30 of them instead of 15, but for the same amount of resources. It does use more power, but it's not like I'm hurting on power. I'm hurting on these resources. So now it's going to crank a bunch of those out, use up whatever resources I have here. Now I can make a production that uses both of those resources because those particular two resources happen to be right next to each other. Because I have my concrete out there and I have my steel production. So I can put another layer on the top, which is using the assembler, and run the steel beams into there and also run the concrete in there. And eventually all that stuff's going to backlog anyway, where I'm going to end up with a crazy ton of it. So that's the smart thing to do. Is just to take the two things that are close together and run the excess resources in there into some assemblers. So while that's making a few of them for me over there, we're going to go over here and we're going to check it out. So again, we can just stack it on the top and then we can move our thing. And way over here, we have got a tremendous amount of concrete sitting right in here. Look at it. Oh, wait, maybe not. There's all of our concrete. Oh, there it is. Only one box? Probably because I'm using so much. It's probably because I'm using so much concrete. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I just happened to pick the one box that wasn't completely full. Yeah, I'm using a lot of concrete today. But it just constantly makes concrete all the time and throws it in the dimensional depot. But it has a lot extra there. And it just, this is all that it does is run that. So we need to basically tap into this and run this up. Now you can see actually we had already ran some of it out there. I can see we're using the output here of the actual thing. So instead of just affecting the backlog here, that we split the actual output itself, which is not what I want to do over here. I actually want to utilize the... wait, no, this is the total box outlet. No, that's good. No, that's what I want to do. This is, after it goes into the storage is when I want it to split. So it'll use the backlog in the storage. Okay, so we want to go ahead and take this and make that go over there. That's going to be a tough one. Alright, first we'll go ahead and do this. Just to get that started again. Where are we feeling? Right over there? Will it reach? Nope. So close. No problems. We'll just run it just like that. Alright. Assemblers on the top. Here we go. Okay, now we got these in the way. We'll have to deal with that in a minute. What side were we using for this side? We can put in multiple levels. Okay, now we're going to take the dimensional depots out. They're going to be in the way for a minute. We'll fix all of that later. We'll leave those there. Utilize later. Okay, so this is the output of that. So we want the inputs on that side. So now we're going to use our assemblers that we have. And we'll want the input to be on the back. But we need more encased industrial beams to make that happen. Which is funny because we want to make encased industrial beams, and that's why I'm down here doing some offline production so I can take the encased industrial beams and make more of them over there. But also what it's going to do is use up some of our steel beams. So we want to be smart about how we're doing our steel beams, that half of it's going into the box and then half of it is going into the production. Vitally important. Vitally important here. And then going into the dimensional depot, which we'll take that one out because we'll move that dimensional depot over there, so that'll always be online. Again, only doing it when I need to do it. There's 100. All right, we're good. Back we go. And combining resources when I need to combine those resources. You'd be surprised how much resources you make in the beginning that are really like you need a whole bunch of that in the beginning, and then all of a sudden you don't need any of that. Especially when you're going up the various tiers. That's why I'm doing this the way I'm doing it now. All right, and we're just going to take this. We're going to do this. And we will go ahead and do something like this. Do a floor hole there just to manage this a little nicer. We'll do this. Jetpack to refuel all the way up to the top. Come on, go on the outside. There we go. And we'll just have that run from down there. That's not the right thing. That is not the right thing. In the wrong set. There we go. This. Into that. Now that concrete's going to go way up there to the top. Okay, and we'll deal with that in a second. But we needed to build this out where the input is on the back. Input on the back. All right, what? Still not enough in case industrial beans? We need 133. And we have 93. Did I not pick up 100? Oh, I used it for the belt. I used it all up to bring that up there. That's funny. That's funny. But we have to use it for what we got it for. Okay, we'll go get some more. Go back to go forward. Okay, how much more we got over here? 78. All right. Try it again. We better just double check before we go back. Oh yeah, we're good. Yeah, I used it on the belt when it was going up there. We're gonna solve this problem right now. Now, I don't know what the excess of all of these are, but pretty much I'm just making them to go into the dimensional depot. They're not really being used in any of the production at all. So this is now going to be used in this production. It's kind of hopping one thing to another. I can make a ladder and make it easier to get up here, but meh, use my jetpack. All right, let's put these down once and for all. There we go. Check the edges. Nudge, 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 nudge. Get in there. Looks good. Go. Okie dokie. Give this a minute. And then we'll go in here. Okay, now we're going to tell this to make base industrial beams. We're going to copy, copy, copy. I always copy multiple times because sometimes it just doesn't copy it. I know, hopefully for sure, that it's going to copy it and do what I want it to do. All right, again, I don't know what the ratios are. I don't even care what the ratios are. I'm not even thinking of ratios. I'm just going to run half of it in here. And when it comes to the concrete, I'm just going to run all of the concrete in there. And then if it's too much and I suddenly start running out of concrete, I will then say, nope. Just take half of it and run it in there. But it'll always take half of it and run it in the dimensional depot and half of it to run it over here because it is splitting it. So I always have some going in the dimensional depot at any given time. Okay, so we got that going. Now we got to do is get our inputs, which are over here, right over here. And let's just make it easy on ourselves so we can see our inputs here. Our inputs are on the wrong side. So it needs to be rotated. Yeah, it needs to be rotated. How do we have our output is here. So needs to be rotated so that back corner is over there. Let's do it again. So we take this and we have it facing us. It is not the output. This is the output. So the arrow should point that way, which makes the input over there. Okay, let's try that. Make sure it's aligned with the stuff here. There we go. The weird part is going to be the outputs off to the side, but we'll do what we got to do. For input should be here now. Okay, and this is our plates. Put our plates in there. There we go. Then we'll use a vertical splitter. Bring this up to the top. Like this. This one. That one we'll take out. This one to the top. Like that. Okay, now we want to take this here and run it around over here to the input. To there. So we want to make this easy on ourselves. Run this along here. Stand down here and do it. Okay. Run it down here. We want to run it up there, but we don't have any encased industrial beams again. Alright, one more round, hopefully. And then no more chasing down encased industrial beams. Now it's going to be a 3-item swing right there, too. So you're doing your steel pipes, your steel beams, and our... wow, look at that. It's getting tall. Getting tall up there. There we go. Up, 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 and away. Oop, I missed it. There we go. Keep going. Get up there, buddy. You got this. There we go. All right, run this out of here. Run that right into there. How about nice and straight? Very cool. All right, now we should be running in there. We got to change these from compacted full again. Encased industrial beams. Copy, copy, copy. Pasta. I can press the button down here, but down behind me is says the paste button. But I'm just using the control key, Control V for paste. Yeah, gotta get around these. Industrial beams. Then this odd one that's kind of off by itself. It's industrial beams. Okay, we got both resources coming in. We do. Now all we need is some power. Take this power right here. Oh, actually, we got it right here. Take this power here and run her down. Need to find an entrance over here. We got a connector we can zip onto. This one. Bingo. Here it going. Get in the building. Oh man, that turbo fuel is powerful. Alright, in the building. There we go. Now, check every single one of them is working. There's number 1. There's number 2. Number 3. Number 4. And number 5. Alright, all those are working, burning up those resources. Now, we need to go over here. And some more storages. All right, so our output side is this side. Want the, where's the Output of this is over here. So we want the arrow to point that way. Point the other way. So we want to go ahead, turn this that way. I keep leaning and look around the boxes, making me slide sideways. All right, there we go. Slidey sideways. Man, 5.5 hours have gone by. Can you believe that, everybody? Holy mackerel. This is the type of game, everybody. I mean, time just flies by because you're just having such a great time. All right. Fantastic game, everybody. Absolutely fantastic. All right, we'll do this to make this easier on ourselves. And then this output's going to come out, and it's going to go here. That's going to go. I've encased industrial beams. How hilarious. I don't think you can grab them off a lifter. I don't think I've ever tried to grab them off a lifter. The cool thing is we don't have to chase them down anymore because they're right here. Now we can just grab them out of here, or we can just go right here and just pick them up right off the belt. Good enough. All right. And then we're trying to run this into this box so we can get it into there. There we go. All right. That's going to go 20 boxes deep. Now, here's the thing. When this fills up, it's then going to backlog, and then it's going to backlog a bunch of the steel beams, and then it's also going to backlog all of the concrete. Again, when I don't use those things are going to massively backlog in there. It's also sending half of it to the dimensional depots, and I have 5 dimensional depots over there for concrete, and then 5 more. You can see them stacked on the top here for plates, because those are the things I'm always doing the most, and it's really been helping a lot on those. Now, we want to go ahead and get these to run back up again here to the top. So this up here, say something like that. And this one down here will run up here to the top as well. So let's fly up there first. Get an idea of which height we want it to be. All right. And then over here, we also want this to go up there, so we're going to just vertical split it right here. And then we'll bring this one to the top, like so. Then we go ahead and use all of our dimensional depots and have this all online. So this is going to run the stuff, whatever it's called there, the frames, the beams. There it goes. It's going to run those beams in here. Now, it's not going to go very fast, but it will just continuously put those in there. So now I don't have to go track those down all the time. And it will run those in there. And then the same thing over here that we had running. I'm just going to set this back just a little bit. So you can do kind of a double run here. And then the beams are going to go there, and the pipes are going to go not there because I don't have enough pipes. Don't got enough. Don't got enough. Come on. Make me some more. Don't got enough until I have enough. What the heck is the entrance on this? Here. Those are running through there. Okay, good to know. Let's go down here and see how we're doing down here. Slowing us down. Probably something. Nope. Looks like it's slowing us down. Just the amount of time it takes to make these. I usually skip over encased industrial beams for this very reason. They're very, very slow. So what I do is I usually just make a bunch, and then I go straight to aluminum. Because aluminum, you're going to end up with it's just going to be coming out your ears, everybody. Especially if you're on a server, I can just let this run and run and run. But now that we have it as part of the production, it will just make an absolute ton of those. We don't have to worry about it. We'll just let that run in the background for now. We'll try to get our dimensional depot up here, though, before we move on to the next thing. Right over here. We got to get our beams up in here. Like so. There we go. Nice. Okay, so you can see it's putting little beams in there. It's putting a whole bunch of pipes in there. We're getting a backlog of all of that stuff. And then over here, it is putting these in the dimensional depot. You see we're 9 industrial beams. And then what I'll do is I'll let that backlog. And so it'll eventually fill up the depot. Then it will start to fill up all the boxes. And then those boxes will backlog. Then the steel beams will start to backlog. The concrete will start to backlog over time. If you let it run long enough, that stuff will all backlog. And so you have 20 boxes deep of all of that because it never runs out of resources. That's one of the things in Satisfactory is that the resources never run out. So you can just let it run and run and run forever. And I have a lot of extra concrete sitting over there and not a lot of steel beams. So I might as well let that stuff run. And then, of course, it'll when it fills up, then we'll be good. We'll be all good. And again, those are the things I need. Oh, look at my train coming through. I ran it underneath the overhang there. That's a big old train, everybody. Big old train full of coal right there. All right, we're shaping up now. Okay, we got an endless production running over there. Feel like that's a good spot to take a little break since we've been going 5.5 hours now. We'll take a little break. Look at this. This is shaping up nice. One of the things I like about building a base, you can see my power in there too, my power storage, is just taking a bird's eye view of everything that's going on. Oh, we got some flashing things down here. Let's go down here and take care of these. Got a blueprint overlapping something. Probably because I ran those and they ran into these. Much nicer. In fact, let's take these ones out. And we'll make them all blue. There we go. Much nicer. This is my, what you call it? My biofuel. As a backup. We still got plenty of coal over here. Plenty of coal we can run over there as well. Really only need, how many more? We have 3 of them running. We only need 2 more, and we have 3 more on top of that. And so we can use that coal elsewhere. Or we can use it when we go to scale up our fuel again. Because this fuel, if we went and got more fuel, we could double this up with the amount of coal that we have. Because this is half the amount of coal I can run at the very end game. So at the end game, I could double this up again. And we know where there's a bunch of fuel, we could just run a nice train. Bam! And these are impure nodes. We got a pure node there. 2 pure nodes, so that's a whole lot, everybody. Yeah, that's 600, 1200, 1800. This here is 2100. Oh my god, 2100. 2500 roughly. 2500 oil right there that we can just right over this way. Right over here back to the base, and then we can be doing some more. Pretty awesome. Now we got to put another tower out here too. We got to stick a tower somewhere up here so it's getting all that area there. We'll get that later. Later. Right now we want to let our stuff run. Let's go see if it's actually backlogged before we take a break. Let's go check this backlog. Now, what we want to see when we get over here is a whole lot. Oh, this is extra here. We can take that out. A whole lot of turbo fuel in these storage containers, right? We did it right. This storage container should be full of turbo fuel right over here. Sure is. And then the same thing over here on this other side. Again, we're just getting started here, everybody. We got 2 more to go. Basically, we're going to double up our power again. And then this will just run endlessly. And over here, totally full. All right, nice. So that means that both of these are going to run super consistently. Nice, solid gray line. The power's not going to dip up and down. Notice that we're running the fluids down into the thing. This keeps it from backlogging up. That's what you want to do. Look at that super solid line right there, 8250. We're going to double that whole entire thing up again. And we'll be around 20,000 power, roughly. Once we get the rest of that in over there. And then we needed some resources here at the end to do this. Some more of our stuff here. We were putting these in way down here. Yeah, we need more of our dealios here, more of our beams. But now we got lots of beams because they're going right in there. Okay, those are all done. We'll come back. We'll do all of the fuel lines. We'll run that turbo fuel over here. That stuff will start right back up. That sucker will start right up straight away. So I kind of feel like we want to run, while we're taking a break, we want to run that line over here so it's backlogging that turbo fuel. Oh, yeah. That's what we want to do. All right, we're going to just run it into here. And we'll... When you're about to take a break, you should say, hey, I should get this running first. Now, of course, the problem with doing that is that sometimes you never end up taking a break. I am notorious for that. So you never actually get the break part in. All right, there we go. And then we're going to run into the center of this, which means we're going to put our storage unit right here. Which I probably inset the storage unit here. And I love to use these rounded foundations. They're pretty cool. They really work awkwardly, though. But, you know, you do what you got to do. Vertical. Awkward. Actually doing pretty good on it right there. There we go. Get up on top here. And we'll rotate this the right way. We'll hit H. And then we'll nudge it. So it's cool looking. There we go. I want to disconnect all these lines. We want to flush this big time. Oh, no. Full pipe network. Full pipe network flush. And then we're going to disconnect all of this. This should... Production pause. Oh, I turned these off. I manually turned those off. Yeah, I manually turned all those off. I was screwing around with something, I'm sure. Hold on, we gotta turn those back on so they run out of fuel. I purposely want these to run out of fuel so that I can clear that fuel and put the turbo fuel in there. You might as well use it. Well, you know, use up that fuel that's in the lines. Alright, turn these back on. There we go. I'll backlog those lines, but right now it's got fuel in it. Okay, so again, we want to start backlogging this turbo fuel over here. It's just over here making fuel, but it has nowhere to go. It has no storage, so it's just sitting in here, and it's stopped because it's full. So again, if you're going to take a break, you might as well let it run while you're taking a break, and it'd be backlogging a bunch of turbo fuel over there instead of sitting here completely filled up like it is right there. And we're going to run this across right here and kind of piggyback on that one. This. There we go. And run this one. That one. I was using stackers we already got. Run that right down the center. Then we'll go zooping. Run that there. touch that, so good. Hard to tell sometimes how far up that is. Start to fill up all this pipe while we're doing this. This is a long way to run these pipes. Okay, yeah, see, pumping the turbo fuel now. Pumping all that turbo fuel into our buffer here. Now it's got somewhere to go, right? It needs somewhere to go, otherwise it just stops production. I don't like it when it stops production. Look at it filling up pretty quickly there, too. I don't like it when it stops production. Now, there we go. See, these should just run out of fuel because I flushed the whole network of fuel there, which is what I wanted to do. I wanted to run out of fuel. Then we're going to run this as far as we can run it, which is right about here. So we'll back up just a little bit to where we're in between the two so that it's not right where one of these things are. And then all the way over here. We can reach all the way to the end. Oh, maybe not. A little bit less. Right to there. There we go. Don't need that. All right. Now what we want to do is sync this up where it snaps to all of these. Should be on both sides. Yep. Double checking that is aligned on both edges. Whoa, that's crooked. Nope. Don't like it. Not doing it. That is very, very crooked. Redo it. That was not down the center. Try that again. Oh, gotta go forward by one. Much better. Okay. Do it again. Do as many times you gotta do to do it right. That's what I try to do. Oh, that's freaky. Why are you acting so freaky? Okay. Now this is all connected together. We'll flush it again just in case. I see a little bit of fuel in there. Double flush. Triple flush it. Triple flush it out. Okay. Then we're going to take out all of our power lines. Over there and over here. Took out one power line too many. Back in there. Okay, this we don't need this. We're not running fuel in there anymore. We're running turbo fuel. Right, the reason why I took this out is so that it doesn't try to start it up and burn up that fuel. Because what we want to do is we want to backlog that fuel. Alright, we want to take all the excess that we have right now in here and run all of that into all of the machines. These machines are one of the few machines that will actually allow you to kind of pre-run all of the stuff in there before you actually connect it to power, which is really cool because you can fill all these up, fill all the pipes up, everything gets filled up, then you start it up, and then it's very consistent in the way that it runs. If you just start it in there, it's going to kind of go on and off and on and off. You're going to have to deal with that. It's better to just be patient, let it backlog all that stuff, fill up all the pipes, and then start it up, and then it will stay consistent the whole rest of the way. Which I prefer to do that. And we'll put in all of our power there. And then we'll just run all of our power lines. We have 9 there and 9 here, so that's 18 total. And again, this will take it a while for it to build up all that resources. And then we'll let it backlog in there as well. Yeah, you can see it's already working on it. Very nice. Make sure that we have all of these. We can see it working all the way down. Yep. Does work good. Okay, and I'm also doing it from the center of the 2 sides. So we have, 10 on one side, 10 on the other. So it goes in and then it splits in both directions. I find that works a lot better than doing it at one side and then running it all the way to the end, because the ones at the end are starving for resources. I mean, the ones still on the ends when you're splitting it this way are still going to be starving for resources, but it just seems to work better, I think, when you do it that way. Okay, so we got this together. Did we put pumps in here? We did not. So we're definitely going to need to check those pumps. Come on, there we go. Let's get our pumps in. There we go. So this way. Oh, this one's connecting out that way, huh? Now this pump, these 2 pumps will push this all the way to the end, which is why I want to get these pumps in here. And then I could take this, run it back over here. Bingo. And then we got our pumps up and running. There we go. So those pumps will push that all the way to the end a bit better. But you saw it made it there anyway, because these have a certain head lift that they can push up. And I'm not really above that head lift right now. 3 up is not, that's about 8 meters up right there. So that's perfect. And usually it goes up to 10 meters up. So that's 8 meters right there. So it'll be fine. Really, it's probably 9 meters. But so you saw that it would run even without the pumps. But I don't like to be without the pumps, because sometimes at the end I'll make it go up or down or whatever. So the pumps cost barely anything when it comes to power. They're really cheap when it comes to power. You can actually go in and look at what the pumps cost. Cost you 8 watts, 8 megawatts. Put 2 of them in there, cost you 16 megawatts, and you never have to think about it again. Because that will definitely push all of that all the way down to the end, which will make all that run eventually. But you can see that it does work without pumps too. But I like to set it and forget it. Okay, so we're going to go down here and we're going to take a look at our thing here. Okay, so now when we come back, we want to see that this is about halfway up. When that's halfway up, we'll just go start connecting that power again, and we'll actually have more power than what we started with today. Right over here. We should save again. 3rd group of turbo fuel. There we go. Remind myself where I was when I made that save. All right, so we'll let that run. We're going to go ahead and bring up some words on stream for you guys to play. Hopefully it works this time and is not broken. We'll see. All right, there it goes. All right, let's see if it works. Okay, there we go. Taking a break, everybody. Hey, Petrodan. Hey, Faybrain. What's up? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. We're going to come back and do some more Satisfactory in just a bit, everybody. Enjoy some words on stream. Back, everybody. Let's get to it. What are we doing over here? Oh, look at this one. Wow, that's a lot of letters there. Let's see. We got any fake letters? No, we don't. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and try to get you guys some Kismets. We get every one of these words, everybody. We're gonna give you 5,000 caps. Cully, we're gonna try. Already did tally. Whoa, all right, big word there. Actually, very nice. Clay, you already got, tally. T-A-L-Y. Oh, T-A-L-L-Y. There we go. Somebody knows how to spell. What? A-U-L-A. I don't know. A-U-L-Y. I'm just going to throw a whole bunch of letters together. Tulla. Those are C words over there. Yeah, these are A words here. They can't be anything else other than A words. Trying to think of what other words it would be. A-U-L-A-L. A-U-A-L. A-L-A-T. I don't know what these words are. Obviously not in my vocabulary. I have no idea. Zero idea. Zero idea, but you still got it done, and that's the important part, everybody. Here's a bunch of Kismets for being awesome. Put a 1 in the chat if you can. See it here, man. We're going to roll on with some Satisfactory over here. Oh, it's just about to happen. It's just about to fill up, everybody, right at that moment. Right there. Thank you, everybody, for putting out 1s in the chat. Let me know everything working. Give you another 1,000 Kismets, everybody in chat. There we are. We're right here at the perfect moment, everybody. It's just about to max out. Let's let it watch it do its thing. Now we can go ahead and turn the things on. Now, you don't have to wait till it maxes out. You can just wait till it gets about a halfway is usually what I do. So it has some fluid in there to flow and buffer with so that it doesn't run dry. And now we're going to fire them up. Here we go. Turbo fuel doing its thing. And over there. What you're basically doing is taking the fuel and making it twice as powerful. That's turbo fuel. Now, look at this, everybody. Now we're at 12,000 fuel, or 12,000 power, 12,750 to be exact. Absolutely crushing it, and we still got 2 more to go, which means we have more to add into our overall power structure. But we're going to need a lot more of these generators. That is for sure. We're going to need how many? Probably 20 more generators. Minus what? Minus 4. So 16. No. Yeah, this is 10, 20. We need all of this again. So 40 generators. I gotta figure out the math in my head, which isn't working. What do we got there? We've got, yeah, set of 10 down there. Get up there on the top. There we go. So yeah, we need this twice again. So this is 10, 5, 10. So yeah, we need 20 more generators, minus 4, 16 more generators. Okay, we're gonna need a lot more generators. We're going to stick them right over here so we can use these two to fuel them up. And while we were out, it also was making us a bunch of other resources that we could use, including concrete and all of that as well. We're going to need a lot of space over here, that is for sure, to run these. So we're going to burn up our plates. We're going to burn up our concrete that we have in the dimensional depot. Like so. There we go. And then we're going to get these going. Okay, so we're going to go run this over here, and we'll try to run this as close as we can. Like this, and then again, bump it back a little bit for our pipes to inner. Or we're going to put the pipes in the middle. But we don't need to do that. Let's move it forward this way so we can run the pipe down the side here. So we could run it from there, down the side here, down there. And then this one will run off over to this side. And again, we'll go ahead and leave some room. So we can just do this right down the center. So we'll turn that on default. Give us an idea of our distance here. Like that. And then we'll flip this one around the other way. Kind of set the precedent of how we're going to run these. Wow, perfect. All right, bam, just like that. Okay, now we just need to do a whole lot of these until we can't do any more. Again, every time we run out of resources, we're going to just go make some more. What is going on with this? Snap in there. Why the heck are you snapping way over there? What is up with this thing? It's crazy. It's crazy. Whatever. Let's do it myself then. Okay. More rubber. Wow, that's of all the things. Of all the things, I'm sure I have a crazy ton of that over here. Put 3 down. And just go over here and say, hey, I want to do 16 more of these, or 16 total, minus the 3 that we've done, which would be 13. All right, we're going to need a lot of stuff, but that's okay. Luckily, we got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of stuff here we can grab. Copper sheets over here. We certainly have a bunch of those backlogged. Case industrial beams. We were making a bunch of these over here. Oh man! All right, now we're talking. Using up our other resources that we have plenty of. We have plenty of all of those. And we are looking for motors over here. Oh no, out of motors. Okay, case industrial beam's good. Motor's what we need now. Rotors and stators. All right, taking these out. I think I have some rotors and stators here. Got a little bit. A little bit. We'll go ahead and run those in then. Run this one out just a bit. All right. More motors it is. Take this out. Find where our motors are supposed to go. Right here. Again, if you got extra resources, why make it yourself? Might as well just burn up those resources to make the thing that you need. You can see I've already got it on Summer Sloop, and it's overclocked. So I do a lot of this where I just kind of plug in whatever I need in the moment instead of building the whole thing out. Now, I could very easily go do that, but I don't have rotors and stators set up right now. And to set up rotors and stators, you got to set up a bunch of stuff in front of that. So just easier to use up what I've got, throw it in there, GG's. And we've got a bunch of motors in no time at all. Once it's done making a crazy ton of those. Now, it's going to make about 25 per minute. And it should take them and throw them in the dimensional depot, which is what it's doing. Oh, it's already maxed out in the dimensional depot. Here's another trick, too, by the way. You go to your motors in your dimensional depot, and you just take those out. This way, you've got them in your inventory, and while you're doing other things, you're going to see over there, it's at 142 right now, now 143. It's just going to start feeding those in the dimensional depot, so you'll have extra of those while you're busy doing other things. So while we're waiting for that, we can go ahead and look around and see what else we're doing around here. What do we got going over here? We've got our frames going there. Over here, we've got some offline production that is doing nothing. What was this making? Oh, this was making rotors. Okay. Making rotors there. And over here, making one of my favorites, explosive rebar. Let's throw some more steel pipes in there. Now, we've got a good amount of this. We got a good amount of that in there. But now that we got a bunch of pipes, we'll throw a bunch of pipes in there and make some more. And then it automatically takes that, puts that in the dimensional depot too. So I have that when I'm running around. I can do a lot of pew-pew. Doing a lot of pew-pew with those explosives going off. And again, we have our sorter in the back here to sort this stuff out. We have a bunch extra. All right, make me those motors. Yeah, so you can see already it's made a bunch of motors. And it's feeding those into the dimensional depot. And again, we're just gonna take what it's got. There we go. We can put it in our inventory faster than it can upload it. So smarter to just kind of let it backlog in there and then just take it out. We need about 10 more, which is going to take a couple minutes. We haven't really worked on our next thing because we don't have our space elevator up right now. But we do have all of our stuff unlocked, and we could have went to phase 7 and 8 a long time ago. But again, I'm just kind of fooling around on phase 5 and 6 and seeing what it's like if you actually spend time doing phase 5 and 6 with the level 4 belts and all that stuff. Because once I get to the next phase, everybody, it's just so much easier. It really is. If you just beeline for aluminum plates. Everything is, you can just run more, you can transport more resources, and so on. But ultimately, we'll probably replace all of the belts and all of the stuff that we're using, obviously, with the higher level belts in the long run. All right, we got 10 in here. Yes, we do. All right, and that'll run the rest of those in the dimensional depot for us. Oh, we can just take the hyper tube. Let's go. Using the momentum of the hypertube to just fly me where I need to go. Nice. All right, let's take this out. So I don't know if it's interfering with my snapping over here, but we'll get this going. All right, there's 2, there's 3.
Due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
That's right. 3 and then 4. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. And what side we taking out? I think we're taking out the other side there. Right over there, getting the choo-choo going on. We're actually going to upgrade our choo-choo here in a bit. We're going to get some more coal going there for our stuff. But for right now, we are going to keep this rocking and rolling. And we need... Oh, we didn't make a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we need another row. So we'll make one of these, create a little gap in between. This is just for your navigation as the human being, to navigate in between all of this stuff. again, we'll put this over here. We'll probably put that up against the road, but we'll give it a little extra space. And then more of them over here. Nudgy, nudgy, nudgy. Infinite nudge. Right over there. Nice. Now, while we were doing all of that, it was putting more of our plates and our concrete in the dimensional depot for us. That was quite kind of it to do so. Okay. Yeah, we are definitely going to need some more motors here, because actually this is not going to be enough. This is just one set. This is one set is 20. So that's 16 there, and then we'll need another 16 next to there. So yeah, we're gonna need a bunch. And we did 5 here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, one more. One more over there. Okay. And then on this side, we're gonna do 4. So we're doing 18, and we could do 20, but it does get a little close, and I like to have get a nice solid foundation for my power. I know it's just going to keep running and running. All right, that's all good. Over here, we could be actually getting our turbo fuel running back here. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we need to get this turbo fuel running. So it could be backlogging that turbo fuel right now. Alright, we need to do our lifters first. So we're going to go from this way into here. There we go. Nice. All good. All right. That in there, this into here. Get all these connected. We're gonna have to run this this compacted coal separately, so we can do this one and we can do the next one together, and those 3 are going to be together over there. All right, then our pipes. Let's get our pipes going on right over here. This one into that one. Nice, nice. Oh, cross connect our pipes. Make sure we're getting our connection here between our 2 blueprints. There we go. And then cross connect the power right there. That one. Then run all of our power. All these other ones that we're doing. Look at all those turbo. Look at all those turbo things right down the line. That's cool. Very, very cool. Like it. Okay. So that's all good. Then we want to run our power from here to here. Maybe upgrade this power pole so we can just do this. We know we're going to add some we're going to add some pumps over here. got this down. All right. Come on. Nope. Get in there. Take that out. Take out all these redundant parts that were just there to make that easier. Okay, we got all that. We're doing our pump over here, so we don't forget. This is here. That's there. Okay, we got all that power pumped across there. They should all be yellow. They sure are. And then over this way. So this group is going to feed this group. Yeah, we got to do our pipes first. Let's see. That. Too far. Too far again. All right. Yeah. 3 seconds too late. All right. Like that. Looks good. I'll just put that there like it's holding that up. All right, pumps. More power. Run the power line, but we're going to take that power line out so it doesn't actually start. We're going to use this to run the power lines down the center where all of these come together. Get up there. Awkward. love it when you get in the zone, everybody. When you get in the zone and you're just like on fire, that's what's up with that. All right, very nice. So all we need now is a bunch of turbo fuel. You know what we'll do is we'll run it around the front here too. Yep, we're gonna run it around the front and we're gonna hit it right here. Yeah, so let's okay. This should have been 4. This is 8. There we go. We're gonna put it right there. We're gonna snap that in. No? Don't want to snap it. Fine. Make me make a little thing so I can... Nope, it still doesn't want to snap it. Awesome. Now you got to make a little segment so that it can detect that segment so it'll snap where you want it to snap. So you hold down control. See how it snaps in there now? A little annoying, but do what you got to do. Okay, and then we want this to go around the corner. So we're going to go like this. We're going to go 1, 2. Get that nice corner action. Nice straight action. There we go. This is going to be our input on this one. And then max distance. Yeah, let's back it up a little bit right here. Right here. Okay, we're gonna have to work our storage right here. This. Too close to the clearance of that thing. Bummer. Nudge it down the road a little bit. Why you gotta be so crazy? Take this out. Wrong way. I guess I could do it that way. Good enough. Alright. I'll do it that way. Then all we gotta do is do this. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. And we already put our pumps in. We have not. We gotta put these together. You know what? We haven't even got this together. That side to that side. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. This one's going to there. Cool. All right. Run that out. This needs to need some compacted coal. Is that what we need over here? Need some fuel over here, too. Where's our fuel running right now? Over this way. Take that out. Why is there a box right there? For some reason. Let's see here. We're gonna have to zoom this up over that. That is 3. We're gonna have to go 4. Do a curve just for fun. Do a little spline action there. All right, and then we'll go right along the edge here. How far can this go? Let's find out. Right there. Okay. Go here. And we're going to line this up over here. Go out, go across there. And then across the road. There. And then right into there. All right, there we go. Fuel is in. So we should start to see that fuel flow in there. Absolutely. All right, compacted coal makes it run. Let's go. All right, compact coal number 3. What? All right, let's see how we're doing down here. Those ones we got going, and we need to get our lifters one in there, like so. I'm extracting 480. Yeah, I think we're gonna run out of sulfur. I think that's gonna be our first problem. Yeah, we could run 600 sulfur if we had the faster belts. So this is going to be an issue. 480 divided by, how much is it using? I think it's using 45 each. 25 each. 25 each. 25 times 5. It's 125. Okay, so need 125 sulfur. So we take 480 and divide it by 125 is 3.8. So yeah, not enough for our 4th and 5th one. So we need to find some more sulfur is what we need to do. We got a sulfur problem some way over there. Let's ping some sulfur. Oops, that was not what I wanted to ping. Ping some sulfur while we're at it, too. We got that one. Yeah, out here. We already have our train going out to, going out here to get the coal. We could dip up here to this one. This is just a normal node. Have that train beam back to sulfur also. Yeah. That's what we're going to need to do. Let's go. Get on the train quick. It's too fast for me. It's too fast. I can't catch it. Ah, we missed the train. Luckily. I don't have to abide by the rules of the train. I can go whichever way I want to go. Make my own train. I'm going the wrong way on the tracks, too. I keep going, I'm gonna crash into my own train. So, trying not to do that. Trying not to crash into my own train, probably a good idea. All right, we remember where this sulfur is up here somewhere. Do we have any more room for sulfur in here? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. We might need another train station. And just make another train that comes along and goes to that train station as well. I think we have to go through this cave. Luckily, we got the power to blow stuff up. So much easier to take these out with this. Much more precise. Alright, any Spideys in here? Go find out. Clearing the way. Where you going? You ain't gonna make it. Kismet's out of control! Out of control, blowing up some stuff. Surprise, suck up! What you got? What you got? Come on. Off the rails we go. All right, sulfur here. Very nice. I thought I ran a track back here for this course, didn't I? No, I think I ran a hypertube back here. Did we run a train track back here? I don't think we got to it. Or did we? I don't know. Lost a bit of my last playthrough due to doing that soundbite for you guys. It overrid my autosave. We're doing a little bit of the stuff over again. I don't remember doing the sulfur one last time, though. Alright, we're going to try to make this go right down into this cave. Let's see what we can do. Getting all this trees out of my way. Move all this stuff out the way so I can see what I'm doing. It's faster for me to pick up the leaves. shoot the trees. Okay, so we're gonna need to do some tricky stuff here. We gotta get the train to get up here, or we can just bring this down to the train. Probably easier down to the train. Alright, let's get to it. No use talking about it. Might as well just do it. Hold down control to get our foundations, which are really weirdly... hold down control to get the foundations to go like the world grid. In this case, foundation very oddly aiming this way. Yeah, I don't like it. Pulling away from my build area. I don't like them in my foundations. I don't like it. Alright, so let's go. I wish I could do that in Fallout 4 and 76. Just blow that stuff up. Are you gonna be like that, are you? There we go. Let's do it. There. Nice. Okay. Okie dokie. Now we're getting somewhere. Jeez, it's out of control today. There we go. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. We'll go ahead and do this. Put this in back here for our blueprints. Get these out of there. And we'll get our blueprints out. Where is it? I got a mini extractor. And line that up. Looks good. Going that way. Bam! Right around that extractor it goes. Don't need that back part. Looks good. Okay, did we run power over here? That would have been awesome. Oh yeah, we did. We sure did. Just don't know where the other one is. That one's way over there. Oh, right there. I'm just gonna blow up every tree. Every tree in this playthrough. Alright, we just pulled some power from down there instead of have to rerun it all. Right up to here. And we'll run it on this side. Okay, run this down to there. This to this side. Disconnect it up there. That should start right up. Oh, or not. Why didn't it start up? We got problems. What's going on with this power over here? Oh, yeah, we were working on it and then we stopped. I thought I actually got that working. Yeah, we were doing the angle of how we want this to angle to the top. Yeah, I remember that now. I was working on it. Just the angle was so steep that we ran it all the way back over there so we could have another train go that way. Maybe we should have the train go up that way. That'd be kind of cool because then it could just go straight through, up through that tunnel, and then down and get that stuff on that side. And build a station on the back of the it there. All right, this would be kind of an awkward thing to run, though. We definitely would need to go up a little bit here to start. Where are we running this? Right here? Yeah, we'd have to move over. Just swing out wide, yeah. It'd be cool, though. Right through the cave. I never bothered to build on these caves, typically. Yeah. Gonna run into the thing. You'd have to have a higher grade. Oh, look who's back. Little Spideys are back. We just ran through here. There was no Spideys. And then we cleared it, and then Spideys are back. Yeah, that's a problem. They're going to have to ramp up to do a 2-meter ramp through there. Oh, it's actually coming in from that side. We did right here. No, too much. Too much there too. How about a little bit of ramp up. And we're gonna flatten out. So I hate elevation changes because it just makes it more difficult. This probably get us pretty far. The ramp. mellow. And then you're going to need to scale up a little bit. Nope, still going to run into the thing at some point. Up your angle. Still no. It'd be easier to go over than to go through. Didn't know you can actually run the railway on the terrain. I don't like doing it, but we'll make an exception for this. It actually adheres to the terrain. Somewhat. Showing you some tricks. Running out this way. Oh, don't like the way that that's going. Get it over that part. Why, you know, this is why I don't do this, because the terrain is often really awkward. Run stuff on. I think I can take these rocks out. Oh, I can't. Out of the way, rocks. shot. We're in this area out. All right. My headphones, of course, died at that very moment. All right. The new headphones. Let's get the headphones. How's your sleep been lately? Same as always. Sucks. Sleep apnea bites. It'll never go away. Insomnia never go away. I've tried everything under the sun. I just get up and do as much as I can. Headphones is what I'm doing. I just do what I can do. I don't typically complain about it. I just get up and, you know. Yeah, it is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is. All right. I can now adjust this because I don't like how that's going along there. We can take this out and this. Go. A little better on that. Now this I'm actually trying to get to go into the ground. Just trying to find that good transition point right there. To get it back onto the foundations. Like this. This again. Okay, so we want to start up here. It's all about how you start sometimes when it comes to trains. So what you want to do is go about half of the foundation there, and then I'm going to do a nice straight line here to keep that from bending all over the place in such a way that I don't really like. Then we're going to bend down this way a little bit. We're going to go so far so that we can get it to bend the way we like. Something like that. All right, that's not bad. And then to the bottom of the foundation here. And then onto the terrain. Okay. A lot of air there. A lot of up off the thing. All right, don't like that. Small transition so it's on just a little bit off. There we go. Now we're going to run it down as great as we can. Right into the ground. Don't like it. Smaller segments. Smaller segments equals bendier segments, but at least it's not in the ground. So I don't like. I don't like it when it goes in the ground. And then definitely have a bit of a transition there. Stay here to there. When you do smaller segments, it doesn't go in the ground as much. So you're getting a better result, usually. When you just got ahead and follow the train with smaller segments. And this is why I don't do this. I don't really like it. I don't like how bendy the tracks get. They get like where you're doing this with the tracks. I really don't like it. I really don't like it, but we're going to try it again. Maybe I might like it in the end. We'll see. We might like it all in the end. Yeah, I don't like that. This should go. Should be turning back this way a bit more. Trying to get it to go. Kind of reverse engineering this. This is not turning enough. Neither is this one. This one needs to come down and turn. Aim it toward that segment. Alright. A little better. Ah. So it goes up and down like that. I really don't like it. I really don't like it, and it's too far to the left. Straight over this way. That's better. Gappy though. Don't like that. Nope. Guess I could aim it over this way. Just for the one spot where I haven't cleared it yet. Alright. Just so you know, at some point I may just take this entire thing out. I already don't like it when I'm doing it right now. There's always bushes in my way. Bushes! Alright. Definitely don't like that. Alright, so this... straight this way. Not in the ground. No. obnoxious. Darn bushes. Nope, 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 nope. Fred, could you just not get in the way for once? Could you just not be right in the way for once? Nope. It'll work, but I don't like it. And that's why I'm going to take it out. Oh, can't take it out. Well, let me select it. There we go. I don't like it. Nope. Nope, don't like that in the ground either. Look out. Crazy driver. Much better. It's all wavy and stuff. Don't like it. I just don't like it. Alright, we'll make it work. Go from this direction first. Better. It does that little thing. I hate that. Don't like the little thing. I more don't like it when it's in the ground. Alright, definitely better. Alright. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Where, I have no idea, but we're getting somewhere. I hate doing trains like that, but again, we're trying some different stuff, and we're gonna try it. See if I get rid of it in about 3 seconds. All right, here we go. Gonna be cool though. It's gonna go through the cave. That part's cool. Okay, not bad. What about the other way? I think I kind of like that, actually. I think that's about as good as we're going to get. We can't use the foundations because you have to fuddle with the foundations for a while. I could probably get it to work by doing different levels and angles and all of that. But I just want to see if it feels good when you're going up and down the thing. You're going to be cranking on the way down. Okay. Get out of here, crazy bird. Yeah. So this train will come in from that side, loop around, go that way. This train is going to go up this way. And then we need the train to grab the sulfur and the quartz. So we'll have it coming up through the cave just for fun. And if there's like spiders, the spiders will chase us, by the way, as you go through. Hope I need more fuel. More packaged turbo fuel. Get that. Again, I like it to be nice and straight. That's why I typically put it on foundations, but it's kind of wonky when you're connecting short segments and it starts going like this and up and down and crappy. Crappy when it's doing that. But we do have a shortcut to our quartz over here. And that is cool. We could just build our way down where we have our quartz going here. We don't have to have that big long thing there down the middle, though that'd be fine too. Okay, look at that. It's not good. Yeah. Yeah, see, I just run that out of here. Run that out. Have the train station out here. Bring the resources out. And have it loop back up. Just for fun. Just for funsies. Up here for the sulfur. Whoop, look out. Up here for the sulfur. And have it go down that way. Alright. Well, we got some stuff to do. Eat that tree. Get out the way. Can't see what I'm doing. Alright, much better. Okay. So we want to take this rack. Pretty steep track. I don't like to do track typically that steep. But we are trying to go along the terrain, so we're trying to go along the terrain this time. This takes so much longer than just running the resources way up and running it around it. But in the long run, it's going to be cool when you're riding the train. All that effort of putting in all those trees, everybody, and Kismet just going around blowing them all up. Because we're also going to probably just extract this water that's here, too. We might as well. We're here. Maybe we have to swing this out further. That's going to go way out there. So, we might want to make a transition from here. Go this way. Better idea. Better idea. That's unnecessary. Better idea. Take all this out. There we go. Very nice. Oh yeah, way better idea. Okay, so this is going to come up. It's got to go back the other way, too. Make it go on the same track is the question. When it comes back around, it's going to be going back down. Great trick, by the way, is use your block signal to cut the track where you want to make it run somewhere else. So I'm going to put a block signal there, and then I cut the thing where I can try to then run it this way. To get it to go into there. But the problem is the block signal is going in an odd direction. So that will let it go back that way. And we'll put some block signals in to keep it, hopefully, from running into each other. These all look like they work. This one, we don't need one. Red always in our way. Yeah, nope. Signal thing didn't switch. Okay, there we go. Gotta figure out the logistics. Otherwise, I gotta run another line. I don't want to run another line. I want it to just go up here. Ghost ride it. And then we'll put the station out here, and then we'll just run the quartz to this station. That works as well. So we want to move this again. Alright, we'll deal with that later. Alright, so this out of here. Then we will put some foundations, some 5x5, right here. So we can get this to go in here. Stay like this, and then it's got to come in this way, go back around that way. Let's move it further left. Yeah, so we'll leave some room so it can turn around. Ah, trees. No matter how many trees I take out, there's always one in my way. So yeah, so this is going to come in and go to the station. Really? Apparently we're gonna have a little bit there. The station and then turn around. Put the station way over here. Okay, so station time. And this will be sulfur. Yeah, we have enough room over there. Okay. So something like that, but that's not going to be enough. That's not going to be big enough. All right. We're also going to need bring our quartz over here. So we will push this way forward. How much is this going to extract? No power. So this is 120. So 240, 300. So maximum this is going to do is 300. So that's one car. For that, I usually use 300 as a base. So as a baseline for each car. So 300 of whatever it is you're putting in there, that should be one car. And these nodes over here are what? Oh, I don't have them. I don't have them radar. I have to go see what those nodes are. Okay, okay. Relax there, guy. Go see what these nodes are. Oh, Hoochie Mama. Hoochie Mama! Those are pure nodes right there. All right. Well, we're definitely going to have no shortage of quartz, that's for sure. So right now they're going to be 600 when they're maxed out. So that's 1,200. That's 4 cars right there. Eventually it will be 8 cars worth. That is a lot. Let's just start with 4 cars for now. Here's one for sulfur. Color that one yellow. And then 1, 2, 3. Wow. I don't think I could have planned that if I actually did that on purpose. All right. These are all going the wrong way, though. Going the wrong way. I'd probably put the sulfur one in the back. Put these this way. Okay. This one is sulfur. And these are quartz. Okay, that's a lot of resources going to be pumped right in there. Now we got to get the train to go into the thing. There we go. It probably has power now too, so I can just run power off of this. Back that way. In my foundations. All right. Now we can fix our big power tower over here. Ah. Actually, it's kind of cool. Put it like that. Alright, now we can put this to here, and this down to that. And then this way we can put this to here. Okie dokie. And then we want to get this away from the train. We'll want to take this and zip it around the corner. Something like that. Get it up off the ground. Run it nicely right into there. Alright, backlocking that sulfur. We need more of our boosters though. Yeah, we need to get that to 300. Okay. So we got that. We need to run double lines. We need to run 4 lines because we just don't have enough speed on our belts right now. Yeah. Can't get rid of it. What's that bugs me? I don't like it. Yeah, we're just gonna run that straight out of there. Let's say we start with a stacker. Start with a stacker right here. Forgot the logistics of my belts here first. Perfect. Don't need the top one. It's cascading downward, so you want to think about how your belts are going to enter the thing before you do all of that, so that they're not running into each other, basically. And that's what we just figured out right there. So that's going to run 4 belts of that in there. Look at that, it's already running that sulfur in there. And this stuff's just down here waiting for us to come get it. There's 3 lines. I'd use my walls to do the 3 lines. We would just do dual walls. Put a dual wall like this. First one, bottom. One. What's wrong way? I blew myself up! There's no zombie in this game today, I think. That train will wreck that train so hard. I know, right? You think it would. We'll see how it goes. I'm still doing this the wrong way. Distracted. That way. That one there. One here wants to be a regular wall. And then we can bring this one and this one down or up. blocks the other one. Blocks the other one, so we want this one to go up just like we did on that one. This one down. That one down. Okay. And then we just need a double wall run. Down here. Okay. Not bad. Actually, readjust this hypertube too. Let's just go with foundations. Right over to there. We'll come back for this later. We need to. Okay, how are we gonna do this? We're gonna take this one. Come on, get in there. And we're gonna do that. And this one will go here. Come back and fancy this up later. Right now it works, and that's what's important. Alright, so that's to there. And what's our max distance this way? Right about there. Okay. Too far. Walls. Nope. Too far. Bingo. Wow. Okay. That actually worked. All right. Nice. There's going to be a lot of quartz. All right, we all good? Then clipping. Nope. I go down there and clean that up, but I'm not going to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah. Out of encased industrial beams. What a bummer. I need more. Actually, I should probably connect it back here. At least get one of these running. Let's get the bottom right one running. Nah, still don't have enough. Still don't have enough to run all of that. Take all these other lines out, but we can come back after we have more beams and we can run the rest of that. We know that's going to work. It's all going to go in, feed into all of that. That should be fine in the long run. Oh, we should get this lower one going. This one. We still got to make this train on the other side, and we have to make this train turn around and go the other way. Which probably is not going to work, because now that I have the thing on this side, that's going to be pretty tricky. We'll see what we can do. Let's see what we can do here. Working some magic. All right. Let's go ahead and get our turnaround here. See what we can make happen. Great blueprint, by the way, that I made. Oh, man. Look at that. Nice. Beautiful. Like it, I like it. Connect that into there. And then just gonna have this go like this eventually. Go ahead and put in our straight piece first. Right back to here. And then we're gonna bring this out to here, and then this to this. Gonna work its way around there. Oh, perfect. All right, and then this one easy right over to there. Very nice. Now we got it going back the other way. Sweet. Okay, now we need a train is what we need. We need a bunch of block signals too. Now, there's only going to be one train here. This one train is going to do this. The other train's going to do that. And so this is also going to use the same track on the way back here. We kind of cleared this stuff out. I see some rocks coming back already that I think I blew up earlier. But just in case I didn't, take this rock as well. So we'll go ahead and put some block signals in. Make sure that when this is coming back, it doesn't run into the other train. So it'll wait for the other train before it goes. So I'm going to put one right here so that this is a separate segment. You can see the different colors, by the way, when you're running your block signals. It should be... Oh, or if the block signals decide they want to go the other way. Huh. not like that. This way. No. It does not like having that as a combined switchback road. It no likey. See right there? No likey. We can also put one here. Put it there. I do not like round segments. Nope. They're so finicky. Huh, why is that like that? Nothing else on this whole entire thing. It's not cutting the segments. Should be working now. Okay, there we go. Cut that segment. Does not like it there. Yeah, no, that's right, because it made a noise. All right, so we want to go ahead and put this on the other side of this. We got to put a bunch of these in. The other side of this, so this makes its own segment. And then this should be red, and then back here should be green now. You can see it from here already, it's green. Yeah, okay, so that is working. Okay. So now we'll take this segment, put it here. And then back there. We tell that to go into there. Just cut that segment. That should come back. And that should turn red here in just a second when the train goes by. Bingo. All right, there we go. Okay, so that's red back there. What can we do back here that we could just... it's going the wrong way. That way. So yeah, it'd stop right here. It would stop right here before it hit that other train. But it may hit the train coming up this segment. Thing is so squirrely, I tell you. So squirrely. Go to the other side. There you go. Yeah, see, that doesn't know what the heck it's doing there. I guess we'll try it and see. All right. when you're running multiple trains on a single track, that's when things get in trouble. Do you color everything for aesthetics, or is it some sort of color code? Mostly color coding. Like red for trains, yellow for roads, that kind of thing. I do come back later and sometimes do aesthetics. But most of the time, it's for a reason. Okay, let's make this train. Solve it as we got it. I gotta do 2 lanes, and I'll do 2 lanes, whatever I gotta do. Alright, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then put another engine on the back. I could do a push-pull train. 2 engines on the back. Alright, so this is going to be my... right here. My sulfur quartz train. Quartz, there we go. Sulfur quartz train. Alright, and then the name of this place is sulfur and quartz pickup. Okay. This is where it's going to pick it up. Then we got to have it drop it off later. Alright, this is all set to load. Yes. So let's take it for a ride. Nope, gotta lift that up. Uh-oh! There's a train there! That's not good. Not good. No problem. Fixed it. Time the train just happened to be there. It did. It was red. It did warn me. But there was a train there. I gotta turn it back on now, or what? Full train 1. Turn on self-driving. Oh, my bad. My bad. I thought the train had already taken off, but apparently it had not. I think this would have stopped too. I think it would have stopped right here. The problem is if this train is coming around and this train is right here, it needs to detect that there's a train that they're going in at the same time. Oh, glitched. Alright, see, I can override the train signals. I don't have to wait for them. Okay, so we got to think about halfway in where we want the, so the trains don't collide with each other. You want to have signals that are about halfway in, so you have part of the track, let's say right here, the parts of the track are split, so that the train's not sitting way back there waiting for this train to get where he's going. This one's going this way, and this one's going that way. There we go. So this train will go at least to right here, and again, you're trying to space them out is what you're trying to do. So this train will go right here, and it'll be green down there, so it'll come right here, wait for the train to get where it's going, then it'll be coming back by the time this train is going that way. right? So when it's coming around this little tight corner here, hopefully the other train's not coming through. But we'll see. We'll see if they collide into each other. This is what we're testing. Should I make another station, or should I just add to this station? That is a good question. I feel like I'll just separate the stations. Oh, I got my train on it. Alright, train. Back out of there. Just gonna make another train station so that one train can be ahead and the other train can be behind, and both of them can be loading and unloading at the same time. Ultimately. We'll see how it works out. Okay. And then we are gonna go like this. Wow. It was almost like I did that on purpose or something. I didn't. That was just luck. That was just luck. Alright. Coal. Coal and quartz. Quartz. Drop off. Alright. And then we'll run this the rest of the way to there. And we'll tell this to unload. Actually, let's color these in while we're thinking about it. Color, color. Wait a minute, not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Back it up just a bit. Back it up one more. Oh, something in the way. What is it? Oh, I'm out of wire. Really? Out of wire, such is life. All right, let's go get some more. This is why you backlog coal. You have a backlog of it, so when you're screwing around... Oh, wait, I'm going the wrong way. When you're screwing around with your primary train that's for your power, you got a little bit of time to do your thing. Right over here, wire. We could wait for it to go in the dimensional depot, but I'm not going to. I'm going to grab it. Just it. Nice. Nice, nice. A little close on that segment there, though. Why is it crooked? Ah, it's crooked. I don't like it. I'm not gonna live with it. Get out of there. Crooked thing. Alright, let's move this closer. Oh no, we need to have room for the trains in the back anyway. Ew, how long is that train? That's a good question. Guess we'll find out. Have that train run back over here and see if it's enough space. Now that I think about it. Ugh, always has to be on the wrong side. Cover on this side. Why do you always have to be on the wrong side? 3, 4, 5. Just take this one out. We run that like that. Nice. This is definitely gonna come out. And we're gonna need to add some more over here. We need some room right down here. Add a little room to run the train down by the boxes here. All the way down. Straight? Yeah. Totally not what I clicked on. Sure, but there we go. Okay. That's going to go through there. Let's hope there's enough room for those trains in the back. All right. This has got another train behind it, so we're going to go like this, block it. So this one can sit here. And then, right out the edge of this station, so that's its own segment. That's good. Now we're going to take this train and move it out of the way so the other train can come through and see if that train fits. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, here it comes. Gotta put a block signal in the front so it doesn't crash into this other train. Right there. Okay, and so it comes forward into the first position. Alright, that works. Did I do it perfectly? Survey says nope. Nope. Did not. Alright, train. Let's go ahead and send you to coal, quartz, sulfur and coal pickup. Go. Signals are making the next stop unreachable. Signaling problem. Boy. We got a signal problem. Signal too close to the other signal. like the way that signal is. Let's go ahead and... Uh-oh. Try to fix that signal, and the other guy just come barreling in there. Just barreling in there. He's just like, gotta be all up in my business. Let's put this signal over here. But this is going this way. Should be red. Okay. I gotta go back and tell this thing to auto run. Now again, if they crash into each other, it's no big deal, but you just click on it and it goes right back. The only thing that it does, as I notice, is it turns off self-driving. Should go up here and stop at this station. Yeah. Some sort of signal problem. Most likely when we're running back on the same track. Oops. I hit the button to try to switch it, but it was the wrong button. What is the button? Really? Crashing in the back of me again. Crazy train. I was driving his train, but he crazy. He all sorts of crazy. Alright. Trying to figure out what my... Oh my god! I know, right? Will not, switch intersect. There we go. It's A and D, that's why. Oh, man, I can't just press any of the right buttons. There we go. Take this signal out. Trying to keep my other train running while I'm figuring this out. But it keeps crashing into me. And it will automatically switch the track. You'll see the arrow get switched when it gets close. Oh. Really? Put that into a separate segment. It thinks this all is the same segment. That's the problem. Yeah, there we go. See, now it's a completely separate segment. This whole part here, which is what's messing up this signal. Now I can go that way. All right. Now let's see if we can get it to go. Go. I like how it echoes in the thing. All right, there we go. Get it going on. Have some fun with trains today, everybody. So this should pull into the station and be like GG's. Okay. Now impress me by going to the... Oh, what did I name of it? Put Milano. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there it goes. It didn't load the sulfur there, I noted. Just that thing there. I want you to take your trains on a ride, everybody, so you can see whether they work. And then once you got them working, you're good. Now, the whole point of this is so that both trains can be in there at the same time while he's going. And they won't really interrupt each other as they're going. The big problem is when they're coming back at the same time right there in that little spot. That might be an issue coming through there. But if they're right behind each other, then they shouldn't have a problem because they shouldn't be going at the same time. See, that one's just pulling out of there. And this one's pulling into here. Like this. Again, let's change the name of this too. Coal and quartz drop off. Yeah, coal and quartz drop off. All right, so this one sits here for a little bit. It's unloading normally. And then now it's going to go do the other thing. So let's go see if it now does what we want it to do automatically. And really the trick is to get those line segments, the train line segments, to be separate. So that the other train doesn't think that, oh wait, there's something there, I can't do anything. Trying to keep them from crashing into each other. Again, some of these corners are real tight, real close where the trains could collide. If I have to, I'll widen those spots out. This is actually good for climbing. It's like gaining speed coming down. This is good for climbing this hill over here. It's going 160. Automatically flip the switch. That's a success right there. Let's get it to, yeah, see, it helps it get up the hill here. That's cool. See if it loads that quartz. Load that quartz, baby. Load it. Come on. Oh. We got a problem. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I see what the problem is. Turn off self-driving. We don't have the car there. We only have 4 cars. We actually need 5. No brake. Turn off self-driving. Why can I not drive it? There we go. Back up. Okay. Small problem. Not enough cars. Then whenever you have 4 cars, everybody, you should add another engine. I add them in the back because they just seem to work better in the back. Like that. Then we'll turn it back on again. just reset it up again. Right here. All right. So edit timetable, quartz pickup. Oh, I did it backwards. Coal and quartz drop off. All right, we should have done it. We should have did it in sync. This is actually not coal. This is sulfur in quartz drop off. Yeah, we're gonna change the name of that. Okay, save that. Turn on self-driving. All right, we want to see it loading this quartz. That's what we're here. That's what we're really here for, instead of the not quartz, sulfur. Want to see it loading this sulfur, and then unloading it on the other side, because we need more sulfur for our power. I love the trains in this game. They are awesome. They can be tricky. You can do really some advanced stuff with trains in this game. I'm just trying to do go up one track and go back down that same track, and merge it with the primary track we got going now. Notice that the sulfur started flowing back in there again. Kind of riding in the back of the train here. Definitely need to work on this thing going over there. We'll do that on the way back again. And then see, it's using the same track to go down that it used to bring up, which is a tricky thing to do. It's tricky to get that to work. It's breaking. Oh, okay, so it did break. Yeah, it broke because the other train is there. Nice, okay. Good, good. That's what we want. And then again, eventually these trains will get in a certain sync, based on how long it takes to pick stuff up and drop it off and all of that stuff. And then this will pull out of the station, and then this will pull into the station and just wait there because there's a block signal. And then once that one gets past that middle block signal, then this one can go forward. By the time it pulls into this station, it's going to be almost to that block signal. We can see that the one up above is still red. Again, just trying to keep them so they're not too close to each other and ramming into each other. So this one's also not catching that one when it's on the way back, which is what I don't want it to do, because then they'll collide into those close areas into each other. And they'll never collide really into each other over here at the stations, because it'll be in one station and then this has a station behind it. And it doesn't have to wait for that other one to get out of that station. You can go ahead and go in there and be fine. Well, why is it waiting? Nope, nope, it should not be waiting. Oh, it hadn't fully pulled into the station yet. Oh no, it was overhanging. That's right, we gotta move this back a little bit. That's right, it was overhanging this one. But you know what? I actually don't mind it. I don't mind it, actually. But I could fix it. Yeah, I could totally fix it. Let's move this back. Move that back. And then we'll take this out. Put that block signal back in. And we're going to move this back by 1. And then we're going to take all this back. Change this. This one is the sulfur. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This out. Train station back. Going that way. This one out. This out here. That out there. That there. Train signal here. So that's got its spot. Then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then the name of this one is sulfur and not coal. Sulfur and quartz drop off. All right, get the name right, bro. Get the name right. All right. Then we have this coming through and going into there. Now, should be good. Then we can go in and configure our timetables for our sulfur train. Edit timetable, sulfur and quartz drop off. All right, there we go. Save that. Do your thing. Make sure we set it to unload. 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 Load. 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 Whoa! Look at that train going by. Whee! Let's see if it fits now. Survey says like a glove. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, nice. And we've got to put our thing back here so it doesn't crash into that back of this one later on. All right, there we go. And so this one should be able to grab and end up over here. Here it comes. Yeah. Yeah. So it should be able to get into the station now without having to wait for that other one. Though that one's out pulling out now, but yeah, no, it's good. Okay. So it should have put some sulfur in there. Let's see. It sure did. All right. So we'll wait for it to run back again. And we'll put in all of our boxes. Making a move on it now. Got a quartz and our another round of sulfur going. A little bit of trickery there we had to, get going on. Again, I normally don't like to put it on terrain, but, real life trains do run basically on the ground with a bit of help. So here you doing? Always doing something crazy. Now, the reason why I put the box here is you want to get this stuff out of here as quick as possible. Because this way it'll keep flowing at maximum speed. Because the train comes in and it stops the flow. So this adds like a buffer. So you want to get all the stuff to run into the box. Like right here, see this quartz is running out? And then by the time the next train comes in, it should be hopefully pretty close to empty. And then that train will put more in there, and then it'll run it out by the time the train comes all the way back around. Until this box fills up or until you use it up. Here comes the train. And where's the other? Let's see how long it takes for the second train to come in. I should stop that front train. Turn off. What I'm going to do is turn off this train, self-driving, until that other train shows up, so we can sync the trains up. It's on its way. Oh, I can kind of see its outline way out there. A little red outline of the train. So weird, it has that red outline. It's selected or something. Look at that weird outline. Oh, I did color it yellow too. I colored the train car yellow. Okay, now this train's ready to go, but the other train's in front of it. All right, nice. Now, go to this train, turn it back on again. That train should roll out, then this one will roll into that station while this one's rolling out. There it goes. Probably roll this one forward a little bit more over here while it's waiting, so that it clears that spot first. So in the future it will it'll roll forward to here while it's going up there, and then it'll be ready to go when it clears that area a little bit closer. Again, we'll have it. Yeah, we'll just have it block right here. So we'll not go into this segment. We'll not go in that segment if there's another train there in front of it. Yeah. No, I don't like to. Actually, no, we're going to take that out. I don't like to slow down a train when it's on an angle segment. That should be good. So it should come forward. Then it's going to give it this much of a gap from down there to up here. It'll be able to get going a little bit before it comes up the angle. And then when it crosses here, it can get up to here. Let's put a few more block signals in just to give it get further down. She's already on the way back. So that one's not going to start unless that one's past that signal. Probably bring that up sooner. Yeah. Kind of feel like I want to turn this into a single segment. So you turn this into a single segment through here, and then you block the ability for it to run this way into the train. Because there's only one segment, and so it'll wait till this train's off that segment. Then this train will come through and ride that segment, and then use the segment after this train's off of it. I have a feeling at some point they're gonna collide. Again, this one should always be somewhat behind that one. Like this right here. So this is how it should be. Where it's kind of behind it. Now what you want to do is wait for about 4 or 5 cycles of this to see how it reacts, to see how it does. Holy mackerel! It's been 9 hours. Wow. Wowzers. That's been some time. We've been working away. Pretty crazy. Thanks for that love, K-Man Mox. That's a gigantic bunch of love right there. I see it there in the chat. I appreciate it. All right, let's see what happens when it cycles through again. Again, based on your block signals, you can sync them so they never run into each other. That's what I'm trying to do right now, is make sure that there's plenty of room so they don't end up going through that short tunnel at the same time. Because he's already going the other way. He's going down the thing now, and the other one is on its way back right now. I can tell because I can see the trains moving up there at the top. You can do all sorts of intersections here too. So I could create like a roundabout where if there's one going into that kind of switch, the other one comes out. And I can set up basically like a little round switch track as well, which is really cool. It's interesting to see how long it's going to be before the next one shows up behind. He's way out there now. This guy's going to unload. Yeah, here it comes. One's pulling out of there. It's got to get through that little spot. Got to get over here and get on the train just in case. See what happens. Alright, so it made it past there before this went through. Those didn't collide. Alright. Again, this is the spot right here where they're real close. Seems to be okay. Well, we'll let that run. How are we doing on our thing? Do we get more of our thing? Okay, we finally got more of our stuff that we need. Look at our cool stackable bases here, modular bases. We probably should put a ladder here. Yeah, what about right here? Let's put a nice ladder here so we don't have to keep jetpacking up there. Later on, this is not even going to use this ladder anymore, but you'll see. The ladder will become obsolete. But for now, it's actually very useful. That's looking good. Right over here. Oh, this maxed out too. Oh, okay. Now we talking. What we got over here? Where's... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Relax there, turbo fuel. It's going in there, which means it's coming out over here. Yes. I just put it in the thing where it's coming out. I guess I split it where it was going in. Another way of doing it. Not the way I would do it, though. Not the way I like to do it. Yeah, that's an input. We don't want to do that. This way, if it needs more, it's waiting for it to make more versus whatever's backlogged in the box. And what you really want is you want to utilize the backlog in the box. So that's why we want this to run out on this side. Then you know that the full brunt of all 20 boxes can run in there if we wanted to. We're just going to take all of it and leave. Nobody saw nothing. We're out of here. Actually, hold on. You got room? You got a little bit of room. Let's dip down here. Go over here. Snag some of these too. I saw nothing. You didn't see anything. Nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about. We didn't just totally rip off all those resources. But the thing is, it's hard to rip off yourself because that's mine. Those are my resources. So I just snagged them and got out of there. And then we'll go over here and we'll drop them off for when we need them. Right over here. Oh man, we got a bunch already over here. And then these over here. What happened here? Oh, we ran out of stators. It's bound to happen. But I bet we got a bunch of motors in here now. Oh, well, at least in the dimensional depot. Oh, maybe not. We use up all the motors. No, we got 69 motors. Exactly 69. Okay. So what the heck were we doing? Bringing the sulfur so we could take the sulfur and run it into the compacted coal. And we're going to do that. We're going to do that right now. Boom, 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 boom. See, that's yellow for sulfur, purple for quartz. That's what I use colors for, really. These ones over here are just to just to say that these two are together, and those two are together, and those two are together, and those are two are together, right? Because this is all coal, all of this is. But these are from, these two are from one node, the next two are the next node, and set, etc., etc. You get the idea. All right. We want to get that sulfur. We want to run it over here. We're going to need to run it as its own separate line. We're going to go over here, and we're going to do our magic. Man, we're on a roll today. We're getting a lot of stuff done. Getting a lot of stuff going on. Oh, nope. Other way. There we go. All right. We want this to come down. Ah, of course it's on the outside one. That's a bummer. That's okay. We'll work it. Great thing about logistics level is you do whatever you want down here, and no one's gonna see it except for you. Anybody watching. Other than that, nobody. So you can do whatever you want. Like bring the sulfur down like that, and then feed it up right to the middle one. You can then use this. It's already pre-existing. We still got to go back and do our. Do this as a straight one. Still got to go back and do our stuff back there. Okay, this is going to be a problem here. So this no longer goes here. This goes over that way. Then again, right here, this one goes over that way. This one goes into there, goes into there, and then splits down. All sorts of tricky logistics here. Ends up on that one. This one goes into there. All sorts of fun little twisty stuff there. Very fun. All right, we've also got to get our coal to go into here. And we got to get our coal go into there. Okay, we should go back, though, and take care of our quartz first. Quartz first. See if we can hop a train. Both trains or just one train? Just one train here. Let's go, train. Wait, we can't go yet. We got things to do first. We got to go over here and use our stuff here. Not that one. Don't got one. All right, time for some offline production. Really should make a production for this. We're gonna go over here and make a production for these. Right over here. So we'll keep it over here for a while and do what we gotta do. Alright. We're gonna put a box right there. Run that into there. We're gonna take this. We're gonna say power shard 1. Back over here. I'm gonna grab these summer sloops out of there. And then we're gonna put them in here. We're gonna go over here to slugs. I'm gonna take out all the blue slugs. I'm gonna tell this to a bunch of those. Now, when you go to make these slugs, everybody, you want to use your summer sloops. It's going to double them up, and you don't have to collect as many. So, what we're going to do is put the blue slugs in here. And we're going to give it some power. side's our power on? Left side. Give it some power. Running it underneath here, and then running it to my connection in the road right there. And then it's going to start up. Now, the first one, it's just going to do 1. But the next one, it's going to double that amount. So now it's doing 2 each. So instead of getting 12, we're going to get 24 instead. So definitely worth doing that. Now, the other cool thing you can do is once they come out is you can go ahead and then overclock the heck out of it so that now you're not only getting double, but you're also getting 2.5 times the speed. So now you're just gonna be pumping out like crazy, like that. And you should really leave those in there too, everybody. That's just one, but you should leave that in there so that it is always double. So anytime you put them in there, it will always be doubled, and you won't have that first one thing. Not like you don't have 10 million of them though, all over the entire world, everybody. I don't even know how many there are, but there are so many. I have never bothered to get more than about 100. Maximum. You really don't need them. It's like a crazy ton. Look, I got 22 there. That definitely hold me over for a while. All right, time to hop a train or just make a train. We could just make our own train. Yeah, our own express line train. We don't have to wait for nothing. Well, that train's coming back. Well, let's see if we run into the other train. See if that train got behind that train. Possible. Nope, not there. Coming in at high speeds. Gotta switch the thing that time. There we go. Inside the cave. I like the little cave thing. It is cool to run it through the cave. I don't like the little bendy in the tracks, but I'm just that way. Alright. Fix all this right here. Come back here, little train. You don't want to leave this on the thing because there's no block signals for other trains on here. There's only one train supposed to be on here. Alright, I gotta fix this because, no. Because no, no, no. That up a little bit. I might still run into that. Ah, see what we gotta do. This track is a little close. Let's fix it a little bit. Let's just swing the train out a little wider. Better. Much better. Then we don't have to fix this. Swing it out a little wider. Good to go. We need to go ahead and do our power chaining. Oh, right here. Bring this to here. What a cool spot. This back to there. And that'll chain that all the way down to that quartz. Keep that quartz going. Oh, we put it all away. We put it all away. All my case industrial beams. I should have put it, kept in my inventory. Overclocking the sulfur. We need more sulfur for our turbo fuel. Overclock the heck out of it. Ba-boom! And then we need our power back. Speaking of things that we need. And another power pole. Over here in the corner. That would have been cool if that actually like went right through the middle of that perfectly. That would have been awesome. God can try. Let's put it over here. Don't like it. That I like, though. This needs to be turned just a little bit. The reason why it needs to be turned is so that when you're sliding along the wires, you can just dip down to that one down there. Yeah, so you can come in like this and then turn down that way. Like so. Alright, more sulfur. Got a sulfur plug back in again. I have a bunch of these connectors that down here. All over the place. Okay, start back up again, and now should be 300. Okay, yes, okay. That's maxed out, looking good. Now we're ready to do some of this. Watch this. Whoa, a little too 90 degrees, but still let me go down. I'm watching it. All right, now we're gonna get our quartz going on. I'm gonna get my fingers to cooperate. All right, this one. Okay, so that one should start working. See some serious quartz coming through there. I like how the quartz goes underneath the track too. That's cool. That was an accident, but still cool nonetheless. All right. Just happened as I was going. All right, so yeah, it's flowing in there. Okay, so now we gotta get the rest of these flowing. Am I doing the bottom ones? So should be doing the top ones. Top ones, the bottom ones get in the way of the top ones. I always do the top ones first. I don't know what I'm thinking. What am I thinking? Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. Too steep. Gotta step it up a little bit. It should be high enough to go over the train. Again, you're gonna have to fix both of them, so you might as well fix it right there. Okay. That one running. You're definitely gonna run out of these again. I wish I had brought them, but I didn't. And now I'm gonna have to go back for them. Definitely not gonna make that. Oh, but I did. Oh, well, we got 3 out of 4 going. Let's check it out. Just get on the thing. On the thing. Get on it. There we go. Yep, 3 out of 4. Pretty close. All right, it'll run that back in there if we wait, or we could go and get some. Probably need about 100 more. It'll take a while. But yeah, look at that flowing in there nicely. And again, we have a whole box full of it back there. It's backlogged back there. So yeah, looking good. I definitely don't want to put a train on this because it won't stop. If there's a train coming out here, actually we could try it. We do it fast enough, I guess. Spideys. Turn off the brake. Definitely want to get off the track because that other one comes along, we're going to be in trouble. Alright, now we're safe. Actually, I'll just get off of this one. Get on this one. I don't even have to drive it. Don't even have to drive it. Oh yeah, here comes the other one coming in right now. Yeah, all right. Our trains are looking good, everybody. We're getting it going on. We are updating our trains. As you can see, I still got to take a whole bunch of stuff out over there. We'll come back to that later. Trying to get this power up and running, and then we can just have unlimited power. Where we can go ahead and basically we're going to double and then double our power again, or really 2.5 times that power. And then we can just start making all of these processes again. And we can just max each process, so we can just let the processes run until we need more power, and then we'll have to get more, which we will do. I love this whole part here. This is great. And the double train station is cool too. So the train behind doesn't have to wait for this one. Oh, you can see the light way up there. See the light reflecting at the top? As the front of the train comes in, it's reflecting the light from its front train lights. That's cool. Very, very cool. Okay, so we got that going. We got our quartz coming back. We'll do our quartz stuff later. Now we're going to be going full out on our quartz there. Or full out on our sulfur. So we should have enough sulfur for those two. And then we want to run some more coal over here. We'll go ahead and make a wall. Down. Here comes our train. I love the lights in the front. So cool. Just lighten it up. Neato. It gets a little too crazy with the turbo fuel there. It's a little crazy. Okay, so we need 2 more of these coal nodes, and we're gonna go ahead, just run them both at the same time. Okay, how do we want to run our coal nodes? Probably on the inside of this. Right? Or the outside. We need to end up over there, so we want to run it on the outside. What we got going here. And we could really condense these ones down too. Let's clean this up a little. Went right through that one. Put it in there. With that. Sometimes it has a mind of its own. Alright. Fix that up a little bit. Not a big fan of this one. I want to run these other ones here in a minute. So we're just going to go default. There we go. And again, these two need to go way down here. So right to there. This one. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. Where I put that other one? I think I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll leave another spot there for when we run another coal for whatever we're going to need that for. Nice. Out of our industrial beams. Should have kept them in my inventory. I don't know what I was thinking. What was I thinking? Give me those. Throw that away. Alright, that's enough of that. Enough of that. Whee! Ooh, use it as momentum. Whee! That was fun. Alright, we gotta get under here. Get our lines around here. Gotta get these coal lines run, and then we will have some more turbo fuel. Alright, this one's super easy. Just bada bing, bada boom. Really? That's how you think straight should go? Whatever, right there. Alright, this one needs to go back this way. There. go. Those are going to start up. Nice. All right, got the coal. Got the sulfur in there. Should see some action in here. Yep, there we go. Where's that sulfur? Did I not finish running the sulfur here? Sulfur's not coming up into the thing. Oh, did the sulfur node wrong. No one to blame but myself on that one. Not bad. Oh yeah, now I hear it going. Yep, you can hear the sound of the machines running. Yeah, there you go. Here's some sulfur for you over there. You get some sulfur. You can have the rest. Great way to get that off your inventory is to help that thing kind of fill up pretty quickly. How about over here? Did I do this one right at least? Oh, I sure did. Okay, that's all good. And because I already ran these over here, it should already be putting it in the backlog on both sides. Very nice. And then we're really going to have some fun. All right, now we're going to go here. Oop, I did not take this and make this into a road. This is a road here. All right, take this out. And we want to reverse run. Underneath there. Trying to decide how I want to run that. I should probably go to the end and work my way backwards. Let's go do that instead. Oh wait, no, these are all going to be lined up, so it's going to be this one right here. So this lines up to this, so this is going to do the same thing. Line up to that road. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go, turbo fuel, go! There we go. So yeah, I want to run it right down this one, but I've got some stuff in the way right now. But I can run it under. This like that. And then under. And then back up. That under the whole way because we got another one that's going to be blocking here. Oh. Hold on now. Just do this. Bring this down. Use what we got. Get a little tricky. A little tricky. We could run that back, have that end up right there. So we're going to go in there and we're going to put a floor hole right there. And we're going to have that run down into there. Like that. Okay, so we want to merge this, take this out, this. End up right in there. So we're going to merge these two like this. Aim it this way. This one's going to go here. Can't going to go all the way over here in a nice straight 90-degree deal. Like that. And then this is going to go straight. Default. Into there. It's going to run all that compacted coal down under here. And run along this other line that we're running. So if we run it straight this way, it's going to end up underneath where we want that to end up. Now we go down this way, figure out where that is. Look at this, everybody. Turbo fuel! Turbo fuel rocket. Oh, I could be using the belt right now to push me. Here we go. Oh, I hit the pole. I tried. Right here. Right here. Okay. Man, we're getting all this turbo fuel going. A little further up. Yep. Bingo. Okay. Now we go back there. We run that until we see that. Might be a bit far back to be going under right there. Counting, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Oh, I see it. I see where we're going. Getting there. We're about to start up some turbo fuel. Boom. And away it goes. Oh yeah, make me that turbo fuel. Go, baby. Making that turbo fuels. All right, very nice, very nice. And it's going all the way down. We got green and yellow lights firing up. It's going to go ahead and start backlogging that turbo fuel right into there. I like it. And then we're going to run that turbo fuel up there. Eventually. Out. Right down into there. Now that, we'll start to do that. You know, what's going on with these pipes? Don't think I have enough separation of the pipes, because the ones over here I can see. Oh, I can't see. Over here I can see them. That's weird. Some weird mode. like horizontal vertical mode that does that. Can't see whether it's flowing down the side pipes. I don't like it. Those are all okay. Those are all okay. All right, this does have to be fixed. That just kind of messed up my turbo fuel a little bit, but it'll be fine. It's still completely full. And that's because this over here is full. That's what this does. See, it fixes when you take lines out like that. It'll just fill that right back up again. Okay, this is not good. I don't like the fact that I can't see that, and it looked like I had put this a little closer. And I'm that guy, everybody. I'm that guy who will take the whole thing out. I absolutely will. I'll take the whole thing out if I don't like it. So this has actually got to move back. Well, let's get the first one right, and then we'll do the rest of them. I'm going to hit H, and I'm going to nudge it backwards. Another, say, half. It's halfway through the foundation. Yep. Yep. Well, at least it wasn't full of turbo fuel. Yet. And halfway into that foundation. And then now they're even, so I can see the things. Okay, such is life. Gotta be able to see what you're doing, everybody, especially with fluids. Taking all these pipes out. Actually can leave all of this, because this is still fine in the center. That I can put this out. I say fix it in the moment. Because rarely do you ever come back and fix it later. But rarely. Rarely does that ever happen. Alright, this pipe's got to get pushed out too. Okay, so we're going to run into this pipe support. Fix that later. Right now, we just want to have our generators so that they're flowing in there and backlogging some turbo fuel right now. Dude is so all over the place today. What's up, dude? Come on, bro. We got stuff to do, man. Slow me down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. This side. 3, 4. That's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're doing 9 each side. And then over here, getting this one. Lining her up. Both directions. Nice. Double check it before I put all that in there. You can see it. Yep, we sure can. And then this side. The thing. Oh, really? Really? Did we drop it somewhere? There's some sort of box? There sure is. There sure is. There's a little box back here somewhere. Stupid boxes. Come here, you stupid box. Ah. Fine. Make me put all my stuff away. Spider stuff. Nothing else, just put it in there just to get it out of your inventory. You can use these like extra slots. I'm putting it in the dimensional depot. So I can pick up this rubber here there and put my things back down. I hate that box, everybody. I hate that box. I've always hated it. Drives me crazy. So when you're overburdened, then you got to go track down where all your loot went. And that stupid box. All right, this is halfway back right here. Half a foundation. Yes, okay, there we go. This thing too. 3, 4, number 5. Glad I caught it though before I ran all the turbo fuel in here. I ain't wasting it if I don't have to. 1, 2, 3. And one more. Alright, now we good. Run that turbo fuel in there. Get that turbo fuel a-flowing. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Oh, wait, no. I did this wrong. I'm not supposed to run the turbo fuel this way. I mean, I can. But I'm not going to. Yeah, that's why I had that cap there. That cap was there to remind me that it doesn't go that way. And also to make it look like it was holding the thing up. Alright, good enough. This is going this way. To dip out in the road a little bit. Yeah, these roads are not set in stone, everybody. They're just an approximation of where I'm putting my stuff. Yeah, roads. Where is this one? Inside. Always trying to trip me up. That rotated it back the other way. Trying to trip me up there. That was not even connected. Alright. Connected to this one. That just runs the power down the middle of that road, so I need it later on. Yep. Totally screwed me over. Alright, fine. Where it's always trying to rotate in the opposite direction the way I want it to go. It's really obnoxious. After a while. Okay, toward me. Toward me again. Make me do that whole thing again. I can't pick up the orientation of the one that I already have. It doesn't orient itself automatically when you pick something up. Irritating. So many games out there that does do that. Satisfactory does so many amazing things. You'd think it would pick up the orientation. So many amazing mechanics in this game, but not pick up the orientation of the thing that you're trying to copy. Pick up that orientation already. Let's do it. All right, now we're doing it. All right, we're doing it, and we're doing it well. All right, running this down here. Get out of blueprint mode. We want to run this to the center, everybody. That's why we were running this down the thing here. The reason why we want to do that is so that it distributes it from the middle and not from the end. So it'll split it in half and run it right in there. Basically, it's going to come down, drop down right into here, and then drop down to each one of these along the way, which is what we want it to do, like this. Oh, no, we don't want to do it like that. What was that set to? Straight. Okay, straight makes it do that. Don't like it. Auto. We want to see the thing so we know that it's flowing in there. Again, always bringing your fluids down. Pump them up high, bring them down so you can see them flowing. You know they're working. You don't have to guess. All right, there we go. Fill that up. Now, I purposely have the power lines disconnected so that it'll fill up all the pipes first, which you can see it's getting there. It'll fill up all the pipes, fill up all the machines, and then fill up my backlog buffer back there. And then when that's half full, then we'll connect the power, and then it will just run and run and run. How do I know? Look at all those other ones just running and running and running over there right now. That's how I know. And all these are running over here. So good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. Man, I'm almost to where my oil is over here. I'm almost like right over the top of my oil over here. I could just run. I don't even need to train everybody. I could just run the oil over here. Which is kind of funny when you're building a big old base. You end up where you ran a big old train to do it. That's okay. We got this. So we got that going. And this is backlogging into this fluid buffer, and eventually it'll get halfway. And so now we want to work this one, which I believe already has its resources. Yeah, I think it already has the stuff coming down, but we just need to do our other side here. Let's do it. Get it done. Hit H. Slide it over. Till it lines up. Like that. And then 1, 2, 3. Boom. 2, 3. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh, something wrong. Something wrong there. No, no, no. What happened there? Did we not nudge this one? We didn't nudge this one. Nope. Nope. Gotta go. Alright, no worries. Easy to fix. We got the blueprint for it. Let's do it. Oh, God. Get off blueprint mode. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Going the wrong way. Again, always trying to screw me up, everybody. See that? Always. 1, 2, 3. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Let's just double check it. Yeah, we didn't nudge the blueprint far enough. The reason why you want to do that is because of the lifters are going to be in the way of each other. So that's why we have to have that very specific offset. Put our lifters in like that. So those can be connected together easily, and they're not running into each other. We'll just take the bottom ones out. Those are just for alignment, the bottom ones. Take these out. Take those out. All right. Let me bring our lifters up. Get our lifters going. Nice. There, if it snaps, you know it's good. Snap it up there nicely. Okay. We can bring this over into there. Get that flowing. Okay, now pipes. Put those in there. Okay, got to get another thing of fuel over here. Take all this out. This is obsolete. Obsolete. Don't need it anymore. Nice. Okay, our last thing here. Do we want to run it that way, or do we want to run it through here? These are good questions. I kind of feel like I want to run it through here. How can we do that? You have to run it up a little bit because this other stuff is in the way. And we'd have to put a pump on it. Maybe we can run it in tandem over here. That's exactly what we're going to do. Run it in tandem. Very decisive when I do make a decision. Okay, we're going to cross this. Make this move across. Oh, look at that. Look at how close that is. Look at that, everybody. Just like two blocks. So close. No worries. We'll just fix it. We'll just move it forward a little bit. Like that. And then whammy. There we go. So we don't want more than 3 or 4 high here because of the way that the height of the original. Otherwise we'll have to put pumps on it. And we don't want to put pumps on it because we don't need to. We just think smartly. Better smartly. You need to go more than 4 high. Let's do a curve. These curves are cool. Look at that cool curve. Another cool curve. Neato. Alright, this should start pumping some fuel. There it goes. And that should start getting some fuel over there. Let's make sure we got all of our power done here. We're going to want to run our power from over here to over there. We'll also want to run it down here so we can use it for our pumps. Right there. Speaking of pumps. Nope. Getting it done, everybody. Getting it done. We're in our final stages of our turbo fuel here, at least for now. Getting our pumps in. Get our pump in there. Lock that in. Cross connect that. Over to here. So we got that power. Pump on this side. Oh, we got a connection here that we got to take out. We want to put back. And then pump going that way. This, like that, into the main power. Very nice. Okay, so that pumps are good. Let's get these fired up so they can get going in there. We're going to upgrade this one. Full. That into there. Okay. That's that one. That one. To this one. Okay, we should start to see some stuff flowing in there. Oh, we got a cross connect. Ah. Oh, dude, what are you doing? Land on the thing, guy. There we go. Cross connect that so we can get this. Okay, compacted coal going in. We got a fuel problem right now. We got to get that fuel connected here. You always want to check the ones that are downstream. See? Then you know you're good. All right, those are starting up. This one should go green. All right, yeah, turbo fuel. Go, baby, go turbo fuel. All right, got that turbo fuel going there. We want to make sure that we do our outputs. Let's get those in there. This pump has something to do. And then we will take this out, take that out. We'll say straight down the line here. Straight into that one. Like so. Oh, actually, we should run this one to the back. Yeah, run this one to the back. We're going to do another row. All right, how's these looking over here? Look at this. See, this is why you want to see this. You can see that all of these are separated. And you can see that these are pretty much ready all the way down the line. They're full inside there. Let's go check our container. See if our container is at least halfway. It might be full by now. Who knows? Let's take a look. Halfway, close enough. Now it's time to start her up. More power. That's a cool moment, everybody. Very cool moment when you get to fire them up. Now, the whole point is to fire them up and then let them never stop. They'll just constantly run without any need for anything else for you to do anything. That's what we're doing. Starting it up, and then we're going to set it and forget it. Let's watch this. Whoop, whoop. Straight up. All right, they've got a problem though. This power is not connected in the other power. I can tell because it only says 4,500 there. It should be connecting into the rest of my power chain, which it is not doing. So we need to get over here. Now we'll run this under. We'll run this out to the road, which will then chain to the rest of the power. Always good to double check that. That's why I look at it over here. Yeah, there we go. Big jump. We started with 8,500 power for about 17,250. I don't know why it does that weird stuff. Right now, consuming 4,000 power to make all this work. And making 17,000 power, which is way beyond. And I have so much more resources that are not even being capitalized on right now. Then we're going to do another one of these right next to it, which is awesome. So let's go over here, and we're going to punch out this way. How are we doing on time? Oh man, we gotta start kicking some butt over here. We gotta get some boot tag kicking going on. Let's go, let's go. We're gonna need a lot more plates here in a minute. Oh. Nope. Ah, why do you keep doing that? No, not doing that. Messing me up, slowing me down. Slowing me down. All right, should be good enough. Make a crossroad here. Color that for a road. Our crossroad through all of this. Nice. Okay. Now, in this case, most of these we've been storing on that side, but this one we're going to store on this side because this is where our fuel things are going to be. Again, we don't want to go too far that way or we'll hit the boundary. So we're going to go ahead and just go right here. I'll make it nice and easy. We're going to go vertical. Right there. The magic thing is that makes this rotate properly. Sometimes it rotates, it automatically figures out it needs to go like in that corner, and sometimes it doesn't. Kind of depends on, I guess, where you're aiming your cursor, but it's awkward. Awkward. 9. Wrong way. Not in the center. Yeah, we'll let it curve a little bit. All right, there we go. It's going to start to backlog that up there. Now we need 18 more of these suckers. We're going to need a lot of resources for that out there. This. 18. Bam. We got a lot of motors is what we're going to need. Got the rest of that. But what this does is allows this to backlog while I'm working on the rest of these, right? And again, you want to let this kind of fill up in here. Whoa, it's already filling up pretty quickly. You want to let that fill up and do its thing over here. And again, you saw that we brought the compacted coal between 2 of these, and it's got a lot of extra compacted coal. Got plenty of fluid, plenty of fuel. That has got a lot, but we need more resources. Probably the number one thing that's stopping us right now: motors. I'm playing it, but love watching it. I got you pulled up. Well, thank you, Minnie. Yes, this game is awesome. This is like my 50th playthrough. I'm not kidding. I played a lot of times. And I finished the game many times. I finished it a bunch of times in early access, and then also here on release. This is the 1.1 version, which is amazing. They added just crazy tons of great stuff in there as well. Why is that one off? All the rest of these are lined up, and this one is just ever so slightly back. That kind of stuff bugs me, everybody. It really does. It really bugs me. Yeah. No, it's got to get fixed. Got to get fixed, bro. All right, I got to remember where that stuff is going. All right, that's going to the left. Over there. Take this out. Easy to fix. Just hit H. Nudge it in position. Make sure it's lined up. You don't want to leave that off there too long, though, because this is my primary power here. Horizontal, vertical there. And then, I would not even trust that. Nope. Nope. No, no, no. There you go. Get in there. I would never trust that once you put that back in and then you run that. I would definitely not trust it. Now, this thing's going to be empty, so we got to refill this thing back up again now. We'll see how it goes. It's probably got a lot of extra down here. Let's go see. Oh, it's not filling right now because the train's there. You'll see once the train goes, it's completely full down here. Once the train goes, you'll see it start to fill because the train stops the filling. It just stops the output of the train station. That's why you need a separate buffer like this, where you can drain all of the oil out of there as quickly as possible, which you can see it's doing. It'll fill that whole thing up in no time. And then all the oil in there and do it again. And I always bring, like, I have this much oil and I bring it down like this, so I always have an extra kind of part in between, so it's always backlogging, so it never goes off. It never goes off. It doesn't go up and down. It's not sloshing around in the pipes. You don't want that. You want this to be at least halfway, so it's not sloshing around in the smaller pipes down here. And again, this will take a minute for it to get back up. See, this thing should be completely solid and not be doing what it's doing right now. But that's okay. It'll do it over time. You can see, look at this cool curve, bud. You can see that this one is completely solid. And so that one will be like that in a bit after it pumps all that in there. And once that flows in, fills this pipe, fills all the rest of those pipes completely, then it will backlog, get to about halfway, and then go all the way to the top. Very nice. So we're going to fix that. What were we over here doing? I don't even remember. I was running something. I was doing something over here. Why did I go over there in the first place? Why did I go there in the first place? I don't know, but I'm gonna remove these. I don't need those. Excess parts. Can't remember. Not remember. Yeah, there it goes. Down here. Build up. Told you. Nice. Okay. Don't remember. Running this over here. Oh, I was going back to get some resources. That's what I was doing. 1,000 fuel going over there. Let's go. Comes our coal train. And we're going to have trouble with motors. Motors are going to be an issue. We got to make stators. Maybe we can just pop this in here. Work some stator magic. Alright, you dumb stators. Steel pipes and wire. Alright. Always making stators and things. Alright. Wire over here. This is the excess I got laying around, so instead of me making it, I prefer to have it doing it. Steel pipes. That's what I call offline production. Just uses up your excess to get it going. What? Power shards. We're going to make this go as fast as it possibly can. Summer sloops. What do I do with those summer sloops? Over here, maybe. Should be over there. Get more motors. Oh, I put it over here for this dude. Over here for these guys. I'll take it out of there. Now, instead of doubling up the stators, what I really want to do is double up the motors, because the motor's then going to use half the resources on both resources as opposed to just one. I have way more of the other resources than I do of rotors, so you definitely want to double that up. Alright, and then this, play a little bit of lifty here, run that into there. Makes cool noises, alien noises when you start it up. Turns purple. The purple gas coming out of there now. Pretty cool. Alright, more motors. I need a whole bunch of them. How many of these have we got in here? We got a good amount. What are we doing here? Alright, we're gonna need a lot of motors. Oh, while we're waiting for that, let's get our other stuff. Copper sheets. This is why we're adding more power, everybody, so we can set up all of these processes so we don't have to do the stators and motors and all of that stuff like we're doing them right now. Yeah, 270 motors. Where would I have 270 motors laying around? Oh, I got a box over there. Seriously doubt I got that many motors laying around now. Go get that box. Hate those boxes. Later, sucker! If I don't crash into my other train. No, it's not coming, so I'm watching. I Trains haven't crashed into each other yet, so it must be doing something right. Not that I haven't crashed into them or my train crashed into me, but they haven't crashed into each other yet. Man, we got a lot of disassembling doing. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on.
Due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
Funny every time. All right. You know what? There might be some motors down here. Let's do it. This was our previous coal. We're going to get rid of all this coal, man. This is just going to go right in my inventory. Make a big old mess. Let's just get rid of that. Let the rest of that flow in there. Let's take all this stuff out. Here we go. I guess we can leave the hyper tube. Don't really need it now. We got the train. Take all this out. I got some stators back there. Yeah, totally don't need any of this. All right, y'all got to go. You got to go. Taking it all out. All this up here. Oh, I'm at maximum limit. I've been playing for 10 hours. I totally believe it. Doesn't feel like it, though. But I believe it. Oh, wait, there's our train stuff there. Look out. Look out. Messing up my train ramps. My bad. My bad. That train ramp is wrong. Train! Because it is wrong. That's why it looks wrong. Fix that up. There we go. Well, you can't go too wild. You hit something in the back. Now, I wish there was a function, everybody, where you could take out everything but the foundations. That would be an amazing disassemble function. But do we got that? No. Because that would work wonderfully. That's what I would just do. I'd go, okay, take everything out except the foundations. And then I'd say, okay, take out the foundations. The ones I want to take out. Not just every random one way off in the middle of nowhere. Because it loves to do that. Again, just holding down control. Put the disassemble on, trying to get as many of this stuff as other. Now all this stuff can go. This is all going bye-bye. Again, better check my inventory full. And it's dropping it in that box, no doubt. Right over there. See, it drops in like an area box. And then you go over there and grab it all. I'm hoping there's some motors in here somewhere. We'll see. Plus, we gotta wait for the motors anyway. Might as well get this done. Even all this trash laying around. Leaving it all laying around when it's completely not being used. Using all these resources. Definitely before I was doing blueprinting. Definitely before, otherwise I could just use the blueprint mode. That's okay, I gotta take out a bunch of random stuff anyway. Oh, not that, not that. That's my train. It's my train stuff. What are you doing out there, sneaky foundation? Sneaky foundation out there. Fred. Fred's like, hey, you missed some stuff over here. You're always in the thick of it, aren't you, Fred? That's Fred, by the way. Right over there. Fred. He's crazy. Like that one friend that you know is crazy, but you like him anyway. That's Fred. That's his deal. Alright, it's gonna be like it never was. Right here. Press control and release, and then you won't get that by mistake. There we go. That dish, all of that. This thing, all of these can go bye-bye. Get all of that. This thing. Hyper tube. Very nice. I may or may not add supports under there. We'll see how it goes. All right, remnants of the coal power. Now gone. I miss anything when I was down here? I always usually do, at least something. Nope. There you go. You can take your bath in peace, Fred. No more technology in your way. No more technology. As well. All right. And we can take these ramps out too. Okay. Looking sexy. Nice. Now we got a crazy ton of resources we gotta lug back and forth now. We gotta go find this thing. Oh, I think I see it right there. This is gonna be full of stuff right here. There's a train. It's gonna be full of random goodies. Oh, maybe not. Ooh, there's some motors, but there's only 5. That doesn't help us. Let's see. Put stuff back in the dimensional depot here. Plastic's not going to go in there. Motors are going there. Maybe not. What else? Wood? Maybe modular frames? No. Modular frames. Put whatever I can in there and then try to grab the rest of this. Grab this, these, those, and we'll grab this. And we'll hop the train. Whee! Alright, now that is a coal train, everybody. That's a big boy coal train. Running all that coal. All that coal is overclocked, by the way. And that coal will get doubled up again when I get to the level 3 extractors. But as you can see, we have it running on a nice smooth angle. And it's running through the canyon. Normally I just run it over everything. Much easier to do it that way, but it is cool to have it kind of go right through the middle of the canyon though. Very, very cool. Other cool thing this does is it drops me off right over here by my base, which is perfect. Right over here by the hub. All right, now we need some sorting help over here. Let's get it going on. Instead of us sorting all this stuff out, we're going to go ahead and create 2 boxes right here. We're going to put these boxes back now that we have some more resources. And then we're going to go ahead and pump them right in there. We're going to pump that right in there. We're going to take all of our resources and we're going to drop it in that one. There And we're going to drop it in this one, and it's going to automatically put it away in all those boxes right there. It sure is. Watch this. See those running down? They're going to run down. It's going to detect that that's the one it's supposed to go into right here. You can see the left is the beam. Any unidentified, going to go straight. If I have too many of them, it'll go into overflow, which will end up in a box over there, or something that I don't know what it is will also end up into overflow over here. So very, very cool that it ends up way at the end, and then like other random stuff that I don't have going yet, all ends up over here. All the overflow ends up here. Look at that. Actually, we put these back in here now that we've used them all up. We actually had an overflow of those at some point. Look at this. Oh my goodness. So much sweet overflow right here. Let's go. Let's go. Boom. Now it's an overflow. Now it's back in overflow. How about over here? Boom. Yeah, see, we had so many of those. Had I known that, I didn't remember those boxes until just now. I could have been using those things earlier. We'll just help it out with a bit of overflow here. And again, we're double running this. Where's it running? Running through here, then up through there. So these are actually down here too. Well, that does have a bit of overflow. What's going on here? Put all my fuel away. Fuel. Get some fuel. All right, so this ends up. Okay. This ends up right over here at the very end. Okay, so this is the end of the overflow. Right there. Yes. I'll just take these out. Put them over here. Take that out. Put more of that in there. Take those out. We can use those. All good. We have like 6 boxes of overflow if we need to run it. You can see it's running all that stuff on the overflow right now. Because this box is full. Full of that. So less of that we have to worry about. Now the funny thing is I'm also making a ton of it over there too. So don't really need to worry about it. It'll take care of business for me. And then I put the rest of these back in here so I don't have to sort them all again. Right in there. There we go. That'll do its thing. How are we doing over here? Are we making some more motors? We're at 100 right now. All right, we're making our way. Making our way there. Just going to take them all. Take all of those, and then motors. Take them out of Dimensional Depot, so it keeps running those in there now, too. Now we got 165. All right, now we're looking good. Making some progress there. Do we have any motors? I don't think we had any motors backlogged. Yeah, we should just check. I didn't make that many of them. Again, we had all these processes going at some point, either offline or online. But we took it all out, and then we've redone it. And now we're just doing the priority stuff, like our trains and coal and power and all of that stuff, without the burden of having the rest of the factory there that's constantly using all that power. I'm using very minimal power, and then upping the power, and then going in and just like really building it out, like you can see with this giant stack of buildings there. That's how you know. This game is a 12 out of 10, everybody. It is so incredibly fantastic. It is so good in the way that it builds. You put down your foundations, the way you run things, the way it snaps. It does a whole bunch of stuff. Now this is yellow over here, but I bet it's just full because we do have this in an overflow situation. Yeah. Where it's producing more than it's using, which is what we want. Look at the beautiful power running over here. Yeah, 17,250. 17,250. All right, now we got to grab some of this stuff back again. Just grab what we need for doing what we're doing. Our inventory won't be massively full. Oh, I got to go back and get that other stuff too. At some point. Okay, now all I need is motors. Some in there right now, I can hear it. 50. Oh, so close. Like 20 more. You know what? We can get started while that's running. And I'll put the rest of those in the dimensional depot for me while I'm good. I'm over here doing my thing. Oh my goodness, I think we're going to get our turbo fuel done today. We're going to cross that 20K before we even go to the next thing, which I don't think I've ever bothered to do, everybody. Again, I typically will skip ahead because I can do it very efficiently, and I'll skip to the next stage before I do all of this. Usually doing this stage in the higher tiers, so I can use those aluminum run lines. But we're doing it a little different this time. A little different. We're going to put this right over here, and we know what to do now. We're going to put it right on the edge. Something like that. Nice. Then we're going to put this one in the opposite direction. And then we're going to hit H, and we're going to nudge it back to here, and then we're going to go half foundation back. Very nice. Then we're going to put in our line runs here. Pipe runs. Nope. Right there. Right there. Keep sliding down in this chair. Sliding down, sliding down. Alright, let's double check this before we do all the other ones. If we can see the lines coming down, we can. Awesome. Let's go. And see how it did it the opposite direction the way I wanted it to go. Always trying to trip me up. Come on. And the nudging makes it so much easier. So much nicer, too. So you can run that stuff much nicer. By the way, it's already done enough motors for me to do all of these. 3. Aw. Number 5. Looks good. Run that all the way to there. Run around the back. What about double it up on top? Try something a little different. Double it up on top. That one in. Then when you get right here, here in our horizontal vertical. So basically we're running it on top of the other pipe and then distributing it in the center. That's what we doing. And that's awesome. Take that pipe out. And that's going to start to distribute the turbo fuel up there, and then it's going to come down and then distribute along the lines here, which is very, very cool. Let's do these as we add them. Did. Max distance. On this side, we only need the one. Hopefully, we get all the way to the end. Ooh, yeah, very close. Not make enough. 1, 2, 3. No, we didn't make enough. Yeah. There we go. Because there should only be one missing right there. There shouldn't be two. That's cool. That's cool. All right, now starting to distribute all of that into our fuel generators here. Get up there already. I don't know what you're doing here. I'm gonna turn that off. See how it started up? I'll turn that off for now. Turn it on later. We'll let that fuel build up all of the things first. I'll have to accommodate this. On top of this, because this is over the top of this part. And we'll just guess. Go there, tie that across that one. Once that starts up, it'll go into our full grid. All right, does it got a lot of fuel in it? It sure does. How are we doing up here? It should be emptying way out. Oh, still good though. Yeah, it's emptying out like crazy, because it's trying to fill all these, fill all the pipe up. Again, we ran the pipe across the top and then put it in the center so that when it comes down, it'll split in both directions. Actually, a really smart thing to do, because all of this will never backlog back that way, because it's just coming down into the thing. I probably should have done that on all of them. That's a really cool idea, to have it up above and then down, so it just flows down, and that fluid's never going to flow back up there. Unless it completely fills, then it will backlog. But first thing it's going to do is prioritize the lower pipes to run all of that. That actually looks pretty good, actually. It all looks like it's extended out. Always check the ones at the end. Those are the ones that are usually the ones that are going to take the longest to get the fuel. That's good. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to give that a go. Fully extended. All of these are extended. This is extended here. All of our stuff there. All of our stuff green there. More than halfway. Let's go for it. Here we go. 20K, here we come. 20K early game, too. Pretty early to have 20K. And away we go. All right, let's check our power. Oh, look at it go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And there we are. Wow, more than 20K. We're going to cross 21,750. Yes. 21,750 power. And right now I'm using about 4,500. So let's ask Suri here. Hey, Suri, what's 21,750 minus 5,000? I have 16,750 power extra right now. That's awesome. So I can utilize that 16,000 power to, of course, build up my factories now. And this is actually probably one of my favorite builds I've done with the turbo fuel. Where I'm not just kind of running them all in a line in one big thing. Each thing is modularly done. What I could have done was put, now that I think about it, is I could have put these at the beginning of these, and then this just runs out into that one, and then you have another one of these, and it's in front of that one, which runs into that one, and so on. So each of the actual turbo fuels are in front of the thing that it's actually fueling. That's a cool way of doing that as well. You do them all in a row, and then you could be running your resources sideways across there. Or I could be running, them this way in front of each of these as well, or behind them. I guess I could have done it that way too. I could still do it, by the way. I could still run them all behind all of the turbo fuels and take all of this up. And then you know which thing is going to which turbo fuel as well. You can just run it right out the back. Run out of the back. Actually, I'm kind of tempted to do that right now. I'll take all that down and just run it right behind there. I'd take it down in stages if I was going to take it down. I'd start with that first one. Take all that down, put it right behind there, nice and clean. Yeah. Yeah, you probably have to offset them, though. These need to be more offset, or what's going to happen is they're going to run into each other, for sure. But you can probably squeeze them a little bit closer. Be interesting to do it. All right, turbo fuel unlocked, maxed out, looking good. Like it. All right, back over this way. What are we doing here? Get that out of there. Get that out of there. Don't need no extra parts. All right, turbo fuel, good. Man, we got so many processes to get back up and going again. We got all of our copper things to do. We've got a whole bunch of other stuff here. We're going to let these motors go ahead and burn up the rest of those resources. So we'll have lots of motors later. And we should have a bunch in here. Yeah, we got 50 right now. Okay, just say 50 on me. Let that keep going, and then over here, motors. Grab all that out of there, and so let it put more in the dimensional depot. All right, how are we doing on the resources, though? We got, how good is our wire over here? Okay. Done with that wire. Probably the first thing we're going to run out is rotors, I would imagine. Yeah. We're making some more rotors over here. Somewhere, I think it was this. Yeah, screws. What do we do with all them screws? Got him right there. Ain't doing me no good in that box. I know just what to do with him. Do the thing, bro. There it goes. Gonna make me some more. Stick them in that box. How about rods? We got plenty of rods in there? Oh, yeah. We got plenty of those. Again, I just use up those extra resources when I know that I'm low on something versus building the entire process. The only time I typically build the entire process if I have enough power to try to max that process like I did here. I max the entire process basically by using the ore node at its maximum speed. Now, we do have another train to build over there. I want to make some notes here so I remember in the future. Bring me all the blueprints. That's a thing from the aviator. Wave of the future. Wave of the future. Wave of the future. Let's see. We are going to make a train that goes and gets the other coal node for steel production. What else we got to do? We got to remake all production lines with the thing. Dimensional depot. Dimensional depot. And we already got our thing written here. So for fuel gens, we already did that. Turbo fuel, we did that. Okay, quartz production via trains, we already got that. And we did compacted coal. Wow, look at us go. We got a whole bunch of stuff done today. Putting that in there, quartz production. All right, turbo fuel production, take that out. Okay, we got that all done. Hey, man, I love it when I'm knocking things out on a to-do list. All right, and then we'll try to get into the next phase. We got to get our space elevator back up again. I guess we could just build it out over here. But really not going to work on that until, again, I just kind of slowed down the playthrough, but I could be at the end. I could have finished it by now. But we slowed down the playthrough to try to play more in the middle to see what happens when you're doing your level 4 belts and all of that. Your Mark 4 belts at this point and how much it is. Now, again, I would typically go right to aluminum so that you have your aluminum belts. You only have to make a little bit of these resources. Then when you're doing this, you can run, you can run all of this on one belt. That's 780 belt. I can run a ton of that down the line, which we will do later on. But we're just going to do these particular phases. We're going to build up our basics and get those running and do all of that. So we got to get all of our other production stuff going, like our copper going again. And then we'll just have dedicated nodes that just do that thing, right? So making wire, making cable, making, copper sheets, and that's all that it does. It just does that one thing. It doesn't go on to the next process. And then when I do the more complex processes, I will take multiple nodes and use those nodes for that complex process, and then it will just do that one thing, like in case of modular frames. It'll just do as many modular frames as it possibly can from those particular modes, and so on and so forth and so forth. So it'll just basically keep a constant supply of every single resource that I need as I go along, and we're just going to keep scaling it up and scaling it up to the point where you never have to actually have any boxes anymore, right? You don't need the boxes anymore. All of that stuff will automatically go into the dimensional depot, and anytime you need it, GG's, you got it, just like that. But we do eventually need to get to the next phase, so we can use those faster belts and so on and so forth, and do bigger extraction and all of that. But we're going to go ahead and probably call it right there. Let's go ahead and make sure we save this time so we don't get tripped up. Turbo fuel. Done. Nice. All right, there we go. Good. All right, Kismet Love Train. Let's roll out of here. Got roll out of here before YouTube tells me I can't record anymore. Does that at 12 hours. If you go for longer than 12 hours, it'll stop your recording for you. It sucks. Yeah, big time. So thanks for everybody for hanging out in the stream. Here's my schedule right over here. I'm going to be back later tonight, Wednesday night and Thursday night, playing the Rise of the Tycoon Empire, Fallout 4, playthrough number Lucky 13, the ultimate modded playthrough, so definitely come back for that. Then on Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be back with my team with some epic 7 Days to Die next level, 20-minute days action. You definitely won't be around for that. That's going to be awesome. We're also going to do a bunch of mega builds and other cool stuff, both in Fallout 4 and in 7 Days to Die. And then be back again on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday for 7 Days to Die solo run. And Tuesday back for our local mega playthrough that we're doing. We're just kind of working through the different tiers, and eventually we're going to be doing some crazy big builds with that in-game loot that we're going to unlock eventually. But for right now, we got our turbo fuel done. We basically quadrupled our power. Went from about 8,000 power to about 20,000 power. And now we got power to do whatever we feel like doing. So we can go to town and build out all of our copper stuff and all of our other stuff that we need to do. We can really scale up our quick wire and all of that, and just let that stuff run into the Dimensional Depot, and hopefully be able to replace every one of those boxes in the low end, and then start on the higher end stuff, and have dedicated extraction to each and every one of those, so they automatically go and do whatever we want it to do. And then we can get into the next stage. We'll unlock that, and we'll do some more fun in that stage as well. So that's it for me, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Again, you can't help out the stream by following those links you're going to see pop up right there in the stream. Go over there to youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button. If you're already there, it's super easy. It's right down there. Hit that button. Press it, press it, press it. Hit that like button as well. Leave a comment. I appreciate everybody who does hang out in the stream. You can also check out twitter.com/KismetBP, aka x.com now. Hit that follow button. The more you guys do that, the more giveaways and other cool things I get to do that. Speaking of giveaways, I'm going to be doing some giveaways later tonight, 10 p.m., so definitely be around for that. Discord.com or discord.gg/Kismet. You can pop over there. Also check out the website. Check out patreon.com/Kismet, the greatest way to support the stream. So if you did, you laughed, you cried, you learned something today, you said, dang, Kismet, that was awesome, consider becoming a patron over there. There is a bunch of exclusive content just for patrons over there as well. So I do appreciate all of that. And that's it for me. You were super smart. You stayed all the way to the end of the stream. Thanks for the love there, Rajizuji and Sita. And we're going to go ahead and drop a bunch of Kiz Caps on you for future giveaways. And Kismet going to roll out of here, rest up, come back, do it all over again. 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.